Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Welcome to the Arkansas Department of Education. Testing 1 2 3.
Always falls behind because that happened to me too last time, yeah.
None of our clocks are the same.
I'll blame it on the time change.
Well, it just happened to be noticeable.
If you'll take your seat, we're ready to call the meeting to order. We'd like to welcome all of you to the November 12th meeting of the State Board of Education. And we're going to start our business this morning by our first report. It's one we're always excited and exhilarated to be a part of this recognition, and that's the recognition of the 2016 Superintendent of the Year. Mr. Query.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is a great honor for me because we have the opportunity to recognize a friend of mine and someone who is definitely well respected in the profession of education, well respected amongst his peers, and most of all, revered, respected, and loved by his students and by his faculty and by the grandbabies. Right, Mr. Query? That I first, got to know Dale back 2003, he was at Bruno Payette, and soon thereafter went to Flippin, and he has done amazing things in his leadership for that school district. Most recently, we have seen Flippin recognized and honored for their work leading the state in their initiative on dyslexia, and just a number of other things. And would like to call on Dr. Richard Abernathy for AAEA. This is their recognition. This is part of the American Association of School Administrators National Superintendent of the Year program. And I would like to invite Dr. Abernathy to make any remarks in recognition of Mr. Query.
Thank you, Commissioner Key. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Richard Abernathy, Executive Director of AAEA, and the School Administrators Association is one of our programs underneath our umbrella. And it is my honor to be able to bring to you the 2016 Arkansas Superintendent of the Year, Mr. Dale Query. Mr. Query, as Mr. Key knows, they go way back, but we go way back as well. And watching him work with some of the students, and I've been to his campus a couple of times, visited with him, visited with his kids, watched some of his programs, and he does a remarkable job. We need more superintendents in the state of Arkansas, just like Mr. Query, and it's unfortunate that at the same time he's being honored as the Arkansas Superintendent of the Year, he's also decided to retire. So we hate that, but hey, if you're going out, you might as well go out on top, right? But Mr. Query is going to be representing Arkansas in Phoenix in a national conference, and I believe that's in February. And so, if you would, let's have a round of applause for Mr. Dale Query's 2016.
And before your remarks, I think we shouldn't lose the fact also that he's in the running for the National Superintendent of the Year. So that's something else that's exemplary in terms of your leadership.
That will be in Phoenix in February.
In Phoenix in February. Wonderful. Good luck in that endeavor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is definitely an honor to be here representing my profession and representing the state of Arkansas. It's very humbling to know that my peers have selected me for this honor, and when I look around at the talent in the school districts around the state of Arkansas, I'm just awed by the people who have dedicated their lives to making education better for our kids. Commissioner Key is doing an outstanding job, and he has surrounded himself with a lot of talent, Dr. Gocher and all of his staff. We are very blessed in the state of Arkansas with the directions that we're going and the leadership that not only is provided by the department, but by this group of people also. And we just want you to know that we appreciate you, and we know that you do what you think is best. We may not always agree. My staff doesn't always agree with me. My wife doesn't always agree with me.
That's a surprise.
But we know that you have Arkansas first, and you want to do what's best for the kids of Arkansas and give those students an opportunity to move forward and to do the very best that they possibly can and grow in the economics of Arkansas and make them productive citizens. And we are very pleased to partner with you on that endeavor. So thank you very much for the work you do, and thank you for this honor, Dr. Abernathy, and for your kind words. I almost said Senator Key. We've had some discussions over at the other building when he was a senator also. But anyway, thank you very much, Commissioner Key, and thank you, State Board.
Ms. Zook has something she wants to say.
I haven't known him near as long as the others, but my first encounter with Dale was when the legislation on dyslexia came about, and he came to the meetings. He attended before anything was forced, encouraged, ruled, or whatever. He did some amazing things in his district for these children and other children as well. And one of the things that he said that struck me to this day is it doesn't matter whether a child in my district goes to a public school, is homeschooled, chartered, or whatever. It is my business to make sure they get a good education. And I thought that was pretty descriptive of him and the things I've heard about him since. But thank you on behalf of those of us who are enthralled and engaged in making sure dyslexic children get their fair shake, and appreciate all the time and energy you've put into education in Arkansas.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I may also introduce Kay, his wife, that's standing there in the back, and I obviously have known Kay for a long time too, and that's definitely a partnership, especially in the flipping community. And Kay, I know that you've been a big part of Dale's success, so thank you for being here and joining him.
I am only here because of her, and she is the wind beneath my wings. There's no doubt about that. And we have partnered for be 45 years in February 13th. So we're very blessed to have found each other as seventh graders walking down the hallway, and have been blessed with 2 grandchildren, as Johnny mentioned. So thank you very much, and thank you, Arkansas, for a great career and for caring about kids. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, our next report, Report 2, is the forward report. And I know I saw Dr. Scantlebury, Dr. Anderson, and Jared Henderson. Dr. Anderson, you're doing the report?
I am, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And as you know, Dr. Anderson's my wife. I sometimes take her honorific.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Mr. Anderson.
I'm Mr. Dr. Anderson. I appreciate that. Well, good morning. And as you can tell, I'm neither Kathy, Dr. Scantlebury, or Jared. Jared had another conflict this morning, so he couldn't come. Of course, Dr. Scantlebury is here, and I certainly would be welcome to stand and answer questions if they're necessary. We wanted to take just a few minutes, and I've only got 4 slides, which, do you all have them? You all have them. Okay, great. All right. And I've actually got paper copies if folks need them. Thank you. But I've just got a few slides, and we just wanted to take a few minutes to update the State Board of Education on the progress that the Forward Implementation Working Group has made over the past 2 months. Last time we were here, we said we would come back every other month just to let you know where we were, what had happened, and certainly, of course, to get your input and feedback on where we are. So today, we actually just want to share an update on the process and where we are with the Forward Communities Initiative. That's something we talked about last time we were here. We're going to give you a quick review of what we've selected as our quick wins for year 1. And we're going to discuss the next phase of our statewide outreach. On the radio this morning, I heard a radio story about the rivalry between Auburn and Alabama fans. And as the radio announcer was talking about it, he talked about how rabid and how excited people got, certainly about the Auburn-Alabama game, but that the excitement really wasn't just about the game, that it was all year long. And that it sort of permeated every aspect of Alabama and Auburn fans' lives. And as I was listening to that, what it brought to mind was, that's what we're looking for in Forward Arkansas. We've got this vision that every young person graduates from school prepared for college and career. We know that even if you all make all the best decisions that you could make, even if policymakers make all the best decisions that they could do, even if teachers work the hardest they can work, that vision is not going to be realized unless the community, unless some major percentage of the 3 million or so people in Arkansas actually believe in that vision and actually are willing to work towards that vision. So that's really what undergirds Forward. So the first thing that we've decided to do, and again, we talked about this last time, was we're going to implement what we call a Forward Communities Initiative. We're still working out the details of what that looks like, but what we've given you here today is kind of the framework of what we think it's going to end up being. So what we suggested is that with Forward Communities, and this is the idea, that communities, that residents, that business leaders, that school districts, that neighborhoods could self-identify themselves as a group of people who believe in the vision of Forward and want to use that vision to craft their own plan for their own community about how they would make sure their students graduate prepared for college and career. And we think that's important because one of the things that we want to do, and this is in the short-term goals, is determine what works and what doesn't work in implementation. As folks will remember when Jared talked last time, what's in the Forward Vision document is a set of recommendations. There isn't a plan in there to get to those recommendations. We know getting to those recommendations is going to be different in a lot of communities. So the Forward Communities Initiative, first of all, is going to give us the opportunity to begin testing out what works in terms of implementation, in terms of some of those recommendations. Forward Communities also gives us the opportunity to turn around or accelerate progress in a subset of communities. We know that we've got some communities that are already labeled academic distress. We know we've got some communities where kids can't wait another 5 or 10 years. And so Forward Communities gives those places the opportunity to dive in, again, pick a subset of those recommendations and figure out how you do those things in your own context. We also, in the short term, want to establish a network, and I think this gets back to the Alabama-Auburn analogy. We want people to be excited about the potential for change. And then we want people to get even more excited about the reality of change. If you look across the state, Marvel is probably my favorite place and the example that I use the most, but it's a place where change happened. And it didn't take 10 years. It didn't take 5 years. It's a place where community and the school district and business leaders and parents began to work together, and then over the course of 2 or 3 years, actually made substantive change in the outcomes for students. We want to establish a learning network across the state where communities of like mind can get together, share what's working, share what's not working, but probably just as importantly, encourage each other to keep working. We also want to increase public education, public engagement around the goal of delivering excellence for all children. And again, this is the idea about getting folks in the state excited about the potential for education in our state. Longer term, we want to ignite a movement. Again, the principles in this work, the 2 foundations, the state board, but probably more importantly, the 8,000 people we survey, the 500 or 600 we talk to in person. We want each one of those folks to pick up Forward as part of what they do and what they talk about and what they promote on a day-to-day basis wherever they are, whether they work in a school or not, whether they're part of a faith organization or not, whether they're a business leader or not. We want to ignite a statewide movement because we think that's the only way that this work will be sustainable. But of course, it's not just enough for people to get excited. We actually want to drive progress. We want to see over the course of time the data change, the numbers change in positive directions at the state level. Again, we're excited about Marvel, we're excited about Flippin, we're excited about Springdale, we're excited about a lot of communities where change is happening, but we want to see that change do what we say, go to scale. We want the numbers at the top to start looking like the numbers in some of these communities. So what we want to give to you is just an overview of what the process looks like, and I'll figure out eventually where to point this. We're going to have some sort of application process. And I say some sort of because, again, we're still working out the details. Where communities, again, self-identify. We know, though, that it's not going to be enough for a district just to say, we want to be a Forward community. That district has got to be in partnership with somebody in the community. We know it's not just going to be enough for a neighborhood to say, we want to be a Forward neighborhood. The neighborhood's got to be in partnership with folks in the educational system, folks in the business system. Those are the things that we know. We want this to be broad-based. So as you see the guidance as it comes out, what you'll see is a leaning towards communities and encouraging communities to be in partnership with as many other folks around them as they can to put these things together. We also want folks to have been thinking about, even on the front end, how they're going to evaluate progress. Because to be honest with you, in some of these communities, the progress might not necessarily be in academic outcomes. It might be in parent engagement outcomes. It might not be in kids reading better next year. It might be in more parents coming to teacher conferences next year. So we want communities to be able to look at those things for themselves, but to be able to clearly articulate what it is they're after, and then have some metrics to measure themselves against their goals. And then finally, even more in general, we want communities that are willing to be transparent and share what they're learning, share the mistakes that they make, share their triumphs with other folks in this network, because we feel like that's the only way that all of us can begin to learn what works over time. So Forward Communities is an initiative that we're in the process of developing over the next several months. Again, we'll continue to share as we develop out what that process looks like, what kind of incentives we might be able to provide for communities to be involved, whether it's technical assistance to get your plan done, a gold star on your sign outside of town that now you're a Forward community. But we're still working those things out, and we're working them out certainly in partnership with the Implementation Working Group and then other stakeholders around the table that are helping us to figure out what is it that's going to be most impactful in compelling communities to sort of put themselves on the line, to make some commitments that they can then begin to work through collectively. So, number one, Forward Communities. The other thing that I wanted to talk about this morning was what we call quick wins in the Implementation Working Group. We know that if we're going to get folks excited about what's happening, and we're going to get folks to take on this Forward initiative, that we've got to have some quick wins. In the Forward vision, again, there were 95 recommendations. So in consultation with the Implementation Working Group and some of our partners, we picked 4 of them that we thought we might focus on, over the next 6 to 9 months. The first one of those is encouraging all schools who are eligible to sign up for the Community Eligibility Program. We want every kid that can get it to have breakfast in the classroom, to have breakfast in the morning, and to have free lunch at school. The data says that there are hundreds of schools that could be doing this but aren't doing it just for lack of going through the process. And I'm making it sound really easy. I know it's not that simple, but it's also not complicated. We're working on a partnership with the Arkansas Hunger Alliance, who's already been working on this issue, to do what I call amplify and accelerate their work. So one of the things that we think that Forward is going to be really good at is working with folks that are already working on a lot of these things that are recommendations in the report, and just helping them get to their impact and get to their outcomes quicker. So we're working on a partnership with the Hunger Alliance to amplify and accelerate the work that they're doing. And again, what we want to do is promote some big goals, right? That every school that's eligible for the Community Eligibility Program takes advantage of it. Now, that's not just window dressing, right? The research says that if kids come to school and they have breakfast, particularly if they have it in the classroom, that they're going to do better that day. So again, this is stuff that makes people excited, that lets people know that we're working, but it's also something that's going to directly impact student achievement. We want to introduce more flexibility at state and district levels on what can count towards professional development hours. We were in conversation with Commissioner Key just a couple of days ago and noted that some of that work has already been done already. But we want to make sure that teachers, just like our students, have the ability to have individualized plans for their professional development that actually looks at what their gaps are and applies their professional development resources towards closing those gaps for them. So again, those are things that we'll be working closely with the department on. How do you do those things? How do you make it fair for everybody? What parts of those things do you have to deal with from a policy perspective? And what parts of those things are decisions that we can make here in ADE? But working closely with the staff on those things. Recognizing and celebrating excellent teaching and excellent teachers. In no way, and I think probably everybody in here shares this, do we want to suggest that the challenges that we have educationally are all the fault of teachers, right? We've got hundreds and thousands of wonderful teachers that are out there, and everybody that goes into the classroom every day does something that most of us don't do. They put their performance on the line in front of a group of folks that may or may not appreciate what you're doing. And so we want to begin to celebrate teachers. Now, this is a part of the work that we want to do around increasing the teacher pipeline. Forward has got this big goal around changing the way that at least in Arkansas, we might not be able to do the world, but around changing the way that in Arkansas we see the teaching profession. We've said it before that there was a day when teachers, the doctor, the lawyer, all of those folks were the same people. They had the same level of respect. We want to turn it around. So in Arkansas, teaching is seen as an honorable profession. Teaching is seen as a profession that people want to go into. Teaching is seen as a profession that our highest achieving students are drawn towards. And that's certainly where teachers are appreciated and awarded to the level of the impact that they're having on our communities. So again, this is step one towards that. We're going to be looking at where excellent teaching is happening and using our communication staff to begin to lift those things up as part of that process. And then identify and streamline regulations controlled entirely by ADE. And again, this is stuff we're in conversation with the commissioner and his staff about. You know, there are a lot of places, and some of this work, again, has already been done, where we're reducing the burden on superintendents, reducing the burden on principals, and reducing the data burden on teachers. Only asking one time for things that we might be able to use 5 or 6 times, things like that. But again, helping ADE and working with them to take a look at all of those things that they have some control over and where we can get some efficiencies, again, just to reduce the burden. So as you see in this list, there are 2 sorts of things in this list. So the 2, C6 and SP11, are places where Forward is going to be working really closely and in lockstep with ADE and the staff to make progress. But we're also going to be lifting up the good work that's already been done in those 2 areas. And then the first one, 04 and T12, are places where we're going to be working in partnership with some of our external partners, with our communications partners, with a community organization that's already doing the work. And I think these are really good examples of the potential for Forward over the next 5 or 10 years to be the bridge between what happens in this building and other buildings, in the public sector, and what happens in the community with community organizations that are working on these issues also. So the last thing that I want to talk about today is our strategic outreach and communications. And this is the part about getting the rest of the state excited about what's happening in Forward. So we've got 3 sort of near-term goals. We want to build awareness, aspiration, and action. On the awareness part of that, you will continue to see, and certainly you're invited to invite us, meaning Forward, to talk to people. So you'll continue to see us out talking. We've already, over the last 3 or 4 months, I think we've talked to, in some places more than one time, all of the major educational stakeholders in the state. We've done presentations at conferences. We've talked to leadership. We've done our due diligence on all of those things, and we'll continue to do that over time. This isn't a one-shot deal. But what we're also going to do is get back into community. So the other thing that you'll see, and again, you're certainly invited to invite us into your community, but the other thing that you'll see is Forward going back and doing what it did, I guess, 9 months ago at this point, is go back and talk to groups of 5, talk to groups of 10, talk to groups of 15 in communities that are interested in moving their community forward. And when we go into those communities, we're not going in with our 95 recommendations. You know, we're not going in saying, here's what you ought to do. What we're going to do is we're going to go in and say, out of all of these things that we've talked about, what's most important to you in your community? How in your community do you think we can motivate people to pick up this idea that there is actually the possibility for change in the educational system? In some ways, we're actually going to start from scratch. Because what we want to do is build a grassroots campaign so that when you make decisions, when our policymakers decision, when Forward says something, there's a grassroots support for those things that's all aligned towards achievement for kids. So you'll see us working at those different levels. One, where things will be labeled, will be coming. Jared and other folks will be coming doing presentations. But then you'll see and hopefully hear about community conversations that just start with a basic question about how do you improve education in your community. Aspiration. Forward has the ability and I think the responsibility to increase our overall aspirations as a state. And I think that's kind of where I started at with the Auburn, Alabama example. We want to use, via strategic communications, all the resources that we have to begin again to get people excited about education in the state. And excited about it from the standpoint of what happens with their kids in the classroom, excited about it from the standpoint of what's happening in their district and what the potential is, and excited about from the standpoint of what we can do as a state. So we're going to be working, and again, you'll sort of see us roll out a strategic communications campaign that includes recruiting some local ambassadors to carry that message forward. As much as myself and Dr. Scantlebury and Kathy and Jared enjoy coming and talking about Forward, we're intent on having some other people that can be just as articulate and just as excited and just as informed about it as we are. And those are the folks that you'll begin to see talking about Forward in community and other places. And then, of course, we're not talking just to be talking. We want people to act. So we're going to be building out some local and national and state level infrastructure using those ambassadors, where we're going to use some organizing tools to help people, again, make sure they've got the information they need in their community, make sure when conversations about education come up, wherever they be, that people in community have the information they need to make sure that decisions that get made, whether it's at the school level, the district level, or at a municipal level, are actually aligned with this Forward vision. So that's our outreach campaign. So what to expect the next time we come back? And I actually think the next time we come back is probably in January, not February. We're coming every other month. You'll see the early rollout of the Forward Communities Initiative. So when we come back, we'll have a lot more detail about how that's going to roll out. We'll let you look at the materials that we've got. We'll have figured out what the incentives are we'll use. So you'll see that, and we'll begin to do that in the spring so that folks can sort of be prepared for the next school year in terms of rolling things out. We'll be giving you some feedback and report on the grassroots campaign. We will have been in lots of communities by then, so we'll be able to come back and report to you what people are saying, how they're reacting, how they're responding, but probably more importantly, what they're willing to do. We'll give you a progress report on our early win strategy. Again, those 4 things seem simple on paper, but all 4 of them are pretty complicated. And again, the things, particularly where we're working with ADE, we want to make sure we're lined up with you all's desires for what happens out of this agency. And then we're going to work on the plan for the ADE Forward collaboration on the academic distress recommendations. Again, as folks know, in the vision document, the academic distress recommendations were probably the most robust part, and we've started conversations on how Forward can help us move forward on that. So the next time we come back, we'll give you an update on how that planning process is going. So with that, I'll stop. I know you guys have a lot to do today. I think we've acknowledged Dr. Scantlebury is in the room. I also want to acknowledge Harvell Howard, who's our operations manager and coordinator that's working with Forward now. He works really closely with Jared and Kathy and Dr. Scantlebury and myself, helping to move us forward. So if you have questions, concerns, comments, he's always a good guy to get them through. He'll get them to us and make sure we are dealing with them. Again, the other invitation is in your community, in your networks, if you want us to come talk about Forward, we are more than happy to do that. Again, let Harvell know, and we'll make sure we get somebody wherever you need us to be, whenever you need us to be there. Okay. And with that, I'll take questions.
Well, before we start questions, just to say I'm excited about the ambitious nature of the plan, the large scope of what is going on. It's hard to visualize it completely, but I would imagine it would be like a 20,000 piece puzzle that you've given us a description. So in our minds, we have an idea of what's going on, but only when it starts to take shape, starting with the edges and working inward. So we're excited as a state board to accept your comments as our charge to action as communities, not just as state board members, but as communities, to make sure that we avail ourselves of every opportunity independent of this board. I would think if the superintendent of the year were still here, he'd be making plans and making adjustments about what would happen to Flippin. And I think that's what we all do when we hear and get excited about what can happen in Arkansas, and the support and the thoughtfulness of this effort. Ms. Zook, do you have something?
Yes, I think when you were here last, the working group, complete group, had not been named or selected. If you have that, I'd like to have that list.
We'll certainly get everybody the list of the implementation working group members. I would try to start naming them, but I would need people.
And Ms. Wright is wanting to comment, but Dr. Barth is our representative in the initiative. So you want to? Okay, great.
Yeah, I just do Thank you. Thanks so much. I had to miss the implementation working group meeting this month, but I did get a chance to meet with Jared, and I just wanted to highlight that one piece in terms of on the quick wins in terms of what the department could do. And one thing that's happening right now is that there's some research going on to figure out indeed what are those regulations that are wholly in the hands of the department. What are those things that might be in the hands of the board that also would be in that category? And then, of course, those things, a longer list probably, that would be statutory. And so, I think that a good time for us to think about a work session around this issue is kind of when we get that clarity about what are the things that would be under the purview of the state board. So I just wanted to kind of note that, and Jared and I have been in communication about that. My other thing I just wanted to flag real quickly, which I think is new or more specified than in the past, is this kind of definition of communities and self-identification of communities. And I think that's because I think when this was first presented, I think probably many of us thought, okay, well, we're thinking a district and municipalities and a business community and a place, but this is different, and I think much more promising in terms of thinking about neighborhoods, which in many cases are in our urban areas, the way folks think about community, but then also there may be some communities that may actually reach across small geographical areas, but still identifiable enough to be able to be the kind of community that could be a forward community. So I just wanted to highlight that. I think it's I think it's an important way of thinking about this initiative to have a bigger bang that has some diversity rather than just those kind of traditional communities that we tend to think about.
Okay, Ms. Rice.
Fantastic, and actually it's so exciting to be so well aligned with my colleague, and that both of my comments were going to be both in that direction. And I'll just link it with one of the reasons that I wasn't at our last meeting, and that was the National Conference of NASB, National Association of State Boards of Education. It's actually so exciting to see, one of the charges that came out of that was for state boards across the country to think about visioning, right? And then for us to know that we're ahead of the game, right, here, not just in us taking on this process, but also the resources being made available, because that was the number one question as we started breaking out into breaking groups amongst the different states that were interested in talking about visioning, was actually us being so privileged here in Arkansas that philanthropy has stood up to help invest and support this process. The one thing, though, that I did take away from those conversations and from states maybe that didn't have the resources was just how much this process was owned by the state boards themselves in those other states, where actually it was the state boards that went out and did the focus groups, the state board members that went out and did the surveys, collected the information, went through the whole year-long, they did their multi-day retreats and year-long process and such, and where obviously we're very privileged that you all have taken on a lot of that work, and we have the Boston Consulting Group that lended their expertise on this. I very much agree with Dr. Barth's statement that I do think we need to, at this stage in the process especially, have a work session to talk about what specifically is our role and what we're going to do as related to this vision. So we provided input into the vision. I am in no way in saying that this vision isn't ours. It is ours. We were given every opportunity to opine, but I think just as much as our chairwoman here said, right, a call to action, I think the call to action should be even more purposeful, as just as they're putting things on their timeline, we should also be putting something in our timeline, right, at least in terms of the forms of the work sessions, and maybe with that having Jared and some of the colleagues afford there and really thinking through what could be our role and responsibility. And one of the things I'd like to add to the conversation that I haven't heard, that I did hear in other states, and that excited me so much, was this affirmation that education, K-12 education, no longer is just about college readiness. Actually, the whole conference was framed in the context of what they call the 3 C's. So the prominent C being college readiness, the silent C being career readiness, and now the unknown C, which is citizenship readiness. And I know Dr. Barth and I, both from what our day work is, obviously feel very passionate that we have a role here, right, in terms of lifting up and building that civic responsibility, right, amongst our students and our next generation. And so I'd like to see within our work session as well, maybe us being able to bring some of that lens, right, and think about how do these 3 C's connect, right, in terms of our work and what we can do in terms of instilling and inspiring that vision. So again, just piggybacking and saying I'm so proud that Arkansas is one of the leaders on this. I hope our state can be featured in the next NASB conference, and I say this to Dr. Barth as the president-elect of NASB, right? I think we're doing great things in Arkansas. I'd like the nation to know, and I think we'll be an exciting place in a year's time. And the next NASB conference will be in Kansas, so much closer proximity than past years. But I'd really like us to be able to share these exciting and groundbreaking work we're doing. The last comment I'll just make, again, piggybacking off the whole self-identification of communities. My one concern, and I think Dr. Barth expressed this as well, is just in that process not getting the same communities we always get. And that was just seeing the whole schools of innovation process, right? Or even when we were talking about charter schools years ago, right? And expectations that this might be the opportunity to see some creativity from districts that are in distress. And instead we just keep seeing Springdale and Rogers and the same communities submitting applications. And so my comment would be maybe we need to do some support in the upfront to be able to get some of these communities that we know need this assistance to be able to even self-identify in part of the application process. That it might actually take some technical assistance, and that being done with, I think, the ADE apartments that already exist, right, to be able to lend support to distressed districts. But we know that there are districts that we need to be seeing applied to this. This is their chance. This is our opportunity to bring equity finally into the conversation. But I think some of them may actually need some support on the upfront to get there. So,
Thank you.
makes sense. 2 cents.
Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're down to our consent agenda, which includes the minutes for October 9th and October 8th, along with other consent items. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve those in their totality unless there's a request by someone to remove an item for consideration on the consent agenda. Dr. Barr?
I'd like to pull, well, at least ask a question on C5, on one piece of C5, and then I must say C12, I would like to make a comment on.
On C3, I don't want to pull it, but it would be helpful to me if there was a narrative that went along with these reports on the fiscal distress. I think I've had public school finance and worked in that area, but I think it's helpful if there's some explanation because it's changed and changes over the years. So something more than what we have would be helpful to me.
So you want it today?
No, in the future.
Yes. Okay, so that's just a comment.
Yes, and I'll tell y'all ahead of time, I have so many questions and disagreements with so many areas that I will be voting no on the approval of these items rather than pull them and discuss them individually.
Well, you know, you might want to, if there are items.
Well, it's the same thing I bring up each month on the inconsistency, and I'm sure the PLSB board does the best they can, but based on the information we have and all they can share with us, I don't feel comfortable on the recommendations that they have made, especially this month. So I don't feel comfortable voting yes on that.
What do you recommend, Commissioner?
I don't think it has to be unanimous.
Well, it may not be unanimous, but someone else may have the same concern. So
Yeah, I mean,
by virtue of that, I think we might need to hear them. What do you think?
And that's certainly at the board's prerogative to hear those if there are specific ones that I know, let's see, Mr. Ruthven and Mr. Reinhardt are both here and prepared to address any questions that y'all might have. So we are prepared to do that.
So, Ms. Zook, you're not inclined to pull them for questions?
No, because the answer typically is that this is all the information they can provide us, and in light of that, I don't think there's any point in questioning them specifically.
Okay, well, in light of that, the comment, then we'll just pull C5 and C12 for further explanation and ask for a vote, a motion on the minutes for October 8th and 9th and all the other consent agenda items.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Barth. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Okay. Ms. Zook opposes. All in favor. Dr. Barth, C5.
Yeah, and this, I talked to Ms. Pfeffer about this just before the meeting. I just wanted
to come forward. Does she need to come? Ms. Pfeffer?
Yeah, I think she is. I just wanted to flag the Dermott case is that there we do have a superintendent who is the waiver is for a superintendent. That is, of course, a priority school, and I just wanted just a couple of questions there. Is the superintendent on track there to be fully to have full credentials fairly soon?
The superintendent met the requirements for completing year one coursework, and so therefore was granted the second year of the ALP.
Okay.
So I don't know that I can actually say on track for successful completion, but is meeting the yearly requirements as set forth in the rules as far as when the waiver can be granted.
Okay.
So.
And I know that was it's a new superintendent, and I know
Yes.
Especially in that district, we want to do all we can to encourage new talent. But I thought it was important for us to recognize that there was a school that obviously has some challenges, that actually has a superintendent who is not fully credentialed. What is there anyone else in the assistant superintendent ranks, or do you know at Dermott that is fully credentialed in terms of district administration?
I don't know about that school district in particular, but I do know that Ms. Ridgell completed the required first year of superintendent mentoring, and is also still being mentored by Andrew Tolbert. So she's going to receive that support through the, and I talked to him just a few minutes ago. He's going to stay with her through that duration. And the superintendent is also currently enrolled in coursework.
Great. Okay. I just wanted some reassurance that on that progress.
Okay. Any other questions on C5?
Yes. Do you have any idea what the problem with getting special ed teachers in Fort Smith and Rogers are?
The lack of having enough candidates who are licensed in special education and also applying for those jobs, that they're just having trouble finding the quality candidates.
Ms. Savers?
I just have a comment while Ms. Pfeffer's up here about C3. Okay. Can I do that?
No. Sure you can. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And it's regarding Lee County, actually, and just kind of a question, because I think this doesn't just apply to Lee County, but the fact that in FY15 they spent $266,000 on sub-teachers purchase service, and this is a school with a total budget. I mean, that's just a huge chunk.
But they're also a school that has high teacher absenteeism.
High teacher absenteeism, and when I went on to look at the priority reports, that was clear as well. And this really even kind of goes back to the forward conversation. I mean, this is a big statewide issue, and it is just shocking to me, the amount of money spent, and especially in a small district,
Yes.
On subs.
Well, and I think as you can see in the long-term sub-waiver request, there are a great number of those this month that were approved for no teacher of record, teachers resigning. It's not short-term subs in a lot of these cases, so definitely we're very concerned about it as well. We just finished a round of stakeholder meetings throughout the state, talking to community members, school personnel in different areas, and in all the locations except one, the same themes kept emerging. Having problems finding teachers, keeping teachers, and there are a lot of different factors associated with it, and that's what we're working toward. But the message is pretty consistent around the state.
Thanks.
Any other questions on C5? If not, can I ask for a motion?
Move approval, C5.
Moved by Dr. Barr,
Second.
second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And C5 is approved. We'll move on to C12.
Yeah, on C12, I don't really know what to do on this case. I feel, obviously, I want to trust the PLSB. I know there are probably things in this record that can't be part of this record that inform the decision, but the behavior described here is simply egregious in terms of racial statements and just base sexism. And I worry that it is because it was in the context of an athletic program that there was some excusing of that, and I just wanted to flag it as just not appropriate in public education in Arkansas. But I will not hold it up, but it just angered me.
And I think that and the two just above it are so similar, and the information we got and the different punishments, if you will, were so different that it just gave me pause.
I'm not encouraging either of you to change your minds, but it does give me a little anxiety that you feel that strongly about it, but that you don't want to, because the buck stops here. And, realizing that this is the last opportunity for us to be able to deal with some things that we have, and you get that uneasy feeling. And I'm not biased either way about how you see it, but I'm certainly concerned at the level, first of all, of maybe inequity and the way that the decisions the sanctions are meted out. And again, the level of uneasiness this causes you, for lack of a better word. So I'd like to err on the side of caution for you, because you may bring to light some things that we're not aware of. And I don't want to add time or lengthen the meetings, but by the same token, we're responsible for all the kids in the state of Arkansas as it relates to ethical matters, educational matters, and financial matters.
Right. And that's what's troubling, because I think we don't want to micromanage these things. We certainly want to trust folks that we have appointed to serve on that board, and so, but it is it's been, I think, for all of us who've been on the board for a while, just an ongoing source of frustration of not fully having knowing we don't fully have all the facts, but still having to make this final judgment. It's just so I don't know. Last night I was thinking about it, and like, is this time to say, no, we're going to hear this, but then where does it stop? Because it becomes a slippery slope, and we should not spend all of our agenda dedicated to these cases, because I think
while we don't need to do that, it's, still I feel very strongly about giving the attention to the ones that you feel the attention needs to be drawn to. And I would encourage you to pull the item, because it might cause you some more sleepless nights.
Or maybe we could have a work session with PLSB so they can help us better understand their reasoning and thinking, or we could better tell them, here's the information we need, because this is confidential, so it's not like it's going to go anywhere.
We've had this conversation before around the same issues, and again, while we don't want to micromanage, it is our responsibility again. So what basically we say, until it happens again, we won't be concerned. But I hear the underlying tone, and my encouragement, and I don't tell either of you what to do, but I would encourage you to give a voice to the situation and resolve it to the extent that we have our involvement in it and do our due diligence.
Madam Chair, if I may, we certainly don't view this as micromanaging because there are layers of the process. As Ms. Reinhardt would express and convey to you on with legal issues, there are certain parts of the process, and your review of these final recommendations are part of that process. And I think Madam Chair was very accurate when she said this is where the buck stops. So that's the legislature set it up that way. So that's why these folks are here and prepared to answer the questions that they are allowed to with as much information as they can to try to provide at least as much comfort, and if not comfort, information leading up to the decision that was made, the recommendation, because it is a recommendation by the board, by PLSB to this board. We certainly invite the input. We don't want to diminish the importance of your review of this type of action.
I think what would be helpful to me is, since we can't ask for specifics in an open hearing if the teacher has not asked for an open hearing, if you could provide us as much detail as possible on how the decision was reached, because with the information that's there, the conclusions would have been totally different in almost every month on one or two people. And this month there seemed to be a disproportionate number relative to other months. So since the information we're provided is confidential, I see no reason why you can't go into more detail.
Okay, I think, if I may, this is Cheryl Reinhardt with the Department of Education, and we have attempted to put additional details in the findings, and so what I'm hearing is that's still not sufficient information. When you read those findings in that final order, that's still not sufficient information. So we will, again, look at that and see what we can do there. And I would welcome a work session with the board and with the ethics subcommittee. I think that would be an excellent step forward in this process, and it was suggested almost 2 years ago, and we stand ready to do that and would welcome that opportunity, and I hope that you can make that arrangement. So,
I think in light of that, since Dr. Barth has pulled C12, that the teacher has not responded, so it's not like they've accepted it or not, then I recommend that there be, instead of a written reprimand, that there be years probation and a $75 fine and some professional development along the lines.
Okay, what we can do is we can convey that to we will take it back.
Okay.
We'll convey that to the ethics subcommittee, and we'll notify the educator, and we'll have an evidentiary hearing with the ethics subcommittee, and then bring it back to you after we have those.
So that's a motion, Ms.
Yes,
Hook. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Can you live with that?
Well, I guess I don't know what I can live with, because I don't feel like I fully have the information even to
Like that
to
decision?
judge. I mean, it clearly is more severe than or it seems more severe than the sanction here. But I just don't know how far to go. So can y'all provide any more information on that case to provide some insight into the?
Can we get a second first, and then we can have a discussion? I think
I will
that-
second.
Okay.
Just to
Dr. Barth,
continue the
second.
conversation.
This is a matter of due process. What we have done in the past once before was to give the educator the option to have an evidentiary hearing, or to allow us to provide the board with the report of investigation, that type of thing. So but we do need to go back to the educators so that they have due process and they're aware that there's this additional level of sanction that's being proposed.
So I would instead move to table. Is that the proper motion? I would substitute a motion to table until this process plays out.
Okay. Is there a second for the substitute motion?
Second.
Second by Ms. Favors. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, that concludes the consent agenda. We'll move on to the action agenda. Ms. Mary Kay McKinney, A1, consideration of Arkansas Better Chance one-time cost of living increase.
Thank you. The action agenda on A1 and A2 are closely connected.
Okay.
In the fact that A2 is listed that Mulberry in August was approved for 15 children, and we're requesting an additional 5 children to give them a full classroom of 20, with it being retroactive back to the first day of school. There was a problem. I know that the superintendent of that district was terminally ill at the time, and there was some confusion about how those 5 children were being paid through a DHS child care development funds. And in fact, it was through a private entity, and the entity had pulled those 5 and moved the money someplace else. So that left these 5 children being the burden of the Mulberry School District financially. So we're asking for it to go retroactive back to August.
Okay, so we'll start with A1, the one-time cost of living.
Well,
increase.
A1 in there.
That's for A2?
A2, assuming or thinking that you may be willing to approve Mulberry with the 20 children, I have calculated the 20 children in Mulberry into the A1 request for one-time funding for COLA.
Okay, but we'll still need to consider them separately.
Okay,
as
that's
action
fine.
items. Okay, so with the explanation of Ms. McKinney, do we have a motion on A1?
I have a question.
Okay.
COLA, meaning cost of living increase, will this be added to their salary scale? Is there a salary scale? How are the preschool teachers paid? And because COLA typically is a cost of living increase, not based on the number of people you serve, but it's just if you're working there or you've been working there a while or you're degreed or whatever.
Correct. It would be our expectation that it would go into their salary. But as far as, and they do have salary scales, but the only way we could look at how it would be equitable is to look at the number of children that they were serving so that all the teachers would receive some level of funding. I don't know if that's clear or not.
Funding, in my mind, is one thing, and a cost of living increase is another, meaning your teacher gets a raise, or the supervisor, or the
Correct.
All right. So is this for raises, or is this for funding the program?
It should be for giving the additional amount of money, which is only $62 per child, if we look at it that way.
Right. But is there anything that says that the place has to use this for salaries?
No, ma'am. Well, I mean, the cost of living increase would imply that it would have to be used to give them an extra sum of money.
But money is...
If I may, Ms. Zook, this is only for, and it may be a term that isn't necessarily the correct term, but it's an adjustment to the per pupil amount that is granted to these providers. Which they have not had one. There has not been any type of increase on the per pupil amount since the inception of the ABC program. So these are funds that from the governor's, I think it was a $3 million amount. So half of that is being allocated for a COLA, but the COLA is for the per pupil. We would probably need to check with Ms. Williams, Tanya Williams at DHS, but I don't think there are any requirements that this go to salaries or any other directed. This is just a one-time with being hopeful that the legislature may fund this in the future, but they wanted to make sure that these programs got, at least this year, some increase in that per pupil funding without any directive of how to spend that money.
Okay.
The salary schedules are, for ABC programs, they are bound by the salary schedule of the teacher salary schedule in statute. So each year, as they go up in the step, they get that, teachers get that, but the providers have not received any money to offset that. So this is kind of a one-time offsetting of those added expenses.
Okay. And
Did I explain that?
That is my understanding,
Okay.
because we have been this program has been flat funded since its inception.
the COLA reference is what threw me off. Who supervises and or trains the directors of these programs, and then who does the ongoing training and professional development and evaluating of those who teach in this program?
The ongoing professional development is twofold. We being DHS, the Division of Child Care, does set up and provide ongoing staff development for all the staff and the teachers and the coordinators that exist within the program. Also, there's an expectation related to the number of hours that they have to maintain in professional development. We do provide funding to contractors who also do on-site training and assistance to their classrooms individually, and the different assessments that they have to go through, such as through the environmental rating scale. As far as the monitoring of the program, we have program specialists that are hired through the Department of Human Services that goes out and monitors the program routinely every year. Then, as far as the monitoring or the evaluation of the instructor in the classroom would be the responsibility of the program that's being funded.
Okay, and I would encourage that, since we're the ones in one way and financially, I guess, working with this, but don't have the oversight and making sure of the quality of the programs and the quality of the instruction, that perhaps the commissioner and the new head of DHS can work together and get learning services and those people, because we receive K-12, we receive the children that you educate, but if we all know that the quality of pre-K is the determiner of whether the children succeed, not just going to pre-K. So we want to be sure that the quality of this, and since in a way we control the purse strings, then I think that's not unreasonable for us to have input and encourage those two departments to work together in being sure that the children are getting a high-quality program.
We do have, each one of these programs are expected to go through our quality review, which we call Better Beginnings. And we do work very closely with the Department of Education, the different departments, on the standards development, and also trying to look at the kindergarten entry requirements so that we are, in fact, connecting the two together.
Terrific. We'll just add to that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on A1 and A2? The first item for action is consideration of Arkansas Better Chance one-time cost of living increase. We have a motion.
Move for approval.
Moved by Ms. Ryan. Is there a second? Second. Second by Ms. Savers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. A2 is the consideration of Arkansas Better Chance funding request for one-time funding request for Mulberry School District. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. McKinney.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Mr. Baker Curris, consideration of Little Rock School District report of progress.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to be with you this morning. Mr. Greg Adams is in the hall. And he's here now and is going to, if it pleases the Madam Chair, we'll give a report from the CAC. Then I'll step back up and proceed with our report and describe it. And I've got some folks who are going to help, and I think it'll go well.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Jackson sincerely regrets she is not able to be here because of a work conflict, and just want to give a brief report for our Civic Advisory Committee. Our subcommittees have begun to meet as we reported last month, and each of the committees are working with different staff in order to get a better understanding of the situation and trying to find out how we can work collaboratively and come up with some new ideas and some helpful things for the district. Our Communications Committee is working with Ms. Pamela Smith about what's already being done and looking at some new ideas, perhaps even developing a new app that could be used. And the idea that they're coming up with are ideas of where we could increase two-way communication of good things to the community, but also ways that the community could have communication back to the district. We have our community engagement group, and they have met with Ms. Debbie Milam and our BIPS group. That group in the past years has had their staff reduced significantly, and there are things that they want to do, but they're just not able to do because of limited staff. And so the community engagement group is trying to see if there are some things that they might be able to do to help support what BIPS would like to be able to do in community partnerships. And so they're having some beginning conversations there. Our Distress Schools group is planning a meeting with Mr. Dennis Glasgow, who works with accountability and instruction, and hoping to get a better understanding of what the plans are happening in the distressed schools, and plan to make some school visits to those particular 6 schools. Our Facilities Subcommittee is working with Mr. Curris, and he has been providing us a great deal of information about data, about schools and capacities and enrollment figures, looking at the issues of the possibility of consolidating or closing schools, particularly in the elementary area, in order to not only save money but to open up other possibilities for perhaps eventually down the road some new schools. And so what the group is trying to understand better is what some of the justification would be for that, and also trying to think about if that is done, how it could be done as logically and orderly as possible, so it's easier on the district and easier on families, because we know that that's a difficult thing for everybody involved, and we want to try to minimize the stress that would be involved with that. But I think the overall general feel for that facilities committee is they understand is that there is a need to look at that issue of consolidating and possibly closing some elementary schools, but we're getting into the details. Just as a reminder, our committee as a whole, we don't see ourselves as an approving committee. That it's not something where the administration comes to and we vote to approve or disapprove a plan. We really look at ourselves as giving feedback. And so we know that we may be giving some diverse kind of feedback, and some folks may think these are good ideas, and some think these are concerning ideas, and there's maybe some ways that we will get feedback to say, if we do this, these are things to think about, and things that we think should be taken into consideration. Also, just as a general reminder, our committee is looking that we are working and doing as many things as we can to be useful between now and May, the end of the school year, knowing that after the school year that there's a question about whether or not the committee will continue. That will be not our decision, that will be your decision, but it will continue in any form or in some form, and so we're really putting our focus on just trying to be as constructive as we can between now and May.
Any questions?
I'd like to recommend that you have the forward group meet with your group, and because they have a lot of ideas on community, and so that the two can dovetail and not be working in different directions, because I know since you do have distressed schools and that's one of their focuses, at least have them present so that both groups know what the other is thinking, and then ultimately whether or not Little Rock or parts of Little Rock become a forward community will be up to that community. But at least make sure that people are aware of what's going on, and so that they can make an informed decision. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, and thank you for the suggestion. I will take that back to committee.
Any other questions? Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Adams, in Dr. Barth's charge to the Community Advisory Committee, one of the things that I thought was very important, I know at the time he thought it was important, so I think it's still important, is that through your work that you identify the conditions that led to the academic distress. And and he certainly, I don't want to speak for him, but in our conversations, I recall, Dr. Barth, you were looking more for, or less at test scores and what were the environmental, what were the organizational, what were the other factors underlying the symptom becoming the test scores. And so I'm curious if that is something that is being tackled by the Academic Distress Committee or some other committee.
I think there has been some discussions in that vein, trying to understand, how we got here. And in fact, there's, the committee has reached out, to Mr. Curtis and to you to try to get a good understanding about the organizational pieces about how this happened. Frankly, I think most of our focus at this point has tried to be more not as much looking back, but looking forward. As with the limited time we have and the people that we have, we've been trying to think about what can we do now that would maximize the understanding, maximize the effectiveness of the efforts that are happening. Certainly, part of that is trying to get some understanding about what has happened before, but there has been some searching to try to figure out what our lane is. We don't want to get out of our lane, and we know that Mr. Curtis and administration is working very hard to improve instruction in the classrooms and communication within the district. And so we want to be careful that we don't get into that, where we want to come in and try to say, at Henderson, this kind of approach should be used as opposed to this type of approach, or that was an approach that was bad in the past. So we're trying to look more, I think, at where things are now and where we can go.
Ms. Savers.
Thanks, Mr. Adams. Great report. I'm really excited about your approaching VIPS and helping what they're doing there. I mean, they do amazing work with a staff of 2.
Yes.
And I think, if nothing else, your support of what they do could be huge for the district. I mean, that's a great way to make a big impact.
Thank you.
Dr. Barr.
Really a question for the commissioner, maybe for Ms. Clay, just to get our heads around timeline in terms of this group, but then also what the statute requires in terms of a community advisory board, right, which would kick in. When does that kick in? I'm just trying to get my head around.
And certainly Ms. Clay can come, but I'm pretty sure the statute says that in the second year of state takeover, the state board may appoint, if the board feels like sufficient progress is being made, then they may appoint a community advisory board that has more official standing in the statute.
That's correct. It's during the second year, and it's if you determine that sufficient progress has been made, then you can appoint that more official board.
And so in the second year, do we go to the January 28th date as kind of the magic point, or is it the second academic year?
It's during the second school year.
Okay. So really we would be looking at going in the lead up to the 16-17 or to the 17-18?
So
I know.
Let me do, okay, the takeover was January 28th of 2015.
Correct.
So actually, the first school year will be the 16-17
No, 15, 16. We're in the, no.
It's the first, the way the law is written, because we look at that when dealing with how long a school can be in any sort of distress. We need a full school year to start the calendar ticking.
Okay. So did it start at the start of this school year, the start of 15? The 15-16 school year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's a reason I went to law school. Is that numbers calculating, they don't work very well, especially in my head. So, yes, that you're correct.
Okay, so in the then in the second year, right, is when it may be appointed at the start in the lead up to the 16-17 school year. So we're about 8 months away from that decision about what to do related to a civic advisory board.
Yes.
Right. Great. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a busy month since I've seen you, very busy, and some of what I'm going to talk about, I will take a little bit of explanation, but before I do, I want to thank the Commissioner and Ms. Dean for going with me to a PTA meeting at McClellan, done a lot of that sort of thing, and then also devoted a lot of thought and time to major strategic issues, even tactical issues and transactional issues. But what I want to do today, and I hope very briefly, is tell you that, we've had some big things that we've done. We've got our teacher contract worked out. That's a real big plus. We're working hard and meeting with respect to new schools, whether that's a new middle school, a new big school out in the Southwest. But what I'd like to do today is tell you that we're in week 13, and we're not taking our eye off of the ball, which is teaching and learning in the classroom. That's critical and the most important thing that we do. And we now have the results of the first 9 weeks. And what I've done with the staff and what I've worked very hard to be sure that we're doing across the district is analyzing our results in a systematic way. And I won't repeat what I've said before, but we've tackled the first 9 weeks in a very systematic way, meaning to say that we've aligned our curriculum with the standard. We've set up pacing guides to teach that curriculum. We've had teams of teachers block together 3-week units of instruction with pre and post testing. I won't go all the way through that, but I just want you to know that we have a very systemic and systematic way of approaching that education. So now we've got results after 9 weeks. And rather than celebrate our successes and mourn our failures, what I've insisted that we do as a school district is a systems analysis, meaning to say we've componentized, so to speak, the elements of what we wanted to do. We now see 9 weeks worth of results. Now I've asked and very cooperatively gotten the assistance of so many people to analyze every single component of that work to determine where we succeeded and where we failed. And then we're very systematically approaching the failures and the successes to learn from the successes and then to change the failures. And that sounds almost elemental, but frequently in a large organization, when you encounter failure, it's almost very difficult to do that. You tend to reload completely, sort of panic and fret, and then say, well, that didn't work, what are we going to do next? It's not what we're doing. We're very intentionally going about a continuous improvement process. And let me tell you why it's so important. It's so important across the school district, not just we've got schools that score in the high 90s and the mid 90s in literacy and math, but there's still students in those schools, very few, who aren't succeeding. Likewise, in order to really solve the problems that we have in high schools and middle schools, we have to improve performance, even in the schools that aren't distressed, because we have to consistently produce students who are capable of learning in middle and high schools with the tools that they need. So we can't overlook any school. If we just, after 9 weeks, ran straight to the schools that were the lowest performing schools, that's something we've done okay, but we're not just looking at those. We're looking at every school systematically so that we can continuously improve. And rather than sort of go through all the results, Sadie's going to get up and she's going to have to brag a little bit on a couple of schools, and I hope you'll indulge her. But I wanted you to get a sense of what we're doing. We're involving our school improvement specialists. That's going well. we're learning. You know, that's a new thing for us, but it's working, I think. We've got some real problems, though. We've got real problems that we're addressing in all of our schools. But I thought it might be helpful with that systems analytical mind that we're all using right now to ask Dr. Perkins to step up and just tell you a little bit about just a vignette about a problem that we saw, how we analyzed it, and what we're doing. So, Dr. Perkins, could you come up? This relates to curriculum alignment and pacing primarily. And then Dr. Mitchell, after that, would you come up, please, and then address some of the issues and problems that we saw within the system on the elementary level. And then I will step up and answer any questions and close, if that's okay.
So good morning.
Good morning.
I am Veronica Perkins, and I currently serve as the Chief Academic Officer for Little Rock School District. And a little bit about what Mr. Curtis was sharing with you in context. What my division does is to make sure that we align curriculum, instruction, and assessment. And so we've done a lot of work around making sure we have an aligned assessment system. That way we can truly monitor how our students are performing. So with the assessment piece, we have to date trained about 62 teachers from priority and focus schools in the common formative assessment creation. And that doesn't seem like a lot of teachers, but it is a 12-hour intensive professional development where we really help teachers understand how to create those units of instruction, how to deconstruct the standards so they really know what it is they want students to know and be able to do. And then how do you create that corresponding assessment that you can give? Then if those units of instruction are aligned, we want that aligned to the interim assessment, which the district is going to monitor from the district level. So what we did, we heard a lot of mumblings around whether those assessments were really aligned. We brought in facilitators, teachers to come in. Let's look at that assessment. Let's take it assessment question by assessment question. See where in the curriculum that standard is represented, and then see if the way the assessment item was created, if it matches how we are teaching it in the standard. So what we're trying to do is to create the systems where we are constantly reflecting. Then once we got finished with making sure the assessment was aligned, we took the assessment, we brought facilitators back in. Now let's look at the results. Where is it that we did do well, and where are our challenges? Where are we going to have teachers go back to reteach, to intervene? And so we are creating a system of reflection where we're constantly looking at the performance, where it is we need to go. Then we are looking forward to the next unit of instruction and the next interim assessment. So trying to create an intentional focus on teaching and learning. And so that's been a feat, but I feel confident in the work that we're doing. We're going to try to, our goal is to train as many of the teachers in the priority and focus schools as we possibly can. Again, it is such an extensive commitment, but we are seeing teachers rise up to the expectation of looking and creating those assessments.
Any questions? Ms. Savers?
Thank you. That's a great report. So you feel confident that your formative assessment is now aligned to curriculum?
I feel confident that we are aligned to the curriculum. We have looked at the TLI pacing guides. We've looked at our own curriculum guides. We see where they interface. We have been intentional about sending out those standards. We're not leaving it to chance. We don't want teachers to guess about it. We aren't trying to set you up for failure. We're trying to set you up for success. We want you to know exactly what we're going to assess when we get to that interim assessment. They know when the window is open. They know that November 16th through December the 4th, we'll be administering that second module. We've sent that out to you. You know what's going to be assessed. And you know that we're going to be there to help build capacity. If we fall down again, we're going to continue this cycle of reflection, and we'll be there to help them, support them in identifying their weaknesses and identifying some intervention strategies, professional development that we need in order to address them and help them move forward.
What's your biggest challenge?
Well, the biggest challenge, there are lots of, I don't know that there are any challenges that are any bigger than others, but it's the mindset, I believe you'll see. So in the past, we have looked at covering standards. We're not asking you to cover standards. We're asking you to look at where your students are in terms of mastery. So if they didn't get it, we can't just keep moving on and leave them behind. You're going to have to circle back around. You're going to have to reteach. You're going to have to intervene. And that's just a non-negotiable. So having that, sometimes you heard them say, well, I taught it. Well, if they didn't get it the way you taught it, then we're going to have to teach it the way they can get it. So trying to impact that mindset and trying to get them to understand that the days of leaving students behind, and I shouldn't reference that, but we can't leave students behind. We have to double back around and get them.
Mm-hmm. What have you found, if anything, that motivates one school to take on the challenge and excel? I would imagine sometimes it would be like examples with raising my children, where I didn't necessarily motivate one by telling them what the other one did, but there was a unique way. Is that something that you look at? How do we help schools catch fire?
Well, and you don't look at in comparison. When I go and talk with the school, we're talking about what you did well. Mm-hmm. We're celebrating that, and a lot of times they need that encouragement. And we're not out to pass judgment. It just means that there's a misalignment somewhere. So you're having these conversations about here's some pockets of excellence that you're doing very well, but there's some opportunities for growth as well, and we want to help you see that.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Key, and board members, thank you for allowing us to be here to present to you today. But I want to share with you.
Could you give us your name, please?
I am Dr. Sadie Mitchell, Associate Superintendent for Elementary Schools. Mr. Curry said that I might brag a little bit, but he told me that I couldn't, but that's just like asking me to get my makeup on in 1 minute. So we do have a lot of great elementary schools in the district. We have about 31 elementary schools, and I'm very proud to work with them each and every day. We have 4 magnet schools, 2 specialty schools, 13 focus schools, and 2 priority schools that have now been restructured and are doing quite well, I might say. We have a wonderful pre-K education program with 4 pre-K centers, 52 other pre-K classrooms, and 20 P3 classrooms that we just added thanks to the state for the resources we needed to enhance our early childhood program. And in addition to that, we have 2 on-site health clinics that are working well in our community that are embedded in our schools. I just want to talk a little bit about the process that we use in the Little Rock School District, because there are 1,000 decisions made each and every day. But in order to do that, you've got to have some kind of structure. And so the structure that we use in the elementary schools, beginning at the beginning of the school year, our schools organize their instructional leadership teams. They have the grade level teams. And then they also have campus leadership teams, which and many times parents are serving on these teams to help make instructional and educational decisions on the school level. The instructional teams might meet bi-weekly, every week. It varies from building to building. The agendas are established from each one of these meetings, and minutes are kept, and they are shared with the prospective associate superintendents. So what happened in these meetings really affects the instruction in the classroom. And so as it relates to accountability, the assessments are administered to determine the baseline of each one of the students in every classroom. And Dr. Perkins talked about the alignment of the curriculum, but we do want you to know that we have, on the elementary level, identified every single student with a learning disability or problem. Every single student who needs to have an intervention to have wraparound services for that child. And in many cases, we have identified issues that we might be having at the home level, in the home, and with the parent, which is helping us out a lot. Don't know what happened to my PowerPoint here, but it's somewhere. It's coming. But while it's coming, I just want to share that there's all kinds of assessments that we use each and every day. to work with our students, and I'm going to keep talking while she's doing that. But we have just now finished our incremental assessments from the Learning Institute, TLI, our SOAR, and we are excited about the results from that. But that's not the only assessment that we look at. In grades 3 through 5, we look at the literacy, and in past years, we did the TLI twice a year. This year, we are doing the TLI, conducting the TLI 4 times. And so we just got the very first one, but we're also conducting pre and post assessments along the way. Our focus and priority schools have developed the test for the school-based teams for their focus for the pre and post test. We have reading level assessments for K-5, where we use our developmental reading assessments for DRA, and the writing and reading assessment profile, which measures each student's reading proficiency through the systemic observation and evaluation of the performance for each one of those kids. At the beginning of the year, every teacher collected a writing sample from each one of the students so we could assess progress for their writing domains, including the contents, the sentence formation, and usage and mechanics. We also assess their foundational literacy skills through our Houghton Mifflin reading adoption. We identify the areas of strengths and needs for all of these kids. And I could go on and on and on about all of the different assessments that classroom teachers are using. These assessments that we have, let's see. I'm not sure. Up here. Okay, there are other assessments that we use too. They're using the report cards, the discipline referrals, the student absences and tardiness, the teacher's absences, the parent and teacher conferences. They use the climate surveys that we've done with the students and the teachers and the parents, and we have an electronic classroom observation tool that we are using with our building principals. We have trained them to some very intense training on how to provide quality feedback to classroom teachers in the classroom. And we, or Mr. Curtis or myself or the other associate superintendents, can actually monitor the quality of feedback that our principals are giving to our teachers so that we can ensure that they are ready to move to the next level of instruction. Because if they're not getting feedback about their instruction in the classroom, then we know we have some serious problems. And if our principals, who are supposed to be overseeing instruction, don't really know how to provide quality feedback to teachers, then that even compounds our problem even more. Our teachers and our leadership teams use all of this data. I know you've heard about data walls, but you can go in any of our schools today. You may find the data wall in the hallway. You may find it in the classroom. You may find it in a room where I know you've heard of war rooms or whatever, but where teachers, they collaborate and they talk about individual students and how might we do this better? How might we provide look at our content area and make sure that it's aligned within the classroom, look at our lesson plans, and make sure that those are done really well. So there are a lot of things that they're looking at each and every day. Our schools we're looking at trend data, and some of our trend data in past years really said to us, maybe we need to do something different in math. And that's why now we have math facilitators in all elementary schools. They coordinate the teams of teachers to disaggregate data, look at it, and make informative decisions about instruction in the classroom. They support the improvement of the Tier 1 core classroom instruction that Dr. Perkins was talking about, and they provide Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions as part of modeling the practices in the classroom that's needed. we looked at trend data with literacy, and basically it told us, you know, what we needed to do. And so we've provided a reading teacher in every last one of the elementary schools. They provide the Tier 2, Tier 3 instruction, and then we also have literacy facilitators in our priority and focus schools who primarily work with the classroom teachers to ensure that they're providing quality instruction. Mr. Burden, during the last meeting, talked to you about the disciplinary literacy approach, and we are continuing to do vertical and horizontal planning together from K through 12th grade, which is something we haven't really done well in past years, but we're really talking about the disciplinary approach and how we teach on the elementary schools may help our secondary schools. And we've had some very rich conversations about how we can improve in this area. The other level of support that the schools are getting, thanks to you, would be our school improvement specialists. Some of them are playing dual roles. They may be a literacy or math facilitator, but they are getting some very enriching professional development and training from the ADE staff. We were just here this week, and we were really pleased with the outcome of the training that we received. Now to the first quarter interim assessment, TLI. If you look, you see 3rd through the 11th grade here. And at this time, the first quarter of the year, we kind of expect the students to be somewhere 60% and above. And so you can see that in the area of reading that we're okay. We feel like our students are on target. They're on the path to moving in the direction that we want them to. We have identified about 5 schools where we are really digging deep down into the trenches on what they need to do better in reading based on this data. Their leadership teams have gone as far as to identify the particular content area and the trend data with a particular teacher on how they might align professional development to that teacher in those 5 schools that may be having issues. And then we have a few schools in language where we're doing the same process. We're really trying to find out, is it the child, is it the instruction, or is it the classroom teacher? And so somewhere along the way, it's one of those 3 things. When we looked at the data, the TLI data for math, we're doing quite well. On the elementary level, there are somewhere between 61% up to 83%. We're kind of having some problems with Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 on the secondary level, but their leadership teams are really working on that, and Mr. Burton shared some of the activities that they have been engaged in. But on the elementary level, we have identified 3 schools. We know they're on the 5th grade level. We know exactly what their problems are. We have already determined what the professional development will be for those teachers on the 5th grade in order to move this forward. What else does the data tell us? I'm not working this right, or it doesn't want to work. Shoot this way? Okay. What else does the data tell us? One of the things that it's telling us is that our principals completed about 8,000 classroom observations last year. And that information gave us feedback on where we needed to move forward. Based on the first quarter data, our elementary students, we believe, are on the right path. Where do we need to focus? We need to focus on collaboration and planning on the data. We also need to ensure that we continue to do our pre and post tests and our interim assessments. And we also know that there are some schools where we need to work with the culture in the school. One of the things that I want to share with you before I leave is that we are continuing to be in collaboration with the ADE staff. We met with Commissioner Key and his staff on a new grant that we're receiving, the Staff Personnel Development Grant, to help improve the culture in some of our schools. It's a wonderful grant and great resources. We also have been in training with the ADE staff with our school improvement specialists at least twice since we met with you last. And even as of recently this week, we met with them. So we have a lot of things going on, but we feel like based on this most recent data with TLI that we are right where we need to be, on track in the elementary schools.
Thank you.
The assessments, I know last year Little Rock got a waiver and they gave them paper pencil instead of computer.
Yes.
Will you be needing a waiver again this year for your interim and your summative assessments?
I believe we're moving forward. We would not need the waiver. Yes.
So are the students taking any of these tests online? So,
Yes, they are.
Okay, so
Yes,
they're also learning that skill.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr.
Ms.
Mitchell.
Zook, if I may, because I think we originally, they sent a waiver just in case to cover their bases, but they've been working really hard to make sure that that was not going to be needed. And I know Mr. Curris made that a priority, and his team have been working hard to make that happen. So I don't want us to just gloss over the importance of that, because that's very critical.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Ms. Savers has a question.
Hey, Dr. Mitchell, real quickly, one of the things that the ADE, Dr. Wild, when he was doing his due diligence in priority schools in Little Rock School District last year, before the state took over the district, one of the big criticisms was that there were a lot of things going on, but it didn't translate to improved student achievement. What are these? You've got a lot going on. It all looks great. But can you assure me that what you're doing is really, why would it translate now when it didn't translate before?
I can assure you that we are very focused. During my presentation, you did not hear me elaborate on any particular programs or any interventions. We have streamlined those, and Dr. Wow has been there right beside us. And one of the things that he continues to tell us, if you cannot measure it, you should not be doing it. And so we have tried to reiterate to schools that yes, all of the fluff things that you're doing are very nice. And I know that you all saw the nice article in the paper about Terry Elementary. And if you read that article, everything that the principal talked about in that A school, she could measure. And so that's what we're really focusing on. If we can't measure it, then we just don't do it.
Thanks again.
I appreciate y'all going through the detail of that, but the point really simply was not to tell you everything we're doing. That's not the point. The point is that we're doing it systematically. We're intervening when we have problems, and we think, I do, as 9-week periods roll, we will analyze every 9-week period, and the next 9 weeks will be better than the first. We will not be reinventing the wheel. We will be tuning it up down to the student level. And so I won't beat that dead horse any further. But there really aren't as many things going on as there is one simple process that's fundamental and analyzed very elementally and then improved every day with the interventions that are systematic. And that was the point I wanted to bring forward. And I hope we put that point across, and then we'll see how it works. And we'll be able to analyze the parts that don't work and improve those. I don't want to belabor any of the other issues. I'm happy to take questions about anything you might want to talk about that's strategic or substantial. You know, we're moving out on a lot of different fronts, but time's precious, so I'll take some questions or stand down at your pleasure.
Any questions? Mr. Kurz?
Yeah.
Dr. Barr?
First off, I mean, thank y'all, and thanks Dr. Mitchell too for, I mean, just a very realistic report. I mean, and not overselling, but really, I think giving us good data. That leads to a question. Y'all are really guinea pigs in this whole endeavor in terms of state takeover, but then ongoing reporting the way that y'all are doing every month. And my question is it valuable for y'all to do monthly reports? In terms of, I can see the argument that would be good. It focuses you. It obviously provides a platform for communicating key things about the district. It's also obviously takes some time, and I really just have a question about whether you're finding this a valuable thing or a distraction.
Certainly not a distraction, not at all. We're very focused right now in every single school, on every single student, in every single classroom, and this just makes it real. So we don't mind doing this. I hope they're not. We're not going to. We can make it quicker next time. We won't have to repeat everything so much. And I hope they're uneventful reports. I hope we come back and say the system that we're employing is working. We're refining it every week. Every time we take a test, we learn something, and we take what we learn and improve. So if that's just the repetition and takes 3 minutes, then we'll shorten these things quite a lot. But I do like the routine nature of this. I'd be happy to provide some written comments if that was what you desired. I know that was discussed. And there's so much more we're doing that I don't talk about. I mean, I can tell you some things that we're doing that are really instructive, that are going to really change these distressed schools. I think we focus on them too much, and we need to focus on the other schools. As I said, I've got some real neat indicators. Ms. Newton, you asked about something that had to do with schools and analysis. I've got the move the needle analysis that I do that's really important, that's really showing us which schools are making big strides. We track that every week. Maybe next time I'll talk about that. So, no, I like to come here, and I will try to crisp it up and make it snappy.
I get a lot out of every report, so I appreciate it. A much more specific question. We talked a little bit last time about, of course, the transition from 5th grade to 6th grade, and we know that parents are now moving into that mode of thinking about what about next year. What direct outreach or new forms of outreach to those parents who are in decision mode about their 6th grade year? What's going on related to that?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're doing a lot more in-school visits. We're very intentional about getting people in the schools from their elementary to their area schools and also our magnet schools. It's 6:30 tonight. I'm meeting at Roberts Elementary School with all the parents, the PTA at Roberts, and I bet you there'll be 300 people there, maybe not, all of whom are interested in that transition, that middle school transition. A lot of the data you saw, which is interesting, where you see the downslope in achievement from 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade relates to the loss of students, high-achieving students who exit our middle schools. You're not comparing the same group of kids there. You have to be very cautious with this data. I could give you 1,000 examples of things I've seen that on first blush appear to be one thing, and on deep analysis are something completely different. But we're doing, to answer your question, we're talking to students. We're getting students on tours. We're moving out tonight. I'll be talking to the 5th grade, primarily 5th grade parents from 3 schools in West Little Rock. Great. We'll keep going on that.
Yes, I know at some point your principals in some of your schools may want to look at the things that are available to them, like schools of innovation, conversion charters, waivers that may not be helping as far as children and achievement. And so those have been successful in some other districts, and I know right now you've got more than, as my grandmother say, you can say grace over, but I would encourage at some point in the big picture that they look at some of those things that might be helpful to students as well, in partnership with business community, and just want to be sure that you and they are aware that these things are available, and if you think they would be helpful to the students, that you look into that.
We will. Thank you. And we are working well with the business community. We're having, again, as late as yesterday, I received a substantial contribution by a prominent business here to assist at McClellan in some of their efforts down there. And we'll be shaking hands tonight with several people who've made large contributions to help our school district, and that's very gratifying to me. So we're reaching out in that respect. The other thing we're doing, and I don't want to get off message, but when you look at Terry's a very good school. Terry was on the front page and all that sort of thing. But by my calculation, we have 4 schools that are actually right there with Terry in terms of moving the needle. I've compared all of our schools with respect to their poverty indexes and their achievement. And we have marvelous schools, and schools that score very, very highly, higher than any other schools in the county by far. We're well ahead of a lot of schools, private, charter, all of them. We're beating them all in many respects. But what's really gratifying is we have schools that are moving the needle. And so, and they're moving the needle by doing old-fashioned things like teaching bell to bell, by being committed to one another, collaborating, communicating, all that sort of thing. So we're really focused on that, but we're going to look at everything.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
think your report, it needs to continue. I think it serves to inform and inspire us relative to the takeover of the Little Rock School District. You know better than anyone else how divisive that was from a board standpoint, but I think on both sides of the coin, it helps us understand what's happening and feel that some true progress is being made. And your reports help us understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad to be here. Thank you very much.
We're going to take one more agenda item, and then we're going to break for lunch, and that's A4. Oh, I'm sorry. Action on Mr. Curtis's report, please.
Move that we accept the report from the Little Rock School District.
Moved by Ms. Zook and second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Then A4, Mr. Greg Rogers, consideration of removal of Hector School District from fiscal distress. Classification effective November 12, 2015.
Thank you. Yes, Greg Rogers, ADE, and I have Terry Norris with me in the Physical Services and Support Division. Hector School District went on fiscal distress in May of 2014. Since that time, they've met all their objectives under fiscal distress. They reduced their expenditures by $385,000, and their fund balance has continually gone up. So they've met everything they need to do, and so we're asking for your consideration to remove them from fiscal distress.
Congratulations to the Hector District for doing that in such an expedient way and time. Is anyone here from the district?
Yes, ma'am.
Superintendent Walt Davis.
And who is that guy who's standing by back there? Mr. Norman Hill. Okay. Would you both come forward, please?
And the business manager, Melanie.
And the business manager, please come also. Does anyone want to speak relative to where you are today?
We feel very good about where we are in terms of sustaining our success. I want to thank the fiscal support team. Certainly I want to thank Mr. Hill and Ms. Crane. They've been essential in the process, and anytime you have these things come up, we had a lot come up in a hurry, but we've had great support from our school board in making tough decisions. We've had great support from our community, our faculty, and all our employees, students. It has been a team effort to be able to get where we are, and we're very appreciative of everyone involved.
And thank you for cooperating as a district with our staff at the AD. And thank you, Mr. Norman Hill, and the rest of you that played a part in it. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to break for lunch now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to lunch. Can we get a motion that the Hector School District, relative to the Hector School District in fiscal distress?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Dean, second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Barth. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we'll go to lunch. Thank you. We'll resume at 12:45.
Elbert Harvey, Coordinator for School Improvement Standards Assurance. Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Key, today we have Dr. Weil will be here to answer any questions you may have related to Pine Bluff and their progress. First, we would like to afford Pine Bluff the opportunity to present to you, and then we'll make ourselves all available for questions following the presentation.
Okay. And that's Mr. Henry Dabner. Come forth and introduce yourself and any other. Is he superintendent? I'm sorry, Mr. Wallace.
Dr. Wallace.
Dr. Wallace is superintendent, and Mr. Dabner, the superintendent can decide how he wants to proceed here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It is always proper protocol to defer to your board president. So I will have Mr. Dabner come and address the board, and then I will follow up with some comments, providing information from our last meeting. So, Mr. Dabner.
Madam Chair, board, good afternoon.
Mr. Dabner.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm delighted and excited to be here today. Came to talk to you all about some of the changes and different things that we're doing right now since the last meeting, the last time we met with you all. First of all, we had a board retreat, so the board got to sit down and collaborate on some things that we were doing. We had training with the Arkansas School Board Association. And we decided after that meeting to have 2 meetings a month. One is a work session, and in that work session, what we did is we rotate the schools. Every first Tuesday of the month, we go to each school, and we started with the academic distress schools, and we invited the parents, the teachers, and the community out to have some input sort of in what we were doing at the time, and also to set the agenda for our business meeting, which is the third Tuesday of the month. We are having some conversation basically about our superintendent opening up the process in January. We extended Dr. Wallace's contract until June the 30th, so we could have some stability until that time. Maybe we can get someone to come in at that time and he can sort of train them and show them what's going on. And the last thing is we discontinued the contract with From the Heart. So we don't have an external provider right now. And we're working basically with UVA. UVA is the one who we're getting our feedback from. We did meet with them and have in contact with them. So basically that's where we're at right now.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Dabner?
I noticed that, and I can't remember if it was in the report or if it was in the newspaper clippings that were sent, that the From the Heart is saying that you all owe them money, and is that in the courts at this point, the negotiation or
No, ma'am.
debate?
It's not in the courts at this time. They just sent out a letter. I don't even think a lawsuit has been filed at this time.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And has your superintendent completed the needed requirements so his provisional licensure does not expire in March if you're going to use him until June?
Yes, he has.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Dabner? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Wallace.
Thank you. Let me follow up. We have our leadership team here, and we're going to give an update on our schools that are in academic distress. Just a report out from things from our last meeting. We had a very successful community forum, and the venue that we used was not sufficient to accommodate. So we did the accommodation. We had great communications, conversation. We learned a lot. We took what we learned and we responded to it. What it told us is that we need our second one, which we're planning in January. And we'll move that one to a much larger facility. So that's some feedback for our second one. With respect to the certification, completed in October, 5-year standard certificate that expires in 5 years. The other thing that we've been actively involved in is engaging the community. And the forum was an opportunity to jumpstart that. And we have participated as the leadership team, including members of the board, in a variety of community activities. And we will continue that. 3 things that I want to mention. First of all, and you heard it in an earlier report, we have applied and received the opportunity to be a participant in the community eligibility program, where we now are serving all of our youngsters breakfast and lunch. The other thing, we were pleased that we had a visit from London, England. You probably saw it in the news clippings, where our band was invited to participate in 2017 in the holiday activities in London. So we're very pleased with that. And I think the final thing is that progress is being made. Slow but sure. We have a lot of challenges, as we all know, and we've identified and prioritized the challenges. If I had to summarize our greatest challenge, and that is to restructure the systems in our school district around which we operate. So systems change is our big initiative, and specifically around 3 areas: business and finance, human resources, and the whole area of exceptional education. So we're focusing on those 3 areas. We continue to make progress, and at the end, if you have any additional questions, we'd be happy to answer them now or after Dr. Weil makes his presentation.
Okay, thank you. You say you have a team here, so are they speaking in addition to what you've done, you and Mr. Dabner?
Yes. Our next presenter is our Chief School Reform Officer, who is Ms. Alicia Smith, who will give you an update on the academic progress of our 3 priority schools.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. What I'm going to read to you today are some just talking points. We had our recent visit from the University of Virginia, our fall site visit, and they gave us some great feedback on some things that we were doing very well, and they gave us some areas for opportunity to grow. So the first thing that they were very excited about that we had accomplished was that we had looked at our master schedule. And so we had added additional time at the middle school of 15 minutes, and we had 10 minutes time at the junior high school, and we have double blocked at the high school for mathematics, where our kids are really struggling at. The other thing that they were very excited about is that we put a lot of energy into our transitions, because we reconfigured schools, so we had to bring families together. So we did a lot of work up front to bring the community in. We had parent meetings. We had transition meetings where kids were allowed to come to the school and tour the school and meet their teacher. We had events where the teachers would come together so that they can get to know each other. Still some work needs to be done in that area, because you're combining schools, you're combining kids, but we did put a lot of work in front of that. Also, we were fully staffed this year for the first time. That was amazing. We didn't have to be running around looking for teachers and finding people. Fully staffed at all 3 of those schools. The other thing that they were excited about were the principals felt like they had some autonomy around their site-based professional development. And so we did some needs assessments. We looked at our classroom walkthroughs. We looked at our focus walks, and we began to see where teacher effectiveness was an issue. But we had opportunities where every school didn't need the same PD, and the principals felt really empowered by the fact that they could choose their PD based on what their school needed. Okay. The other thing was they were very impressed that the schools were, and the people that they interviewed and the teachers that they talked to, it was a data-driven conversation. They were very excited that the culture has shifted. It has shifted from talking about this group of kids to specifically these children need these skills, and this is the plan that we have for them. The one thing that they offered us to do was to look at learning for leaders. They had a whole chapter on what an effective intervention and enrichment program looks like, how to systematically put it in place. And we had a PD on that on Monday. And at each school, we are looking at how we're going to systematically make sure that every child is getting what they need. Not just interventions, but also enrichments for those kids who have mastered the skills. The other thing that they were excited about, we have interviewed and hired our school improvement specialists. They will be beginning December 1. We were very excited. We got some great candidates that came out, and we are elated. So they will begin on December 1. They are actually, recommendations have been done, and they will go through the board on next Tuesday. The other thing that they really liked is that we have really done, our weekly PLCs were aligned. The instructional coaches were aware of what needed to be done. They were data driven. They are doing modeling. We had the KAGAN structures, and teachers were actually doing the KAGAN structures when they arrived. Our TLI and the alignment of our curriculum and our assessments are aligned. We're also doing STAR testing. We are, for reading and math, looking at the kids' levels. And when we looked at their levels, we realized that we need to do some school-wide where we get kids' books in their hands on the level in which they're reading on. We've done the math assessments. We're doing fast facts, so we're using the science and social studies teachers to do those literacy skills. So we have a lot of great things going on. Yes, there are opportunities for growth because we wouldn't be where we were if we could just fix it all overnight. But we have put some key things in place that we know will increase student achievement. Our other big piece is culture. We're doing a lot of things to build a culture in the school where we're celebrating kids that are improving on their assessments. We are doing Teachers of the Month. We now have parking spaces for Teachers of the Month. We are really trying to build the morale and get people to believe in the purpose that we can turn Pine Bluff School District around.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else, Dr. Wallace, from the district? No. Okay, Dr. Wild.
Richard Wild, School Improvement Unit. Good afternoon. I think you all have received our report from the School Improvement Unit. Just to highlight a couple of items, if you take a look at the three primary questions that we approached our report with was, does the work of the local school board support or distract from the work of the administration? And I'm very pleased to report that at this time, the school board's work is not distracting from the work of the administration. We have not yet arrived at where it's fully in support, but we have quit distracting, and that was our big issue from last year, was that the district office was being distracted by the school board. The second question was, does the work of the district office then distract or support what's going on at the building level? Last year, we would have said that the district office was more of a distraction from the school improvement work than it was a contributory factor to improvement. We're also pleased to report that there are some developing systems and that there is more autonomy for the principals in terms of how to address the problems. And then the third question was, does the building leadership and the building leadership teams support or distract from the work of the classrooms? And at this stage, we would suggests that it is beginning to turn the corner. So just like UVA is reporting out to the district that they're seeing a shift in the culture, we too are seeing a shift in the culture. We have also been collaborating with UVA in terms of looking at what they would report and what we would report. So that way we're speaking in a unified voice to the district, not having one report come from UVA and then one report come from school improvement side. That said, there's still a lot of work yet to be done. You have the president of the board here. You also have other members of their local board here. You could ask questions in terms of, do they feel that ADE is supportive to them, or are we distracting from their work? And I think that would be a fair question to ask them. The other part is we have their federal programs coordinator here. So if there's questions about how they have aligned their categorical dollars to support school improvement, Ms. Russell is here and is available to answer any of those questions. Any questions for me?
Any questions, Ms. Oak?
As far as the alignment of the curriculum to the standards, is that in place?
There has not yet been a curriculum audit, and so from that standpoint, the perception is that they have gone through alignment processes. The proof of that comes when we take a look at alignment between their post-test in the units and their quarterly benchmarking assessments, and then the year-end assessment. So we've not arrived at the year-end to make that, but we are starting that process now to verify that there is alignment.
Also, you mentioned in your report that you had perceived that there was some competition over the responsibilities of, I guess, primarily the two leads in the building from central office. Is that been resolved?
Actually, I would have said there probably is competition between 5 directors.
Okay.
And actually, I'm going to ask Dr. Wallace to address that because we have addressed that directly with them.
That is a wonderful work in progress. We have resolved many of the issues by agreeing weekly as a cabinet to bring all issues to the table, have good dialogue, reach decisions, and then those decisions, everybody is a part of that decision-making process, and that is going very well. It has extended our meetings from 2 hours to about 4 to 4.5. So we know we're making progress. They're willing to put in the time to do the tough work to make those decisions so that we're able to support our buildings.
Also, I don't know if you heard the presentation this morning from Forward, where they're going to be going over the state, and there are going to be opportunities for Forward communities where they will, the community will get the help that they need and with regard to moving forward. And that might be something at some point that Pine Bluff wants to look at as well.
And I think we should. Thank you for that.
Are there any,
Dr.
Barr?
Wallace,
Go ahead.
Dr. Wallace, when he said it's working very well, they're still in the initial phase. So I commend him for being positive. At the same time, there still is a little more work to be done on that competitiveness. And part of it is the process has been, they put in place 4 new directors and with different responsibilities. And there were meetings between the superintendent and individual directors where a decision would be made, but they didn't then say what impact would this have on the others. That is the part that Dr. Wallace is saying by them coming together now. They're scenarioing their decisions to say what impact will that have. But that process is recent and it's still in the developmental stage. They're doing it, but they're also having to practice it to get good at it. That said, the last piece that I would have is a recommendation. And in my report, I submitted a recommendation that
that the State Board would continue to monitor the progress on a quarterly basis. It is still our perception that part of the focus, the new focus that has occurred, has been in part because of the scrutiny by the State Board of Education, and so they're actually asking themselves, is this the direction that we believe that the State Board was indicating we should go? So there is a positive effect by having the district come back before the board and the full board, or the academic subcommittee, just one or the other. So our recommendation would be to continue this process.
And do you think by February we will actually be able to see some student achievement data?
Well, I think, yes. Yes, we will.
I think, Dr. Roth, did you have something?
Yeah, Dr. Wild, and this may be, other folks may need to answer this as well, but I just want some clarity on the relationship with the University of Virginia and how long a commitment is there, and do you feel good about the communication link between that project and your office?
I feel very positive in terms of them including us in the discussions and reviewing draft documents, and then talking with them in terms of, are they seeing the same things that we see? Their intent, they were confused at the beginning of this year in the sense of will they continue or not continue, because at the end of last year they were somewhat frustrated with the district. Okay, so they are committing on 1 year at a time. Okay. But in reviewing their last report that they just submitted to the district this week, they are much more positive in this report than they were in the reports from last year. So I believe that if they're funded and invited to continue, and it's a local effort, so they're local businesses are the ones actually funding the UVA to be part of the district's efforts.
So their current year, though, runs through this academic year, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Sayers.
Such a good report, Dr. Wild. Thank you so much. And this is not just a question for Pine Bluff, but it certainly applies to them as well. What are you guys doing to help them work through these teacher absentee issues?
Well, first it was in our new reporting format. We're asking them to distinguish how many times their teachers are not there, and how many teachers are missing a large. Okay, so first it's to call it out into the open so that you can begin to strategize in terms of how to address this issue. The other thing is that it's also, to use my terminology, it's a leading indicator that your teachers are not feeling the same sense of urgency that you are. So therefore there's a disconnect between the leadership sense of urgency and the staff sense of urgency. And I think that as time goes on, it will become more apparent or less apparent depending on what the school district is doing about it. The other piece with that is, even in our reports, there is some differences because some of the districts only reported illnesses and other districts reported illnesses and PD days. And where we want to go with that is we want them looking at all absences from the classroom to get a sense of how many times are teachers actually not there. So that is a clarification we'll have.
Well, it's shocking. I
Just
mean,
with the data
and I appreciate that you focused on the core subject teachers as well. But that was just a really interesting indicator that you included. So thanks.
Any other questions? So what I understand is that your recommendation from your department is to continue the monitoring at least quarterly.
For this year, yes.
For this year, this school year, okay. So we're ready for a motion for action item.
Question.
Oh, okay.
I was going to actually ask a question to Ms. Savers in terms of, so I think Dr. Wilds would plan on coming back in February, right? And I guess the question is there value in them coming to your committee before that, or just waiting for the full board?
I think I would let Dr. Wild make that decision because he's certainly on, in the trenches.
I would actually recommend that we shift them back to the Academic Distress Committee for their reviews. And then if they're not making progress, then that would be then a recommendation coming back to the whole of the state board from the academic subcommittee.
Okay.
Thank you. Then we've heard the report from the division and from the Pine Bluff District and the recommendation. So is there a motion for A5?
Second.
Okay. So the motion is from Ms. Chambers and second by Dr. Barth that the report be approved, and the recommendation is that the Fiscal Review Committee would be the committee that would have a conversation with the Pine Bluff District and ADE in February 2016. Okay. Second? Academic. What did I say? Fiscal? Academic, I'm sorry. There's second. Dr. Barker, did you second? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you.
And, Ms. Savers, do you think we should bring them in January or February for academic distress?
Would that be
February.
Okay.
The next action agenda item is A6. Ms. Pfeffer and Dr. Dawes, consideration to approve an agreement for a teacher residency, non-traditional pathway to licensure.
Good afternoon, Ivy Pfeffer, Assistant Commissioner for Educator Licensure and Educator Effectiveness. Dr. Doss and I are here today to basically outline something that we've discussed and want to pursue. It's really a non-traditional approach to a traditional educator licensure pathway. We have talked about really capitalizing and utilizing the talents that are already there within school districts, utilizing paraprofessionals, those individuals who in many cases have been in school districts for a long time working with students and being such a valuable resource. Oftentimes these professionals don't go back and complete the requirements for a standard license because they can't quit their jobs. And Dr. Doss is interested in developing an opportunity for these individuals to be able to go back and complete a 4-year education degree and while they're still working, so that they can stay in the classroom, keep supporting kids, and really get that on-the-job, real-world experience. And we look at this as a way not only to grow our own, but to retain folks in our communities and in our schools who have already invested their lives with students. So she is working on the program on her end. For as far as we would be concerned, the licensure piece would come in as an extra year after they've completed the 4-year degree. It would be a 1-year provisional license, during which time the educator would get support not only from the university, but also through our mentoring program. And if after that 1 year, all the requirements are successfully met, then they could be recommended for a 5-year standard license. So Dr. Doss, I'm sure, would be happy to answer questions as well. And we would, I think we're just asking for your approval to pursue this idea, if all the pieces can be put in place.
Okay. Any questions? I think that it presents us with an opportunity to do things differently to get to the same results. So thank you for the partnership. Thank you, Dr. Doss, for the innovation, and thank the other leaders at UAM. So are there any questions of Dr. Doss or Ms. Pfeffer? Could we have a motion on A6?
Move approval of continued exploration of this very promising idea.
Okay, moved by Dr. Barth. Is second? Second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
A7, Hope Allen, consideration of 3 through 8 Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers, PARC cut scores.
Good morning. Hope Allen, Director of Assessment for the Department of Education. I believe we do have a PowerPoint. Last month we brought to you the high school scores for the partnership for the PARC assessment, and today we will be bringing before you the 3 through 8 scores and also asking for the approval of those cut scores. So from last month we talked you through the process that Arkansas educators participated in, the standard setting for the PARC assessment. The same process was used in 3 through 8 that was used in the high school. So participants were given a question. They went through 3 rounds of judgment to determine how many points a level 3 student would receive in their opinion. Then those rounds of judgment went through kind of a reconciliation process, were taken to the governing board for the PARC assessment, and then the governing board has put forward the proposed cut scores for that assessment. I think we're still working on getting that up. Okay. So as you saw last month, the level 1 cut score for every range fell at 650. Level 2 falls at 700, 3 at 725, 4 at 750, and then the cut at level 5 is somewhere around 800, sometimes right below 800, just above 800, depending on the grade level. So we're seeing very similar data that we saw last month. Very similar at 3 through 8 that we had for the high school. Approximately 70% of our students fall within levels 1, 2, and 3. 30% falling in levels 4 and 5. So our first action item is just to ask for the approval of those cut scores, knowing that Arkansas students would fall within those scoring ranges. And I ask for any questions that you have on that now.
You got Ms. Zook has a question.
Why do you think the cut score for level 5 varies and the others do not?
Right. Because there are so many points required to get to that level 5 range, and the differing, because of the way the standards fall out at different grade levels, it just really, that level 5 is such a smaller group, and to make that distinction, that particular level had to fluctuate quite a bit.
Any other questions? Okay, ready for a motion then on A7, consideration of 3 through 8 Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers cut scores. Do we have a motion?
Move approval of the cut scores.
Moved by Dr. Barth to approve, second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Savers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Allen, the next one is yours also. Consideration of requisite scale score of student performance.
Let me see, do we have a PowerPoint? You have been provided with this PowerPoint in your packet. I know we don't have it to show at the moment. I know we're working on that. So action item number 2 then goes with academic improvement plans. The state board is required by law to approve the requisite scale score for which a student in the state of Arkansas would be required to have an academic improvement plan assigned for them based on their state's scores.
Hope, if you hang on just a second, members of the PowerPoint is under item 7.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure everybody caught that. But so what she's going to be talking about is linked on item 7, but it's under item 8.
Thank you, Commissioner Key. Yes, the last few slides of items 7. So first, I just want to give you a little information about what an academic improvement plan is. Students that don't score at that requisite scale score are required to participate in an academic improvement plan that outlines any remediation activities appropriate for that student. And from what we're seeing with this, with the scores that we have, if we look at levels 1, 2, and 3, the remediation would look very different for a level 3 student than it would for a level 1 student. Sometimes it's appropriate to pull a student out of class and give them extra instruction outside of their class period. Sometimes it's more important to have solid classroom instruction that is in place for those students. Sometimes it's more beneficial for a student to be pulled into a small group within their classroom or to work with their peers. So depending on what that student needs, that academic improvement plan will look very different for different students. So the recommendation from the department is that, there we go. Thanks for there now. Make sure I get everything. So the recommendation that we put forward is that every student in the state of Arkansas scoring at levels 1, 2, or 3 would be assigned an academic improvement plan. We do realize that is approximately anywhere from 60 to 70% of our students, depending on the grade level that you're looking at. What you see on the school screen right now are your high school scores, and then your data for 3 through 8 is very similar. So your 3 through 8 levels, we see about the same, anywhere from 50 to 60% of our students are scoring in that levels 1, 2, and 3. And what you're seeing there is 3 and above, 4 and above. So the opposite of that would be what we're talking about, the 70%. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm just making sure we cover. So as you see, levels 1, 2, and 3 is what we would be saying to assign an academic improvement plan. My office does plan to hold an informational webinar tomorrow for all of our schools to walk through the difference in an academic improvement plan for a level 3 student versus a level 1 student to support our schools in this process. We did see very similar results with when we started the benchmark assessment. So this large number of students in levels 1, 2, and 3 is not completely unexpected or unanticipated at all. We saw a very similar 80% of our students falling within those levels 1 and 2 when we first started our benchmark exams back in the early 2000s. So with the shift in assessment, with new standards, we've raised the rigor. These numbers are not completely unanticipated, but we do plan for our office to fully support schools to make a shift in what remediation looks like for students and how to best support students through these processes.
Okay, Ms. Savers has a question.
This has really given me pause, and I was just reading in Edweek an article about how RTI for a student in the upper level of level 3 could be actually not only not benefit but harm that student because they would be pulled out of class and miss valuable classroom time. And I think, and I expressed to Mr. Key earlier, I guess last week, my concern with because there's a big difference between kids who are at the top of 3 and the bottom of 3. I understand the difficulty in conveying that to a school because, as we all know, if you're dealing with that many students, it might be difficult to parse that out and decide who needs an AIP and who doesn't. But I just want to make sure we're not doing more harm than good with these students in particular before we make just a broad statement here. And then secondly, I think the communication to parents is going to be critical in this. If we do decide to give an AIP to everyone in level 3, parents understand what the expectations are for remediation. Is it a pullout? But what does remediation look like, and how will that be measured in terms of is it working and progressing in the way that it should be? So those are my concerns.
Thank you for that. And I agree completely. That's where my office is going to work very closely with accountability to try to message to our schools. We have information going to schools today. We have information that's going to go out on the web to parents specifically. We do need to reevaluate just in our state in general what remediation looks like, what RTI is, what is appropriate for students. I think for a while we have done kind of a blanket one-size-fits-all. And so we really are going to do a push within my office, within Mr. Harvey's office, to make sure that we support schools and get some better information out there to them about the differences in those remediation levels and what can be done. I think for a while we've just thought it could only be pull out, and that's really not the case. There's a lot of other remediation that can happen within the classroom so students aren't missing valuable time.
Okay, Dr. Barnes.
Well, and I would also say that I think it's very important that we begin to change our language about the issue, and I mean I think it is about improvement, right? And I think that I read the same study on RTI. and that is worrisome. But I think there is a tremendous opportunity here to give every young person the individualized academic plan that they need to get over that hump. And I think that's really crucial. And so I really do applaud y'all for taking a tougher path, which it could have taken an easier path and just said we're going to just focus on the ones and twos. But there are a lot of young people that are at that 3 level. We know from this data that just do need a little bit of help to figure out what that. Maybe it's just one issue that is really, holding back their education. And, I think that's our commitment under the state constitution, that we're going to be sure that every kid does have an adequate education. So I do applaud this approach. I think we have to be careful. We have to get it right. And we know that it's also, with the change in tests, it's going to be a little bit of a work in progress over the next couple of years, but we will reach that point where we do have stability in our testing, and I think we can begin to feel like we're getting it more right for more kids.
I don't know whether it was in conversation or something that was sent out, but it was my impression that the RTI in particular, in the way it's actually performed with students, was primarily for levels 1 and 2, and level 3 would encourage a variety of approaches, but not specifically just one-size-fits-all RTI kind of thing, but maybe changing teachers. One teaches more auditorily, another one more visually, those kinds of flexibilities within the level 3 children especially. Is that right?
That is correct. If you look at the RTI model for Arkansas, there's 3 tiers. Level 1 is core classroom instruction, and so most of your level 3s are going to fall within that level 1, that tier 1 remediation. As you move up those tiers, that's where it becomes appropriate to remove a student from class, pull them out of class, give them that supplemental instruction. So yes, that quality classroom instruction, that's your first level, that's your first intervention, and most of your level 3s will fall within that category.
Okay. Ms. Savers?
I'm gonna beat a dead horse for just a second here, but my concern is just the capacity of districts to really differentiate, and because this is a lot. I mean, they've already got a lot going on, and now we're saying AIPs for 60 or 70% of their kids, and not only that, but we want you to be really mindful of not pulling kids out of class. It's just a lot, and that's why I think parents are going to have to really step in and be aware. If we're really going to do this, then they need to understand and work with districts and teachers to know what the expectations are, so that their kids aren't pulled out of valuable classroom time. I'm really concerned about this, and that's just a huge percentage. I hear what you're saying, Jay. I think that is the AIP for every student, and that makes total sense if we're looking at individualized instruction and really pushing every student forward to be the best that they can be. But I just think we need to be very mindful of the fact that some districts are going to do this very well, and some districts are not going to do this well at all, and we just don't want to do harm to those kids.
Well, and it is probably likely that some of the most challenged districts are going to have some of the biggest troubles with this because of all the other things that they are dealing with. So I think we're both right on this. But I think it's, even though there is going to be this transition period, I think it is so much better to go with this approach, which does say we are going to really have incredibly high standards and really work with those students who are needing to get over the hump. I agree. This is going to be, I think the next few years are going to be really challenging in a lot of ways.
And I'll remind us too, a couple of the districts that requested waivers was so that their teachers could collaborate, and then there will be, when they were asking for ability to have a larger number than the 150, maybe 165, is so different teachers would pull kids either for enrichment or reinforcement or reteaching and in groups. So no student was missing out on the core instruction, but there was a time each day when those teachers got together, compared the notes of what the students needed, and then took those groups off, whether they needed a level 5 might need enrichment, where a level 3. So everybody is getting what they need, but nobody is missing what they need. And if this is working so well in those districts, as we will find out this year, then we can encourage other districts to look at the same type of approach.
And if it's possible, and it may not be possible, looking at the strengths of teachers in a district to do one thing well, and not assuming that all teachers can do the pull-out. But I think it reminds me of trying to adjust to trifocal glasses that you got to wear, and in order to walk or read or drive, you got to know how to use them all simultaneously sometimes. So that's a challenge, and it's a difficulty of being able to adjust to that. So I think the department responsibility will be able to try to walk folks through this, and I know it's going to be difficult. It's just the idea of trifocals to me just scary, but actually wearing them and walking and being able to maneuver students to achieve success is going to be a challenge. So that's your challenge. Dr. Barr?
So kind of looking ahead to next year, are we going to go through these same steps again next year with setting of cut scores and making this decision as well? Is that?
Yes, for the ACT Aspire, the state board will have to approve the level at which we remediate. We do intend to, with your approval, use the standards that are already set by ACT, and the reason would be that we don't have this delay in scores like we had this year if we use the standards that are already set. But we will have to go through a similar process next year to look at the ACT Aspire cut scores and then make a determination about where remediation will lie there.
Okay. All questions answered?
I would like to commend Ms. Allen and the whole Learning Services group for all the hard work that they have put in, and the other departments that cooperate so well, always keeping the students in mind.
Then on A8, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move approval of the recommendation of the department.
Moved by Dr. Barth, second by Ms. Zook. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, for any press that are here that want to do a deeper dive into these results, some of our team are going to be excusing themselves and going to 201A, and Hope will be there, and I'm not sure who else is going, but 201A, and they will be there it won't be a press conference, more of like a press briefing, and there'll be more discussion, and y'all feel free to answer whatever questions you may have. But so when you see some of our team getting up and heading that way, that's what's going on.
Okay, great. Okay. We're down to A9, which is consideration of a waiver request for teaching license for Melanie Williams. Ms. Mewu.
Jennifer Lewo, PLSB staff attorney. Just briefly on the hearing procedures. Each side has 5 minutes to present an opening statement. After that, each side has 20 minutes to present their case. Additional time may be granted for good cause shown. Any witness giving oral testimony must be sworn under oath. And with Ms. Williams, she is represented by an attorney by the name of Steve Smith. He contacted me on November the 9th, and thinking that the waiver hearing was scheduled for the 10th, asked for it to be reset because he wasn't feeling well. I reached out to him, told him that the waiver hearing is actually scheduled for the 12th, and asked whether that would change his request. I didn't get a response. I did try to call him. I left a voicemail for him, and I didn't get a response back. We're not agreeing to reset this matter. We would proceed, and since Ms. Williams and her attorney is not present under the ADE rules, and I'll just read that to you. ADE rules governing background checks 3.02.3.1. If the person requesting a hearing fails to appear at the hearing shall proceed in the manner described in section 3.02.1.1 above. And the cited section states that the failure to appear is treated as the educator declining to answer the notice, in which case the State Board shall hold a hearing to establish by preponderance of the evidence that cause for the proposed action exists.
Okay. Based on what Ms. Leo has said, what's the pleasure of the board? Do we move forward with this request based on an explanation, or do we reschedule?
I move that we proceed.
I guess we need a motion. Does anybody have a conflicting view? Okay, so go ahead.
Ms. Williams has a DHS true finding for inadequate supervision. The hotline call was made on September of 2014. Ms. Williams, the underlying facts are that Ms. Williams left a 4-year-old student in the hallway unsupervised. The student was unharmed despite her actions. However, Ms. Williams does have a prior history of leaving at least 3 other children unsupervised. After DHS received the hotline call, Ms. Williams was given a plan and training to help her better supervise her students. Yet, even after receiving that training, she again left another student inadequately supervised. Given the nature of her conduct, the fact that she received training and still her conduct didn't better improve, the department is recommending that the State Board suspend her license for 3 years. And also that within those 3 years, Ms. Williams successfully have her name removed from the Child Maltreatment Registry.
Okay, any questions? Heard the recommendations from the department, so what's the pleasure of the board?
Is there some reason that you recommended the 3 years as opposed to 1 or 2?
Really, that's because it wasn't just one incident. She has a prior history of leaving 3 other children inadequately supervised, and then she got training and left, yet I guess this would be the 5th child unsupervised. We think that 3 years would be sufficient time for her to demonstrate a change in her behavior.
Of course, it's like people on maltreatment for other offenses. If they're not in the circumstance, it's hard to know if they've been fixed or if they just aren't being put in the situation where it occurs. Do we know the age of the children and whether or not this was a policy of that particular building principal if a student was misbehaving to go to the hall?
The student that was at issue with the September 2014 hotline call was 4 years old. The information that I have isn't clear on the ages of the other children.
Okay, with that clarification, is there a motion?
If I may, just one last
Ms.
question.
Wright.
Ms. Lewo, was Ms. Williams made aware in her notification about this hearing about the possibility of a 3-year suspension?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Motion?
I move to approve the recommendation of the PLSB.
Moved by Ms. Wright. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're down to action item A10, consideration of waiver request for teaching license, Dana M. Strozik.
And Ms. Strozik requested a waiver hearing on September 9th. On October 21st, she informed me that she was declining the waiver hearing. So this would fall under the same procedures or rules that I previously stated. Ms. Strozek does have a disqualifying offense. However, because she has declined the waiver hearing and her case is a little different, I cannot disclose the nature of the disqualifying offense.
And your recommendation in this case is?
That the state board not grant her a waiver.
Question by Ms., or motion?
No, I have a motion. I move to approve the recommendation.
Move to approve the recommendation by Ms. Savers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Down to 11, consideration of waiver request for teaching license, Sharon Davis Williams. Ms. Reinhardt. Ms. Lewa.
Ms. Davis Williams is represented by her attorney, Valerie Bailey.
Okay.
Ms. Williams has a disqualifying offense, making her ineligible for licensure and employment in an Arkansas public school. Given the nature of the offense and the pending resolution of an appeal that she has filed, the department is recommending that the state board suspend her license until her appeal is a final resolution of her appeal has been reached.
Okay, say that again, please.
The department is recommending that the state board suspend her license pending a final resolution of her appeal.
Okay.
I thought she was ineligible for licensure.
And I'll yield to Ms. Bailey.
Help me understand again, presently, what's the status of her license?
Right now, she does have a license. I believe it expires in December of 2019.
Okay. Yes.
Question, and maybe it needs to wait, but could you clarify why this recommendation was made rather than some kind of situation where we would wait until the end of the appeal process?
I'm not sure I follow your question. Are you asking why I'm recommending a suspension pending a final resolution of her appeal?
Prior to. So my question is your question.
Right. So the appeal is ongoing, right?
That's correct.
And so my question was, I just was curious why y'all chose this recommendation rather than waiting until the appeal process has played out and then coming with a recommendation.
Because Ms. Davis Williams does have a jury. She was convicted of a disqualifying offense by a jury. So our position is there's a conviction that disqualifies her from licensure and employment, irrespective of whether she has an appeal still outstanding. And again, the offense, we believe it warrants suspending her license right now, and then we can come back and revisit it at a later time, depending on how that appeal turns out for her.
So if she were successful in her appeal, what would then happen?
If she were successful in her appeal, that would probably result in a dismissal of the charge, and then she would not have a disqualifying offense, and this matter would be resolved. She would not need a waiver.
So she would not come back for...
That's correct.
Okay. In the matter of Sharon Davis Williams, all that are anticipating testifying other than the attorney, would you please stand and raise your right hands? Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. Then, Ms. Bailey, I understand there's Ms. Valerie Bailey here to represent Ms. Davis Williams.
Good afternoon, Board. Valerie Bailey.
Do you understand the hearing procedure, the 5 minutes of introduction and 20 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
From the body. Okay, thank you.
Let me start by saying that this board lacks statutory authority to take any action against Mrs. Williams' license because the conviction in Georgia is not on the list. I can only assume that the PLSB has gone with subsection C-26, which lists criminal attempt, criminal solicitation, criminal conspiracy to commit any of the offenses listed in this subsection. So it's not a plain, not just general criminal conspiracy. It has to be conspiracy to commit any of these listed offenses, and there are none. So I would just ask the board to consider that as a primary matter, because our position is the board has no jurisdiction to make take any action against Ms. Williams' license.
I personally would like to have Ms. Lewa address that matter of jurisdiction, or lack of jurisdiction, before we proceed.
I disagree with that, obviously. Ms. Davis Williams was convicted of violating the Georgia RICO Act. That is, there is a conspiracy behind that, and excuse me. Conduct constituting a conspiracy or an attempt is a disqualifying offense. It is. It is in Arkansas Code annotated 617-410, exact. And then the additional grounds for revocation or suspension of a teaching license also include intentionally compromising the validity or security of any student test or testing program administered by or required by the State Board or the Department of Education. I think that would apply to Georgia, because that is the underlying nature of this offense. Okay. And then there's, I think her conduct could arguably also fall under knowingly falsifying or directing another to falsify any grade given to a student, whether the grade was given for an individual assignment or examination or at the conclusion of a regular grading period. And I think the State Board obviously needs a little bit of background information on the charges that were alleged against Ms. Davis Williams. And in the indictment, she was alleged to have concealed the fact that elementary students told their 2009 CRCT test monitor that their teacher gave them correct answers to the test. She also caused a test monitor to omit his written observation that he saw a teacher pointing out correct answers to elementary students during the 2009 CRCT test. I think a conspiracy or an attempt to do any one of those things definitely is a disqualifying offense under our statutes.
Okay, so we do understand the nature of your proceeding with it based on your explanation. Certainly.
Ms. Williams was acquitted by a jury on the three individual crimes that she was indicted for. Ms. Leroy read to you from the indictment, but she was acquitted on those counts, on those three individual counts.
What is pending now then?
Well, just one count of conspiracy, and it was not conspiracy to commit any of the crimes listed in Section C, which is how Miss Williams was notified. So her due process is you all can take her license under C, Section C of 410, if the offense is listed. And the only one that is close and is the conspiracy, but it has to be conspiracy to commit something on that list: murder, rape, assault. We don't have anything like that. Something else that's very important for you to know is that Ms. Williams was convicted by jury, but because of Georgia's first offender law, the judge never entered his order. And Section C of the statute that we're applying right now requires that the court enter an order. So not only has she asked for a new trial, she maintains her innocence, and there will be an appeal. She has not been finally adjudicated, number one. So those are two reasons that you all don't have jurisdiction to take action against Ms. Williams' license.
Okay. Ms.
And I
Reinhardt.
would ask again for a vote on the jurisdiction because going further without jurisdiction is
Just a minute.
not
Okay.
Okay, in the paper that...
Excuse me for a minute. Could we ask Ms. Reinhardt to give us some explanation or about this, and then you can, yeah.
Okay. Do you have a specific
Well,
question?
whether or not the issue she's raised about whether or not we, first of all, whether it's not something that we can consider based on jurisdiction, and
We do believe that she has, that you have jurisdiction because we have a jury conviction on the matter. And although the sentencing has been, and the adjudication by the judge has been deferred, it's my understanding there's a 7-year probation with a 3-year confinement, which is what is being appealed, and that's deferred adjudication on that. But it was our understanding that we have a jury conviction, and it's a very serious nature, and so that was our
Okay, Ms.
position on
Cook
that.
has a question. That was
Okay, so it's my understanding from the work that we read that was sent to us that she was found guilty of racketeering, right?
She was. There's a jury conviction for that.
Okay, and is that what her attorney is saying is being appealed?
Her attorney is saying that the judge has put that into a sentencing status of deferred adjudication.
Okay, can you say that to an educator and not an attorney?
The sentencing process has been put off.
So they're
basically.
suspending imposition.
And-
Is that
yes,
what it
and-
is?
Yes, and so there's a process now where she can appeal all of that. And we typically do not always wait for criminal appeals to run their course. And the reason for that is it can take 2 years, 5 years, it can take a long time. So once there's been that conviction, then we do go ahead and move forward.
Dr. Barth has a question.
So on the issue of two things. First off, she was found innocent of the underlying offenses, right? That most closely attached to the ethics violations in Arkansas. Is that right? I mean, she was found.
I'm going to let Ms. Lewell answer that question because she has more detailed
Okay.
knowledge of the specific offenses.
Okay, and then my second question was in terms of Ms. Bailey's claim that the conspiracy does need to attach to one of those preceding offenses. Could you kind of state your view on that, your analysis of that?
Again, I think Ms. Lewell can give you more specific information, but we do have a conspiracy to commit those offenses would be also one of our disqualifying offenses.
Okay.
I'm going to let you go ahead. If you don't mind me, let you.
Oh, sure.
I reread the statute. And Ms. Bailey is correct. The conduct constituting attempt or conspiracy does need to attach to one of the other listed offenses. But even with that, there are additional grounds for revocation or suspension, and those don't need to attach to any of the other criminal offenses that are listed in the statute. And again, I would fall back on knowingly falsifying or directing another to falsify any grade given to a student, whether the grade was given for an individual assignment or examination or at the conclusion of a regular grading period. I think Ms. Davis-Williams' conduct here, the underlying facts here, meet that additional grounds for revocation or suspension. Ms. Bailey also said that the indictment language that I cited to you didn't apply here, but that was language that I read specifically from the indictment that concerned the allegation that she violated the Georgia RICO Act. So if she was found guilty of the Georgia RICO Act, and those were the allegations contained therein, it applies.
But the matter of the appeal is what seems to be hanging. I know you want to speak, Ms. Bailey, but just a moment. So the matter of the appeal, so there's not a final disposition. Even with the delayed imposition of sentence, the appeal is after that. Is that correct? And then, so we're presently looking at her in the appeal process for the sentence. It doesn't attach, the conspiracy doesn't attach to anything that we can name, and the appeal is on the initial conviction.
That's correct, but we have a jury verdict, and that is a conviction.
Is that what's being appealed, the jury verdict?
The jury verdict is being appealed, but you cannot appeal something that doesn't exist. There is a jury.
Well, you can appeal if you feel you've been unfairly treated, and I'm not trying to argue her case for her, but it is, appeal has its place in the procedure when you feel like something's been, you've been wrong for something that you're not guilty of. So that's what I'm trying to find. It could very well be that this board could take your recommendation and a license be suspended or not, she not be given a waiver, and she could be found to be innocent.
That's true.
Okay, that's where I'm trying to come to some kind of resolution in my thinking about where we are in the matter. Ms. Reinhardt, I think.
I mean, on the other end, she could go through this appeal, and it may not work out in her favor, in which case she needs to serve 3 years of confinement and then follow that with 7 years of probation, 2,000 hours of community service, pay a $10,000 fine.
Or she could not lose the appeal and miss 2 or 3 years of employment.
That is true, but I think given the nature of her offense and what she did here with manipulating information about test scores and
but it seems only an offense if you're found guilty, and she's still in the process. And I'm not again, it seems like the process is ongoing, as heinous as it is, and as against everything that we stand for, it is. We haven't seemed to have reached that final disposition. If I were casting a vote to break a tie, I think you know where I'm going with it. But I'm wondering if we're not getting the cart before the horse. There will be a process that will end at some point, and we don't know what that is. And are we reacting as a board and being putting her or us? Are you guys putting us or her at an unfair advantage by deciding this now as opposed to when the process goes through the system?
I really don't see it as either one of those. From my perspective, I'm looking more at erring on the side of caution. Given, again, what she did, and I understand that there may be a decision, an outcome that finds that she didn't do any of this, but given what she did, I would err on the side of caution of removing the possibility that she could come over to Arkansas and do the same thing here in one form or fashion.
Okay. Ms. Reinhardt and then Ms. Bailey.
The only thing I would add to that is that the law does not state that the conviction pending appeal, the law does not provide for us to wait until someone appeals a criminal offense. Secondly, I would also just remind you that the law does provide that we see offenses and they count if they've been expunged, sealed, or pardoned by the governor. So, I don't think that this is premature in this case.
And I'm certainly not a lawyer. I've been trying to channel Sam Ledbetter, our past chairman, because I think he could certainly be more eloquent in this. But while it doesn't necessarily acknowledge an appeal, certainly when an appeal is made or when it's appeal process, the consideration is just, like I say,
well, that's something that you are completely free to take into consideration as you consider this case.
Okay, Ms. Bailey.
Madam Chairman, I'll intervene on that. When we hear cases for child maltreatment, that has not always been played out completely either, where they try to get their name off the maltreatment list. We often put on probation or suspend a teacher or a license from being in the classroom and give them an opportunity to get their name removed from maltreatment or go through that process. But in the process of that, we often suspend or put teachers on probation, even though that process has not played itself out either.
I'm not sure I understand that the same as you do, but
well, no, I'm not saying it's the same. I'm just giving it as an example of other people who are in the process of playing or working through the system.
Okay. Ms. Bailey.
Excuse me. Still, there's no listed offense. Conspiracy to commit one of the listed offenses. The language that Ms. Leo read you was from Section D. It's not a listed offense. The language about the testing. Let me tell you some things about Ms. Williams. And she was totally acquitted of all 3 charges which require intentional conduct. She had no custody of any test materials. She had no contact with students. She was not involved in the bonus structure, which is why this whole case got started. And so she was charged with 3 individual acts which were intentional. She was acquitted of all those 3. The 4th, the conspiracy, relies on the first 3, and those were dropped. So to characterize Ms. Williams' behavior as some intentional pressure, that is totally inaccurate. That is not a conviction that you all can look at because she was acquitted by that jury. So I would reiterate, you don't have jurisdiction. You have no reason to take any license against Ms. Williams, any action against her license. And at the very least, it should be a probation if you all decide to go forward, because she at least deserves the right to work. She's not teaching. She's not a teacher. She's an administrator. And so if she is able to get a consulting job, which requires a license, that would be great. Right now she's volunteering. But the serious conduct that Ms. Lewo refers to, she was acquitted on. So I absolutely insist the state tell me the listed offense, number 1, and number 2, focus on the conduct, which you have to find intentional conduct to take action against her license. And she was acquitted on all those charges. So I would ask you to just dismiss.
Could I ask a
Okay,
question?
Mr. Williamson has a question.
Now, I heard you say several times that we don't have the jurisdiction to rule on this, but then you said that we could put her license on probationary status. So, how do you figure
If you
we
won't,
can't do one, but we can do the other?
if you decide that you do have jurisdiction and go forward, then we would ask for at least a probation.
Oh, okay.
But I certainly don't think you do. It has to be a listed offense, and you don't have a listed offense. It's really that simple. Conspiracy to commit a listed offense. You don't have that.
Dr. Barr.
So Ms. Bailey, if her appeal is unsuccessful, at that point, would you still contend that we would not have grounds to?
Yes. Because these offenses are all, they start with the most violent, and they all have to do with intentional conduct affecting persons, typically. And there was none of that here. And if someone can tell me the conspiracy to commit what, then I would be satisfied with your jurisdiction. But
Okay, thank you.
And so there is nothing that says she couldn't leave the state of Georgia even though she's been found guilty of racketeering at this point.
She has to report in, but she can leave the state, but she lives in Atlanta and that's her home. So she has no plans to move to Arkansas. She also has a Georgia license. Today,
Mr. Williamson has a pertinent question.
She has no intent in moving to Arkansas.
That's right.
Why are we here?
She has an Arkansas license, and the PLSB.
What would you care? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, if Georgia has their own set of laws that they can license anyone they want to in their state.
Well, that's a great point. I would encourage you to let Georgia take care of this and take no action against her Arkansas license.
If I might add a follow-on question to that, does she have her license in Georgia because of reciprocity?
No.
Okay.
So she's currently licensed in Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Savers.
Could we have Ms. Reinhardt, Ms. Lewo kind of rebut or add to, or?
We have to know the listed offense in C. It has to be in section C.
I think I've already addressed the listed, Ms. Bailey and the conduct constituting attempt or conspiracy and how that needs to have an additional one of those listed offenses. That's what it says in the statute. She's correct on that.
But you are relying on that for our decision today, right? Eventually.
That was part of what we were relying on, but there is, again, the additional grounds, and the additional grounds don't need to, you don't have to have the conduct and the additional ground. You can consider the additional grounds separately from the conduct constituting attempt or a conspiracy.
So how did this come up to begin with? If she lives in Atlanta and her license doesn't end until 2019, how did it pop up on the screen?
We frequently receive information from various sources that an educator has an offense. We get those from various sources. So it may not necessarily arise from them seeking a license at that time. So, and when we get that information, we do follow it, investigate it, and I think it was March of this year? April of this year, when the conviction occurred.
Okay. May I ask Ms. Davis Williams a question? Do you know me?
I don't
think so.
Well, the reason I'm asking is you listed from 79 to 87 that you were a North Little Rock speech pathologist involved with diagnosis and IEP, and I hired all the staff during those years, and I'm
What is your name?
Diane Zook.
Yes, I do know you, Diane. So.
Well, I'm sorry, you've aged better than I have, so I don't recognize.
Absolutely, I do
Okay,
know you.
because I looked and racked my memory and everything, and I'm sure you were good at what you did, or I wouldn't have hired you. But I'm sorry that I didn't recall that.
Okay, any further, Ms. Bailey?
I wanted to address what Ms. Leo, I'm so sorry, I continue to get your name wrong, said about additional causes. My client was not notified about any additional causes or reasons to act against her license. She was notified specifically about 410 subsection C, specifically because of a RICO conviction in Georgia. And so if the state contends that there are other statutory grounds, we have not been notified of that, and it certainly would not be proper to continue this proceeding on any other grounds aside from the conspiracy, although that one doesn't work either.
Okay, anything further?
I'm unclear.
Ms. Dean? Who are you unclear? Who do you want to speak to?
I don't know. Miss
Bailey.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I thought I read that her Georgia license had been revoked.
No.
So it has not been revoked.
That's right. They are meeting today. She had to tell that board they are doing a preliminary meeting today to recommend files, similar to what the PLSB does. And they are meeting today, but it has not been revoked. They have taken no action on it. And they are not taking action on it today. It's just a planning meeting.
Okay. If I may just respond to Ms. Bailey saying that we didn't give her notice of the additional grounds. The letter that we sent to Ms. Davis Williams' attorney and to her simply states that we were looking at the Georgia RICO Act violation. We didn't mention in that letter necessarily the grounds constituting attempt or conspiracy, yet Ms. Bailey brought that up on her own. We mentioned the violation that under our laws we believed were disqualifying or in some way, whether that's under the conduct constituting conspiracy or attempt, or whether that's under the additional grounds that I mentioned.
Got a question? Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Are we then, any summary? I don't think Ms. Bailey, that you've done. You've given us your take. Then any further questions from the board? Clarifications? Okay. We're ready for a motion.
My gut is that this feels premature.
Is it your motion? Is your motion or your gut?
Well, I'm trying to
trying to make it be both.
Well, my gut is this feels premature until the appeals process is over, and so I guess procedurally, could this be tabled until the conclusion of the appeals process?
Ms. Reinhardt, can we table this? It's Dr. Bart's question.
Well, the hearing is something that was requested by the educator. And so for you to table it, you can postpone your decision. I guess that's in the nature of...
Well, we could ask Ms. Davis Williams. Can Ms. Clay, you want to talk to us from a procedural standpoint? But even before that, is that something that you would consider, Ms. Davis Williams, delaying a decision based on if that's possible. Ms. Clay is going to talk to us about the board procedure, but is that something you'd like to have considered?
And let me see if I understand. You're saying delaying it until we get the results of the appeal.
Yes, and I would also, that at that stage, I mean, we still have some substantive issues here in terms of whether this would be a disqualifying offense or not. And so my notion would be to delay without prejudice on the underlying substantive matters related to whether this is truly a disqualifying offense in Arkansas, because I think we've still got to get our heads around that issue. But I've got a more fundamental concern. It just feels a little too early for us to proceed, from my perspective. Others may disagree with that.
Ms. Clay?
Procedurally, there's not a problem with you tabling it. What would happen is at the board meeting where you are going to continue to hear the matter, you would have a motion to untable and pick up the matter right at the place that you are today. So there would be room for additional discussion. You could even allow Ms. Bailey and her client to present additional information if necessary. So from procedural standpoint, there's not a problem with you tabling the matter today and hearing it at a later time.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
If you're tabling it until the appeal is concluded,
Yeah.
I mean, that may be a couple of years from now. So I guess I'm not clear on, is that what you want to do?
Well, I guess you would, the question would be what's premature? That could be a 2-month premature or a 2-year premature. I think Dr. Bart's decision is premature to the decision, the appeal, and hopefully it wouldn't take that long, but is that fair?
I just feel if she is ultimately successful in this appeal, I think by acting at this stage in a way that would take away her license does feel like we have the potential to do harm. So that's why I'm trying to slow down the train a little bit on this end.
By analogy, if we had a different criminal offense that has proceeded and there's a conviction, then you're wanting us to wait until they appeal their criminal offense?
No, I do think that there are certain offenses that would put the health of children at immediate risk that are different than this. As while I certainly it's a concerning charge, I do feel it's a different kind of charge.
Well, I just on behalf of PLSB, then I would like to request that I would prefer that you not table it, but that you at least place the license on probation, because I think that appeal could certainly go on.
Yeah, I think it'd be more appropriate to, since she obviously says she doesn't want to work here anyway, is to put on probation her license pending the appeal, and then she can come back at that point, and if she's guilty, then obviously she won't get a license, and if she isn't, then she'll no longer be on probation and she can get her license. But in the meantime, we are erring on the side of caution with someone who might have contact with Arkansas children.
Okay, so Dr. Bart, did that interrupt what was your line of thinking, or did it incongruent with what you were saying? Or
I guess I think there are probably different paths, different ways of getting there. I just do want to. I don't feel comfortable proceeding with a final vote on this suspension until there's more clarity about the outcome of the legal proceedings. But again, I may be just speaking for myself. I'm not hearing anything from my other colleagues, so I don't know where folks are on this.
Ms. Savers.
I always just look at these things. I close my eyes and I see my kids sitting in a classroom, and that's kind of how I make my decisions on these things. And so I would be in favor of approval of the recommendation of our staff.
Okay. So that's your motion?
That is my motion.
That is your motion. Ms. Savers' motion is a recommendation that a waiver not be given in the case of Ms. Sharon Davis Williams. Is there a second by Mr. Williamson? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. No? One no. The matter is resolved. Okay. Excuse me?
You said it's suspended.
Your recommendation.
Our recommendation was just that her license be suspended pending the outcome of her appeal.
Then that's the motion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you misunderstood or if I misrepresented what the motion was. Okay. We'll move on now to 11. Ms. Reinhardt, consideration of waiver request for, oh, I'm sorry. No, we just did that. 12. Consider waiver request for teaching license Carrie Williams.
Yes, thank you. And this is in a similar vein as procedurally speaking. We can each have 5 minutes for opening and then the 20 minutes for discussion. I would just quickly note that Ms. Williams, we have three Williamses on the agenda today. That Ms. Williams had her Georgia license revoked, and that Georgia has she has a 3-year period within which to wait before she can have that license reinstated, and they just ruled not to waive that. So our recommendation to you today is that her license be placed on probation until that 3-year, until that she's able to get her Georgia license reinstated.
Ms. Williams, do you intend to testify? Would you raise your right hand, please? Anyone else that intends to testify in this case, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Reinhardt, you're ready?
Yes. The situation that led to the revocation of her Georgia license was that she had a arrest for felony theft, and that under Georgia law, which Arkansas does not have this law, but under Georgia law, they're required to self-report to their professional licensure commission. And she did not do that, and that's the reason, is because she did not self-report that they revoked her license. Arkansas does not have that same law. Her offense was dismissed. Therefore, her background check in Arkansas has cleared, and so we would not have revoked her license but for the Georgia revocation. So therefore, that's why we are recommending her probation until she's able to get her license reinstated.
Okay.
In Georgia.
Ms. Williams, do you want to come forward? You have 5 minutes for opening and then 20 minutes for anyone that you brought to testify.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I've been working with Ms. Reinhardt from the time that I came back to Georgia, to Arkansas from Georgia in 2012. But I left Georgia in 2012. I continued to work there from 2004 until 2012. The incident occurred in 2008. I received a discharge from the court, and I did the First Offenders Act in Georgia, which dismissed the charges. And I didn't self-report because of the advice of my attorney that I wouldn't have to worry about it because it would never go on my record, and I didn't have to report it. So that was the reason why I didn't self-report, and I continued to work there for the next 4 years. And it wasn't until 2012, after I moved back to Arkansas, I received a letter from an investigator from Georgia who said that they had gotten an anonymous complaint regarding I didn't report that an arrest had occurred. I gave him all my documentation from the court. He said that he would get back in contact with me. During that time, I applied for my Georgia renewal license. They granted me my license during that time until 2018. I was offered a job here and started working here for ADE as a school improvement specialist, and I got my license here in January of 14 from Arkansas, and I did that by reciprocity. And then I was notified by Ms. Reinhardt that because Georgia revoked my license, and I had no idea they had revoked it because they had just renewed it. And so when I found out from them, they had sent me a letter to appear, and because I moved from Arkadelphia to Little Rock, I didn't get the letter. So therefore, because I did not answer the letter within the 30 days, then they proceeded and revoked the license. So I've done the appeal, and they denied the appeal to remove the waiting period of 3 years. But I plan to appeal the reason why it was revoked, because there is no criminal conviction.
Okay, you have someone here with you?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Connie Hathorn. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak. I'm the superintendent at Watson Chapel Schools. It's my first year there. As a matter of fact, I interviewed Mrs. Williams, and she applied for the assistant superintendent's position. And I felt like I needed her in another position, so I stole her from ADE. And I was ahead of the game because the high school I went to, in academic distress, we needed a school improvement specialist. So I had the vision that I needed one before you told me I needed one. And this is the young lady I picked, and as a character witness, one of the best hires I've made since I've been at Watson Chapel since July. And I really want to keep her. She's a great person, and she does a great thing for my school. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hathaway. There's someone else? Would you come forward and identify yourself and give us your title, please?
I'm Julie Shepard. I'm the assistant superintendent at Watson Chapel. I was hired a couple of weeks after Carrie was hired, and we've gone into Watson Chapel, and we're doing a lot of improvements, I believe, in the school. And I work daily with her side by side, and I will tell you that she is wonderful at what she does, and she is making great strides in moving that district forward, and it would be a really big loss to us if she didn't get her license. Thank you.
Ms. Reinhardt, do you have a summary?
My only other thing that I would have added that I didn't mention is that she has applied for to add an area to her license, and so that is currently pending. So if you were to grant the waiver, she would be able to add that area to her license, and our recommendation is the same. It's a 3-year probation until she's able to get her Georgia license reinstated. Or not necessarily, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Not a 3-year probation. A probation until she gets her Georgia license reinstated.
Okay.
Because she may.
So is that would allow her to continue?
Yes, she can still continue to work, and she would be able to have that area added to her license.
If she doesn't try to come in on reciprocity but just get a license here, would it be necessary for her to get her Georgia license reinstated? Couldn't she just apply for a license in Arkansas and go through the process that's not a reciprocity process?
Well, we're part of the NASDAQ agreement, and so when we license anyone, we do check NASDAQ to see if they've had a license revoked in any other state or have a situation in another state. So that's something that we always check when we do any licensing, as a matter of course.
Okay.
Any other questions? And what is the pleasure of the board?
I move that we grant the waiver.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The waiver is granted. Thank you. A13. Excuse me. We need a short break. Give us about 10 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, we're like.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if it's going to hurt. If it's going to hurt her.
Yeah, Vicki.
Okay, the next matter, yeah, then get the mic, we get this mic hot. Okay, the next matter for consideration is A13, a waiver request for teaching license for Bruce Maddox. And he's represented by Greg Allagood and
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Reinhardt.
I'm so sorry. I have a quick clarification, please. When you voted on the last one for Ms. Carrie Williams, I think the motion was to grant the waiver. Was it to grant the waiver as I had stated, in other words, on probation until?
Yes.
Until the other matters resolved.
All right, okay, thank you. That was what we were looking for the minutes.
That's what we did. Okay, Ms. Leo.
Mr. Maddox has a disqualifying offense. His disqualifying offense occurred 14 years ago, and since then, there's been no indication of repeat similar behavior or any other behaviors that would cause concern. Because of that, the recommendation is that the State Board grant his request for a waiver.
I agree.
On your word.
Mr. Maddox, I could, point out to you that you were furnished with a compilation of laudatory character references on his behalf, the most telling of which is from his department chair at North Little Rock High School, who loves him and wants him back at work tomorrow. And I would point out to you that he got his provisional license in 2004. Got his standard license in 2006, has been at the North Little Rock District for 10 years. Mr. Maddox explains in his statement to you in that compilation the transgressions of his youth. I submit to you that he is the very embodiment of the factors that are set out in the Arkansas statute as far as the factors for you to take into consideration in granting a waiver from a disqualifying offense. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is Mr. Maddox.
And we figured that. And thank you for your brevity. What is the pleasure of the board on the consideration? I think that Ms. Ryan, it is a recommendation to grant the waiver. Is that the recommendation of the department?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the pleasure of the board? Ms.
Move to approve the recommendation.
Favors moves, and Ms. Zook needs to second that, because I already called her name. You second, Ms. Zook seconds the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion is granted to
Thank you.
grant the waiver. A14, charter authorizing action on open enrollment public charter school application, Future School of Fort Smith. And that's Ms. Alexandra Boyd. No, it's not, Ms. Mary Perry.
Actually, it's Ms. Mary Perry, Coordinator, Division of Learning Services. On October the 14th, 2015, the Charter Authorizing Panel conducted open enrollment charter applicant hearings. Representatives of Future School of Fort Smith appeared before the panel and requested that Future School, the sponsoring entity, be allowed to open a charter in Fort Smith to serve students in grades 10 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 450. By a unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the decision made by the panel was submitted, but of course you may exercise a right of review of the determination made by the Charter Authorizing Panel and conduct a hearing on the determination at the State Board's December meeting. And you do have in your packet the last documentation of your packet for this item, and for all of the charter items includes documentation of panel action, so you can see how the panel members voted on the action item and the reasons for their votes.
Is there anyone from the Fort Smith District?
There is Trish Flanagan. It's not from Fort Smith District, but we do have Trish Flanagan from the applicant there, who is present today to take any questions that you might have. But remember, this is a determination of whether or not you want to conduct a hearing at your next meeting.
Right. So, any questions, comments? Okay, what is the pleasure of the board on action item A14?
Move to approve the request? Or
to not review.
To not review.
Okay. Moved by Ms. Dean, seconded by Ms. Savers. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. A15, gets Ms. Perry again. Charter authorizing panel action on open enrollment charter school application, Redfield Tri-County Charter School, Redfield, Arkansas.
Yes. On October the 14th, 2015, the Charter Authorizing Panel conducted hearings for open enrollment charter applicants. Representatives of Redfield Tri-County Charter School appeared before the panel and requested that Redfield Tri-County Charter School, the sponsoring entity, be allowed to open a charter in Redfield to serve students in grades 5 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 400. By unanimous vote, the panel denied the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the decision made by the panel was submitted. And again, you may exercise a right of review of a determination by the panel and conduct a hearing on that determination at your December meeting. Okay.
Is there anyone here to speak in favor of that application?
There is not anyone here or on the phone representing that applicant.
Okay, any questions by the board? If not, we're ready for a motion on A15.
Move to accept the recommendation of the panel.
Second.
Okay, moved by Dr. Barton, second by Ms. Zook to accept the recommendation of the Charter Authorizing Panel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. A16. I'm sorry.
I have some on the phone for item A16. Would you let me give them some housekeeping rules about their computer first?
Okay, so this is A16 relative to the North Arkansas Classical Academy.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. This is Doug with the Arkansas Department of Education. I have you on the phone. I would ask a few housekeeping rules, please. Number one, if you're listening on the computer, would you please turn your computer down because we get feedback. Number two, right now we're on item A16. If you're going to be speaking on behalf of item A16, we will ask that you identify yourself for the record. Madam Chair.
Yes, my name is Alan Wimberly.
I didn't get the name.
Education Architect for Responsive Education Solutions, and I also serve here in Arkansas as superintendent for our charter schools.
Alan Wimberly.
Alan, he's going to have to do something to get more volume. Alan
Wimberly. I am Curtis Shack. I serve as the Arkansas Program Manager for Responsive Education Solutions Charter Schools.
Curtis who?
Curtis, what was your last name?
Shack, S-H-A-C-K.
Thank you.
And what was Alan's last name?
Wimberly.
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 Wimberly, okay.
B-E-R-L-E-Y.
Okay. So I have Mr. Alan Wimberly and Mr. Curtis Shack. Is there anyone else that's on the phone that anticipates speaking in support of this application? Okay. Mrs. Perry?
Yes, and those individuals will be on the line for both A16 and A17. Okay. The first one is the request for an amendment with Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy. The State Board of Education approved the application for Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy on November 1st, 2012. The charter is approved to serve students in grades K through 5 with a maximum enrollment of 685. On October the 15th, 2015, representatives of Northwest Arkansas Classical appeared before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request an amendment to the current charter. By unanimous vote, the panel denied the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the decision made by the panel was submitted. And again, you may exercise your right of review and conduct a hearing at your next meeting.
Okay, so we're on A16. So you've heard the summary that Mrs. Perry has given us, and Mr. Allen or Mr. Wimberly, you choose to speak relative to A16? If so, it's 5-minute introduction.
We actually have nothing to present. We were fine with the decision of the panel and had no issue with the decision that was made. Now, Mr. Shack, who was very involved in the presentation at that time, he may have something to add. I don't have anything to add. I am perfectly okay with the decision of the authorizing panel.
I move to accept the denial by the authorizing panel of the request by Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy.
That's a motion by Ms. Zook. A second? Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Would somebody just explain real briefly to me what that was about?
Yes, they were asking to waive 9.03.4.12.1 of the standards for accreditation to allow all I don't have that committed to memory.
Yeah.
It was really what they wanted was to get all AP courses to be part of the core 38 units, and that was denied.
Okay, so only.
Commissioner Hess.
Well, it was denied because they could already do that without the waiver.
Exactly.
That's why I was confused. Okay, thank you.
And actually, as we go into A17, they had the same request for Quest Middle School of West Little Rock. That was one of two requests, which they withdrew once it was denied for the other one, and they saw that they really didn't need it. They withdrew it before any action was taken by the panel.
So what do we need to do?
Well, they also asked for a second thing. They asked to change their name. At Quest Middle School of West Little Rock, at that same meeting, Quest Middle School of West Little Rock requested to change their name to Quest Academy. As they are adding grades, which was part of the original charter, they want a name now that's more representative of the entire student body.
So what is the recommendation of the panel?
The panel approved that request. Of course, that will not be effective until July 1.
Okay.
A name change would.
What's the pleasure of the board on A17?
I move to accept the recommendation of the panel.
Okay, moved by Ms. Dean to accept the recommendation of the charter panel. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Then the motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen, Mr. Wimberly and Mr. Shack. I believe that finishes our business with you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. We always appreciate the help. Thanks. Bye.
A18, Charter Authorizing Panel on District Conversion Public Charter School Amendment Request, Bauxite Minor Academy.
Bauxite Minor Academy was approved on March 11, 2013. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 6 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 200. Again, they appeared on October the 15th requesting an amendment to the charter. They wanted to waive standards of accreditation 10.02.5 to be able to change the student-teacher ratio to 200 students per teacher total and no more than 45 in a classroom, 4 courses that are primarily through online curriculum. And that was the request that was approved unanimously by the panel. And Mr. Tyler Tarver is here today, principal at the school. If you have questions, sorry.
Tyler Tarver. Okay. Are any questions?
I just have a comment, and I believe that on the panel, Dr. Gocher mentioned this, and this is the way I feel about it too. I would caution that the 45 students per teacher not be a license to become the new status quo. That's a concern.
Any other questions?
Ditto.
Ditto by Dr. Barr. Okay. What is the pleasure of the board as it relates to A18?
To approve the recommendation.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Williamson to approve the recommendation of the Charter Authorizing Panel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We're down to 19, Charter Authorizing Panel Action on District Conversion Public Charter School Amendment Request, Rogers New Tech High School.
Yes, this is your last charter item for the afternoon. The State Board of Education approved the application for Rogers to operate Rogers New Technology High School on January the 14th, 2013. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 600. Again, they appeared on October the 15th, 2015 with an amendment request. Their request was to increase their enrollment from 600 to 900, and it was approved unanimously by the Charter Authorizing Panel. We do have Dr. Lance Arbuckle on the phone should you have any questions of him. He is the principal at Rogers New Technology High School.
right, any questions?
I move,
Dr. Barr?
I move approval of the panel's recommendation.
Okay, moved by Dr. Barr to approve the recommendation of the panel. Is there a second?
Second, with
Um,
enthusiasm.
Second, with enthusiasm. Mr. Arbuckle, you should note that. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is carried. And we're down to A20. Consideration of final rule, Arkansas Department of Education rules governing background checks, and that's Ms. Reinhardt. Is she? Okay, Ms. Pfeffer?
Okay, since she has stepped out, I think she had to deal with the situation. I've reviewed these rules with her. When we these rules, I believe you have copy of the public comment and the AD response to that public comment. And it looks like there was just one public comment on these background check rules, from what I have here. And so we would ask that the board approve these for as final rule.
A20, the department is asking for approval as final rules, governing background checks. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Zook. Is there a second? By Ms. Chambers, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Down to A21, consideration of final rules, Arkansas Department of Education rules governing the Teacher Excellence and Support Program. You're going to step in for Ms. Reinhardt again?
Yes, ma'am. And again, these rules were out for public comment, and I think the last 2 pages there go through the public comments that were received and ADE's response to those rules. These rules we're incorporating changes from the 2015 legislative session, so we would respectfully ask them to be approved as final.
Can we get a motion in regard to A22?
Move final adoption.
Move final adoption by Dr. Barth. Second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, down to A23, and this is Mr. Owen. Oh, that's skipped. I'm just getting anxious. Consideration of final rule, Arkansas Department of Ed governing the Leader Excellence and Development System. That's important.
And Madam Chair, I would ask this very similar to the other 2 rules that we've just gone through, that these be approved as final rules after public comment.
You have a motion? Move to accept. Ms. Chambers, second.
Second.
Second, Ms. Dean. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we're down to Mr. Owen. Consideration of resolution for Arkansas Computer Science Week. He's out. He's en route. Okay. Okay. Me too. I was trying to speed that up. You better hurry up.
We got a whole nother vote.
I know. Well, once we skip your number, we can't go back. When he finishes, we're going to take like a 2-minute break to allow our microphones to be removed, and then we'll go into the report. Mr. Bradbury, where are you going? Okay. There you are. Come on. We're waiting on you.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
My apologies.
Okay.
Anthony Owens, Department of Education. I believe, do you have the resolution in front of you?
Yes.
Basically, what we have is, as a nation, the National Computer Science Education Week is scheduled for the week of December 7th through 13th, 2015. In the past, the governor has issued a proclamation making this the Computer Science Education Week for this, recognizing it as a state. He has not done that yet, but I spoke with Ms. Moore earlier today, and there are all expectations that he will do that again this year. So if y'all would like me to read the proclamation out loud to you, I would, but otherwise I would just appreciate a vote adopting it as a resolution of the State Board.
What is the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Zook. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We got a 2-minute break, and then we'll hear the reports.
Well, no, I was just going to take mine and take yours. I'm trying to take my lead from Johnny, who comes and takes my place.
I mean, when you said it was like every year, I don't think I previously saw a resolution, or I think maybe it was a resolution that's always there.
And when you go through that light, it's shocking to get over in the left-hand lane. Okay, we're ready now to go into our reports. And the first one is the chair's report, and I'm proud that I have two items to report. The first is that our associate and our fellow board member and our colleague, Dr. Jay Barth, a member of the State Board of Education and a Little Rock resident, was elected president-elect of the National Association of State Boards of Education, NASB, at the organization's annual conference in Baltimore last week. His term starts in January, and he will serve until 2017. So congratulations. That's big. Yeah. That's huge. Because I know that's all state school boards, right? So that's huge. She's almost the president of the big president. And our other colleague and state board member, Maria Wright, is now appointed, has been appointed the Southern Area Director of the National Association of State Boards of Education. So again, an esteemed colleague of ours has received national recognition, and thankfully, they come back, they brought those talents back to Arkansas. Thank you. So that concludes my report. Commissioner Key, do you have a report? Oh, I'm sorry. Why am I in fast mode today? Anybody got a report? Dr. Barth has one, and then Ms. Sook.
Well, and then I just wanted to highlight something from the NASB meeting, and that was Ms. Wright's presentation of the newly released report on the Silent C that she talked about earlier, which is career readiness, and she chaired that study group, and their report was released, and she did a great job in terms of laying out not just the details of that report, but the bigger picture about why we need to pay attention to career readiness, and had a great panel on that. And so she'll probably have more to say about it, but I just wanted to applaud her great work on that issue.
Okay, I wanted to draw your attention to three things that were in today's paper, and thank you so much to the newspaper for that. That we have Arkansas has a Teacher of the Year in history. And we also have Mr. Williams as the kindergarten teacher at Central Elementary in Forest City was the recipient of the Teacher for the Dream Grant. And then we have 3 students at the Math and Sciences School that will be going to New York City. I also had the opportunity to do a breakfast in the classroom at Martin Luther King with Miss Karen Carter's school. And as a teacher, I always look for all the other benefits in addition to what the basic was, which was the classroom was so orderly. The teachers had established a routine. The kids came in and they sat in at a table, and so therefore I was thinking, well, that they may not get a lot of opportunity to sit at a table and have a meal and converse with the other people at the table. So I think there are a lot of things to be gained from that. And while I was at the school, I noticed that on the steps, because it's a 2-story building, the principal had put the multiplication tables on the steps, so the 1s and the 2s and the 3s and all of that. So as they go into math class, they have that to reinforce what they're teaching. And then I also attended the task force for special education that Senator Lindsay is chairing, and I wanted to commend Ms. Haley on the thoroughness of her report and how receptive she was to input, and how she made the people that are on that committee feel like they could give her input, and then she took their word for what they said and was not defensive or argumentative in any way. So commend Ms. Haley for that.
Ms. Ryan?
Thank you, and thank you so much to Dr. Barth, both for being so generous with his time and attending that session, but also for his kind comments. Actually, my report will be quite brief because the study itself and the study group is actually only one of 4 things that have kind of come together around career education and opportunities for myself. And so I've actually asked for the opportunity, both from the commissioner as well as our chair, if I might be able to bring in one of the assistant commissioners from ACE, the Arkansas Department of Career Ed, and that the two of us together would like to do a PowerPoint presentation for you all about conversations that are happening. But just to give you all sort of a preview of what you'll hear about, in addition to this study that we did and were able to release on career education for NASB, I also had the opportunity, because of that report and financed by NASB, to attend the Future of CTE Summit, Career Tech Education, which was an absolute amazing experience facilitated by PricewaterhouseCoopers. And I mentioned it because it was such a unique conference. There was no sitting down. It was all interactive. That started off with the question, if you could blow up the education system, what would it look like? Let's think big. And it brought together a lot of the CTE implementers, some policymakers. I was shocked I was the only state board member there. And when I did stand up and talk from a state board perspective, huge enthusiastic response about the possibility of state boards getting involved and trying to help break down barriers and silos in this area. So Dr. Turner and I attended that conference together, and we both wanted to share a little bit about what the conversation was and direction going, and with bearing in mind that part of the outcome of that conference was actually to be investment for states in terms of trying to implement some of this policy moving forward. So maybe even some opportunity for some resources of some shared work between our two departments moving forward in the year ahead in this work of career education. And then the other 2 things that I'd like to make you aware of. One is, and this is up in Northwest Arkansas, no surprise there, and I'm sure our colleague Ms. Chambers is obviously very familiar with the leading role that our companies and employers up in Northwest Arkansas are taking on this conversation of career ed. And it looks like there'll be a group of us traveling from Northwest Arkansas and some from the respective departments on what they're calling the world-class tour of career education. They've asked me to accompany them in this trip. Our first stop will be in Oklahoma City, I think on the 3rd of December. And the purpose of this is to actually look at world-class, as they're calling, career education facilities to try and garner some ideas of what that looks like. And what I'm so excited about is a couple of the states that are on the schedule are states that participated in our study group for career ed. So I'm going to be able to bring the state board members from those states on those tours with us so they can also talk to us from a policy perspective of what they feel may have enabled the ability of these schools to come forth. And so I'm looking forward to asking some pointed questions there from our fellow policymakers. And then the fourth and I won't so much call it opportunity, it was more conversation. And I don't want to steal the thunder. Commissioner may want to develop more on this. I really was there as a fly on the wall. I was the party crasher, self-acknowledged in that. But once again, several superintendents up in Northwest Arkansas had called together, both published a little letter to the various commissioners and to the governor. They called it a white paper, and then convened a meeting at Arkansas Tech about 3 weeks ago with different policymakers from across the state, with the goal of doing, again, that conversation on the silos, talking about alignment, talking about maybe some of the structural barriers to be able to really take this career education work to the next level. And for me, it's so fascinating to sit there, right, from our department, knowing that another department, is involved in this, and yet there are things that come before us. And so I look forward, because I know for myself, when I started in this whole role, it really was trying to break down in my head and manage what kind of falls within K through 12 versus what's career ed, and now seeing that these things aren't really, as separate as they sound, and it comes to us in different manifestations than it does maybe in the ACE with the department, ACE, but at the same time all interrelated. And I'm just so excited in that, and from the purview of the Department of Ed, in that a lot of the issues that were brought forth, ACE and the Department of Ed are already communicating on. And so it just sounded like this was a very timely conversation, and if nothing else, in some ways to inform the districts, right, of conversations that are already happening here in Little Rock to try and help enable this. So again, something you all will be able to look forward to. I'll try and put this in as coherent a manner as possible for next month. And with that as well, as promised, you all were so wonderful in allowing my colleagues from IDRA down in Texas who came and did parent involvement conversations with Hispanic parents across the states and districts across the state. I'd like to just offer a report as well in December when we have a little bit more time about the outcome of those conversations and some next steps and some things we heard. And obviously at this time I want to thank Ms. Dean for joining the Little Rock conversation and demonstrating that the State Board is also interested in our conversations on parental engagement. So thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Black, anything? No. Ms. Chambers? Okay.
Before you stop,
Either that or make it up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Newton.
Well, I think I'm on the agenda for a minute.
Oh, okay, you're going to do that in your report, okay. Ms. Hook.
sort of as a dovetail on what Maria was talking about, I think it's always good for us to not expect other people to do something we're not willing to do ourselves. And I think because we want to have career and education and workforce, economic development all work together, I would like to encourage our boards to meet with their board, whether it is we have a representative group or the full group, and meet with AEDC, higher ed and career ed, and our board to talk about the things we need to do and any way we can help in this state to look at the career, the citizenship, the education, and working as a group so we're not working in perhaps the same direction but don't even know what the others are doing. So if the
There used to be a requirement, a statute, a regulation.
But it was just the commissioners that...
No. It was us as a board. We had to go to the higher ed board. We had to arrange for our meeting to be together. What happened to that? We were told that it was required.
Yeah,
I think once a year.
It was repealed in law.
Yeah, Dr. Childress said that when I mentioned it to her, she said that it was still a requirement for higher ed, career ed, and the Department of Education, and it was up to their department to initiate that. And I guess since so many people are new, but I had encouraged the ones that I had talked to that we include AEDC as well, because that is the economic, and they are in fact ultimately our customer of who are going to take care of and hire the students that we send out into the workplace. So would you... I'm happy to lead this, but I don't know if it would be appropriate.
That was something I was actually going to offer as a recommendation, as an outcome, and it's actually one of the recommendations in our career education report for NASB. So.
I read your mind.
We certainly can put something like that together. Those entities you mentioned and adding the Department of Workforce Services constitute the governor's workforce cabinet. So we meet on a very regular basis as department heads to discuss these issues and are very much working together collaboratively. Because one thing we've noticed is that there are pieces to all these solutions that rest in each department. And that kind of folds into what I was going to, my report, which was about the regional CTE advisory committees that are going on, where career ed, workforce services, I've tried to get to as many as I could. The local communities, the co-ops, are actually the hosts for these. There's been some very good ones at Northwest. I just went yesterday to South Central Co-op in Camden. A few weeks ago went to OUR Co-op in Harrison, and they do a great job of pulling in those local employers. Yesterday you had Lockheed Martin, you had Anthony Timberlands, you had a number of folks that were there with students, with educators, with others in the community talking about solutions to their workforce needs. And letting educators know what employers are looking for. So yes, this is what you're suggesting is certainly part of that overall conversation, and we can put something together and make that happen. Also, as part of my report, wanted to brag on our communications team. They have been putting together some unbelievable work, high quality work that we are using to tell the story of what's happening in education in Arkansas, regional approaches.
Who's the team, Commissioner? Who's
The
members of the team?
Yeah, well, obviously, Kim Friedman heading that group up, and Gail and Kevin, who are always here live streaming us, but when they're not live streaming us, they are traveling many times, putting those videos together, doing the actual videography, and then bringing it back here, doing the production of those. Well, I think Dr. Jones is going to show one of those videos as part of her report. But I can't see her.
Yeah, she's
Anyway,
there.
she's shaking her. But I wanted to show the other one because it's just too good not to. This one is about the Warren School District.
Great. So they do the editing and the
They
whole
do it
nine?
all. They do it
Okay,
all.
great.
They do the Gail does the voiceover. Kevin even makes me look good. So that's yeah. They do great work.
Does that conclude your report?
Well, as soon as we watch this video.
Oh, okay.
Charter school in the Warren School District looks like any other in Arkansas. With the implementation of standards-based learning in the district, the students now have a learning experience that is indeed different. Matthews Witherspoon is a third grader at Eastside. He can easily explain a goal, a learning pathway, and where that pathway will lead.
This is our writing pathway right here. This is our reading pathway right here. At first we start through the school year. When we're done, we'll finish, and then we'll start working on 4th grade. If we're done with our pathway before the school year is over.
In a standards-based learning classroom, the emphasis is on proficiency rather than a letter grade, and therefore students don't pass or fail. Students are given the time and attention they need to reach proficiency on each standard. Each student knows where he or she is on their learning pathway and what it will take to reach the next goal or standard.
The students decide how they want to practice what they're learning. They decide how they want to show you that they've mastered it, and they decide when. So they don't have to wait for the whole class to finish a skill or show mastery. They can come and tell me when they're ready to test, and we'll see if they're ready to move on.
Well, last year was our first year to have learner-led conferences. And the difference between that and the parent-teacher conference is that the student actually leads the conference. So then the learner sits down with the parent and they walk them through their data binder. And they also have samples of work that they were proud of, and they give explanation as to why they chose that piece of work. But they also have to choose a piece of work that they could have done a better job on, and then they explain, what they're going to do to improve on that piece of work.
The entire Warren District is a conversion charter. Standards-based learning has been implemented in the elementary grades as well as the middle school grades. This year, it was extended into the 9th grade, and plans call for grades 10 through 12 to be added. At the high school level, standards-based learning operates a little differently.
They can also move from classroom to classroom at will. If they are ahead of pace in one classroom but behind in another class, they can get up and leave that class and go work in the class that they need to concentrate the most on during the middle of the day.
Allowing learners to struggle and to persevere without stepping in and saying, here, let me show you how to do that, is a difficult task for those of us who have been in the teaching profession for a while.
Kathy Cornish shared what she would tell other districts that may be interested in following Warren's example.
Don't be afraid to step outside the box.
it is a lot of work, but in the long run, it's going to pay off and be very beneficial to your students.
For learners that don't have an innate drive to accomplish something, I think that this teaches them how to be driven and how success is a matter of how much work you put into it. So for me, I don't see it, those learners that are truly driven that way or learn to become driven that way, there's no stopping them at all.
I have a Jeopardy question. You never know, do you? The visionary that initiated this concept at Warren School District.
Dr. Rain.
No. You're supposed to answer in the form of a question. No, that's wrong.
Who was Andrew Talbot?
Who was Andrew Talbot? I remember, yeah. Mr. Talbot came, he sure did. He came right there, and I think that was the first time we heard, and he had taken a group of community folks off somewhere on a trip and had all the buy-in from the community, from business folks and parents, and sold them on this concept. So congratulations.
Community before it was popular.
Before it was, that's right. So you're a visionary, and we thank you for that, Mr. Talbot.
Madam Chair, and this is one part of what our communications team is out there doing. If y'all looked at the website, Bobby Hancock has done a great job upgrading and improving that. Mr. Kaminar Don is doing great work with the communications team and liaison on a lot of our issues with regards to internal security, work with the districts on the panic button, work with our veterans. I mean, they've got a great team. I'm really proud of them. They've stepped up and have really helped the leadership team in the department be able to convey what all is going on here. So I want y'all to be aware of how critical and how important that work is to us.
I think it's very important. It's important that we sell ourselves because there's so much great work and innovation going on within the department, so many talented people that sometimes we just take for granted that they're not doing some innovations that are noteworthy nationwide. And I think I wondered how it was going to work, Mr. Talbot, when you started. I thought it was a good idea and concept. I didn't know that the teachers or community would embrace it, and you could look at the students. And so that was something, so that's very heartwarming to see that going on.
And I have to say that what's even more impressive about this is that the concept has survived a leadership change.
Oh, yeah. 3 leadership changes.
Because and so it's been embraced as part of the culture down there.
Right. Thank you. Okay. That concludes your
That's my report, Madam
Okay. Miss Newton.
I just need to give you a little background about what I'm doing. As part of the Teacher of the Year program, one of the things that I have to do is give you a written presentation, and usually they've been waiting to the end of the year and giving you a PowerPoint or something along that. But I talked with Ms. Kaufman, and she gave me great mentorship and leadership, and we came up with a plan of, instead of doing one thing at the end and not really having a product, having something each month that I would focus on and bring something to teachers and administrators that would be usable and be helpful to them. And so what I've been doing in the month of October, I've focused on dyslexia. November, I'm going to focus on, or I am focusing on RTI, and just trying, and every month I've got something that is a topic that is of concern to educators, that like standards review and testing and different things that are going on that are in the front of teachers' minds and they need resources for. And so I'm trying to gather, the department has a tremendous amount of resources available, but so many times teachers don't know it's there, or they don't know where to go get help. And so I'm trying to gather information on a topic and kind of put it in one place in a blog or whatever it might be, that it would make it easy for them to have that information in one spot. And you've got the dyslexia blog that I did for October, and Gail's not in here, but she did a animated video. I hope some of you saw that, but I watched her sit down and put some of these things together. She's awesome, her and Kevin both. But anyway, she did an animated blog to go along with it,
that highlighted some of the things that I had put in that blog, and so that's what I'm doing each month. You've got the blog. I'm not going to read it to you, but for October, I just highlighted what dyslexia was, some of the signs associated with dyslexia, and there are so many districts in Arkansas that are trying their best to implement a good dyslexia program, and hopefully we put those resources out there that they would know where they can go and get that help. Made them aware of the dyslexia resource guide that had been updated and was on the department's website. Made them aware of some of the PD that was available at the co-op levels, and also of some of the ones that they could get online through Arkansas Ideas. And like I said, I'll have one in the next few days on RTI, and then December I'm going to try to highlight the Computer Science Initiative and some other things. One of the other things that I'm doing is I'm going through the Arkansas Leadership Academy this year. And through the Arkansas Leadership Academy, we are to develop an action plan. And my platform for this year is teacher recruitment and retention. And you've heard some of the concerns today about being able to have quality teachers in every district, not being able to get a special ed teacher in an area, or teacher absentee because of just the pressures of teaching. And so I've gone to a couple of career fairs with Jeff Dyer, and kind of started kicking around an idea on some way to recognize teachers, to some of the things you heard today about making teachers feel good about being in the profession. And so that's kind of where my action plan, I think, is going to go, is to try to get some way that we can start recognizing teachers in Arkansas, not just in the Teacher of the Year program, but all teachers, because there are teachers all across the state that are doing great jobs, and they need that recognition for that. And as a process of that, I am trying to continue some of the work that Jonathan Crossley did. You saw his videos last year, Profiles in Video Leadership and Teacher Leadership. And instead of just picking different teachers, I kind of wanted to have a theme. And this first video that you're going to see in just a minute is on the Teacher Cadet Program. I know you've heard about that, but the Teacher Cadet Program is where good high school students, we're trying to encourage them to consider teaching as a career. And we are highlighting a program that's in Marion, Arkansas, and the leader of that program is Shannon Ginn. And we went, Gail and Kevin went with me, and we observed her in the classroom and talked to the kids. It's a tremendous program, and if we could grow that program, just the Teacher Cadet Program in Arkansas, I think we could really make a difference. And then from there, in the other videos, I want to highlight maybe some teachers that have gone through alternative certification, and then also finally maybe a teacher that is mentoring a first-year teacher along that line. So that's kind of what I want to do with Jonathan's work, is continue it. But I'd like for you to see the first video, if they've got it where we can see it, maybe. Yeah. One of the greatest things schools can do for students is to provide a quality teacher in every classroom. But all across Arkansas, there is a shortage of teachers in critical areas. Research shows that of new teachers in Arkansas, 14% left after their first year, 27% left after their third year, and 34% left after 5 years in the profession. In the 2013-14 school year, over 1,600 teaching positions were filled by long-term substitute teachers or teachers needing licensure waivers. So how can Arkansas attract and retain quality educators? In Crittenden County, there is a teacher who is making a difference not just for her district, but for districts across the state. By bringing the Teacher Cadet Program to Marion, Arkansas, Shannon Ginn is working hard to build a talented pipeline of future educators.
I had the opportunity several years ago to start thinking about how to celebrate teaching. And I was commissioned to create some kind of celebration for teachers. And that is really where the Teacher Cadet program in Marion began. Teacher Cadet is really about getting the best students that we have to consider education professions. I think most of our students who are in the Teacher Cadet program really enjoy what we do. They learn about themselves as learners, they learn about others and the needs that they have educationally and socially, and I think it gives them a really important insight into what it means to be a student and a teacher. I think Teacher Cadet has played a really important role in our school. I'll have teachers call me or email me from other schools with a task that they need completed, and they need someone who will do it well, and they ask for a Teacher Cadet. We have a great reputation around here. We've helped our teachers to realize that our profession is a good thing, and we need to support it, and we need to encourage others. So just having a student in their classroom for 30 minutes to read a book or to spend time with the students reminds our teachers we need to support our own profession. We need these great students to come back and help us and fill our slots when we retire and help us with the shortage that we have in so many areas of teaching.
For more information about the Teacher Cadet program, contact Jeff Dyer, who is the Program Advisor for the Arkansas Department of Education's Teacher Recruitment and Retention Office. His email address is jeff.dyer@arkansas.gov, and his telephone number is 501-682-6349.
Well done. That was great. Thank you. It's great. Okay, now we're down to report number 4, Ed TPA Pilot Summary Report. Ms. Pfeffer?
Yes. I'm not sure how familiar the board is with the Ed TPA pilot. It was began in March of 2014, and it was and the pilot is still underway. Ed TPA is a performance-based assessment for teacher preparation, and we began the pilot before I was in this position. So the last few months I've been trying to go back and do some research and get feedback on why we started the pilot. At the time we first started looking at these teacher performance assessments. The department looked at both the Praxis Performance Assessment and the Pearson, which is Ed TPA, and the decision was made to go with Ed TPA because it was readily available, and the Praxis Performance Assessment was not. At the time we began the pilot, there was no cut score, no national cut score or state cut score. So literally it has been a work in progress for states to use the performance-based assessments and to for candidates to start submitting their portfolios to be scored. At this time, Ed TPA has now had enough participation that they do have a cut score set, and so we've started looking a little bit more at that. I've been talking to the deans at higher education to see if they're starting to see this as even more of a trend in the future. I know that Praxis is also working on a performance-based assessment for the content areas, not just for the pedagogy, and this would be just for the pedagogy. ADE's involvement is probably the most heavy because all of our Apple candidates are currently using Ed TPA. It is not being used as part of their any of their required assessments, and they're not having to pay for it. The department got funding from PLSB to use to help pay for the pilot for the Apple candidates, and also for
candidates at these institutions that are listed there on the second page of the report. So really at this time, I just kind of wanted to update you because we are starting to have conversations with the deans about what's next. I think if we're investing this much money and time in something like this, we need to start really thinking about, why we're doing it and where we want to go from here. I know that there are some of the deans that are getting really interested, but there's also concern because these assessments do cost more money and scoring them takes more time. So really today I just wanted to present this report to you and let you know that we are having discussions and even just kind of wondering what your thoughts are regarding feedback, because since this is starting to take hold nationally, we will have candidates coming to Arkansas who have been licensed by taking these assessments, and if we don't have these approved in Arkansas, then those candidates would have to turn around and take our pedagogy assessment here, even if they had passed a performance-based assessment. So there are benefits of the performance-based assessment. They really align with our teacher evaluation system. The components really align. And all the instructors feel that the candidates are really getting some good hands-on practical experience. So just interested in any feedback you have, direction you might want us to go. If we decide that it's too cost prohibitive at this time and it's not something we need to pursue, then we can wait. So
Ms. Savers has a question.
Okay.
Can you give just a practical example of how this might work? I mean, just describe, someone comes to Arkansas and this is their background. And
So you're talking about if a candidate were to come to Arkansas and if a candidate comes to Arkansas and they have 3 years of experience in the area where they're seeking to be licensed here, then they would be licensed through reciprocity without having to take additional assessments. But if they do not have the 3 years experience, then we would have to ensure that there was at least an equivalent assessment on record for that candidate before we could license them.
how does this translate to our shortage in high poverty areas and rural parts of the state?
This assessment? And basically, what this assessment would be is just part of the preparation, and it's more of an ongoing. It would almost be like a portfolio that a candidate would begin at the very beginning of their ed prep, and that the work that they would do would align to the skills and competencies. So they would be submitting work that they're actually doing instead of waiting until they finish a program to go take just a computer-based assessment.
Okay. Just keep trying to tie everything to what our real shortage area is.
Sure.
Yeah.
This really just is relating to preparation programs and the way we license candidates through assessment. So it's more of I think a look into the future. Is this something we would want to consider in addition to or in lieu of the current assessments that we give to candidates for licensure? So.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. The next report is yours, too.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is just an update on our equitable access plan, and in the report I highlighted 3 strategies that we've been making some progress on for the past couple of months. The first strategy really aligns to what Ms. Newton has just described, and that's our strategy on building teacher leadership capacity. We actually have the districts with participating schools at the not Rockefeller, but the where do you have Leadership Academy?
Windrock Institute.
Windrock, yes, at the Institute today. The schools that are participating with this are Fairview Elementary in Texarkana, Hall High School in Little Rock, Sylvan Hills, Pulaski County, Marion Elementary School, Kilpatrick Elementary in Texarkana, and East Poinsett County, and I'm not sure if it's their elementary or high school. But these schools all have principals who are participating in the Master Principal Institute, and so we are supporting them to have a teacher team go through a Teacher Leadership Institute. So the first year, the teachers are going through leadership
institute while their principals are in the Master Principal Academy, and then in years 2 and 3, they'll join together with the long-term goal of really creating opportunities and that leadership capacity so those teachers can help grow other leaders and help identify and sustain some long-term initiatives for improvement in their schools. So that's that strategy. We talked a little bit about working with the critical shortage model. One of the big benefits has been the feedback that we've gotten from different areas of the state. We had several representatives that attended our focus groups, and right now the data work is being done to help put together our longitudinal data and help us be able to provide better information to schools and districts and for us to consider as we're looking at our shortage areas and trying to develop ways to combat that. And then the third strategy that I included in the report are the districts who are utilizing Bloomboard, and that is our online data platform where that we're using to use for the Teacher Excellence Support System. It's a great feedback tool. It's a great resource for teachers. And we're working with Bloomboard in these districts so that they get the full experience with all of the available tools to calibrate principals as they do observations. They have access not only to the free resources, but to some of the resources that normally they would have to pay for, and really tying together all of that elements of professional learning.
What are the 4 schools?
The districts are Hot Springs, Hope, West Memphis, and Forest City, and we're also working with Baseline Elementary with this. So all the districts that we were looking at are districts that have high poverty and minority populations, but there are also districts where they may have some schools that are not high poverty minority. So those districts are even looking at a comparison. Does the data look different? Does teacher performance look different? Because until we can really look at that data and get at the root of some of the problems, it's hard to make good decisions.
Yeah, that's smart.
So, and I'll be happy to answer any other questions about our equitable access strategies.
I'll just comment that at the NASB meeting, I think states all over the country now are really focused on this issue in a way that wasn't the case because, as a result of the Department of Education's requirements in this area. And I think there's going to be some really exciting stuff happen nationally, and so I think all these different strategies are going to be an opportunity. The ones that work are going to be a real opportunity for teaching other states as well as learning from other states.
Yes, we are going to track our data because I think somebody said earlier today, if you can't measure it, it's why are we doing it? So.
Great, thanks.
All right.
Okay, thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Owen.
He's back.
Thank you again. You all have my written report. As part of that written report, though, I had 2 items that I said I would provide an update on today, but I will leave that to your pleasure of whether you would like for me to give you a verbal report today on the computer science numbers, or if y'all would rather me include that with a written report for December. Because of the length of the meeting.
How long is it?
As long as you would like for it to be, but
we don't want.
I could probably go through the major points of it in under 5 minutes.
We take the major points.
Okay, thank you. If we can get that PowerPoint up then, please. The reason you were not provided with the reports is because these numbers earlier is because they are part of the Cycle 2 report that all schools must provide to the state. Those numbers were not collected until, as traditionally, until October 15th, and then it took a few days to get the numbers processed and together the reports that we need. The high points, if we can go to slide number 5, please. The preliminary information there were what the courses, the baseline courses were. These were the numbers that the governor has reported on. Back up 1 for me, please, Ms. Gill. In 2014-15, in our baseline courses, and these courses were identified by the Computer Science Task Force as the courses we should be tracking when we look at student enrollment numbers. In 2014-15, there were a little over 1,100 students enrolled in computer science courses, and as of this year, we have over 3,900 students enrolled in these same computer science courses, which is an increase of over 2,800 students, or 260%. So we are very pleased with that initial growth. Of course, we do want to expand upon that. If we can jump down to slide number 8, please, as male and female student enrollment. Oh, I have a clicker. Okay, that would make this easier. Thank you. Okay, Mel, this is really what I think the focus of our state should be over the upcoming years. Not only growing student enrollment overall, but starting to close this gap. Of course, we do still have a minority gap within computer science education, but it is not as divergent as this is. And of course, we are making strides even with this year. You know, we went from almost 80% male versus 20% female to 74-26%. So we are making some gains in that. But our population, male versus female overall state, is basically 50-50. So there's no reason that these enrollment numbers shouldn't reflect that. As I said, we do have some discrepancies in race, enrollment percentage by race, but it is not as far away as the male versus female. And I know that's hard to see, and I will gladly provide you all with these numbers before next month's meeting. You can see the enrollment percentage, or the total state high school enrollment, is the dark brown for last year. The light tan is the CS. So last year you were seeing about 60% white, for example, to 64%. 60% white enrollment to 64% of representation of our population. So there are some gaps there. African American, you know, we have some strides to make there. We do want to see those more reflective of our state population, but really our focus has to be that gender gap that is in place along with this percentage. If we go, and I have a lot of information here. If we look specifically at the courses that were adopted as Act 187 courses, this gives you student enrollment of those 4 courses: computer science with mathematics, essentials of computer programming, AP computer science, and IB computer science. We don't have a very big IB footprint in the school, in the state. In fact, there's only one school, I believe, that is offering IB computer science, and that's Springdale. But I'm pretty sure of that, but I hope if they're not, then I'm not in trouble for saying that. But AP Computer Science, we are growing, and we do want to continue to expand our AP Computer Science offerings. In fact, next year, College Board will offer a new computer science course called AP Computer Science Principles that we are planning on adding to this list of schools meeting the requirement of Act 187. So next school year, there will be 5 courses that schools can utilize to meet this act or the requirement of Act 187. Once again, we see, we see that gap in gender populations. That is where we have to get better as a state, because there are quality coders in every gender and every race. We don't think that every student in the state of Arkansas is going to turn out to be a Mark Zuckerberg, or a professional programmer per se, but we think that every student in the state of Arkansas should have the opportunity to become, and as long as we are having, 74% male population versus 26% female population, we're not hitting all of those students. So, and same thing when you look at the racial gap there. Once again, the enrollment percentages by race. You see the state percentage of population, high school population, versus the CS enrollment or Act 187 enrollment. And then our virtual enrollment, this was the other thing that a lot of people these are the numbers that a lot of other people were interested in. What percentage of students are taking the course in a virtual environment versus a teacher-led face-to-face environment? And as you can see, which was expected, our computer science with mathematics course is overwhelmingly face-to-face. That's because our mathematics teachers are licensed to teach that, and it is more of a mathematics course with programming embedded. So we expected that. What surprised me greatly was that there was not as big a discrepancy in the essentials course as I expected it to be. I expected, honestly, this to be almost 3-to-1 virtual versus face-to-face, and it was not quite that big of a divide. So I think this says great things about our state and our schools wanting to while Virtual Arkansas is doing a great job, I think that we all recognize that having a teacher face-to-face in front of the students and helping them along is beneficial in a lot of areas. So I do appreciate the work that Virtual Arkansas did under this, but we want to see those face-to-face numbers coming up, and because we think that leads to better, to increase student support. AP Computer Science, it's going to be overwhelmingly face-to-face. Simply because those courses have been in existence for a while, and I don't even believe that Virtual Arkansas was offering that as one of their options. Y'all don't need my contact information, but that is pretty much that. The numbers in a nutshell. I will take any questions on the numbers if you have any.
I have a question about the gender, the disparity in gender. That's surprising to me. But then a former member of the board, Alice Mahoney, and I have been involved in the GLAMS, Girls Learn About Math and Sciences, for the last few years. And one of the things that's noted is that teachers actually encourage boys more than girls to enroll in classes. And that was, we know girls are smarter. I don't understand it. What's going on? But that was surprising to me, a little bit disturbing, because I just don't see the rationale behind that happening. So I think if that gap were closed, it would close the gap for minorities also, because inherent in those groups are young ladies. So I think so what is the strategy, or is there a strategy for Arkansas schools? Because maybe even the superintendents are not aware of what's happening as it relates to this disparity.
Yes, ma'am, and actually I think that we, and I've spoken with numerous colleagues across computer science education across the nation, and we think that we have the strategy to fix this problem, or one of the best strategies in place to fix this problem, and that is building in a K-8 component to computer science. And that was actually my next portion of my report, so I was going to speak briefly upon that, if you will, and then I will talk a little bit more of why we think that this is so important. But the last 3 days, of course, I spoke to you about our days in October that we met, and we started the process of writing our K-8 frameworks. And our committee came back for the past 3 days, some long days, but some very productive days. Tuesday, I actually kept them at work for a little over 12 hours, so they didn't like me Wednesday morning when we came back together. But I'm proud to say that K-8 document, I consider it about 98% complete. And the only reason I consider it 98, not 100, is because the public hasn't had the chance to put their 2 cents on it. So we're ready. We're working on cleaning that document up to put it out for a 15-day public comment period. That will be announced here within the coming week, hopefully. We have a one-day meeting in December scheduled with that same group of educators from around Arkansas that will come back. We will review every piece of public comment that is submitted, and we will make any adjustments that the committee feels needed to that framework, to those standards documents. And then we plan on bringing you all the document for your consideration for approval, or the documents for your consideration for approval in January. I will tell you that we have had national support on this document. In fact, after I had shared some preliminary versions of the document from our first meeting with the Computer Science Teachers Association, national organization, some of their leadership, they asked us to be involved with the drafting of their national standards, and they wanted to send a member of their team to come and have input and learn from our process. They were very impressed of them, so we are facilitating that work. Also, I shared some of the work with Code.org's national team, and they are using our K-8 documents as part of their guiding documents, even though they're in draft form, for their national curriculum development that is taking place next week that I'm involved in also. So, all that said, I think that we have a great document that we're going to bring to y'all, and that is going to be the main thing that I think puts Arkansas ahead of the rest of the nation in closing that gender and minority gap, because right now computer science has a stigma associated with it, and the stigma is that certain populations involve themselves in that area. I like to say this whenever I go out and speak to it: if we make it normal for everyone, it's abnormal for no one. So by making computer science part of every student's K-8 education, a daily part of their education, then that discrepancy, or that gap that only these people take computer science classes, disappears, because everyone's taking them at that point. Then also at a high school level, we can truly judge who is interested, who are going to be those Mark Zuckerbergs within Arkansas, who are going to go on to take those 4-year pathway courses at a high school level and really go further within their computer science education. So by making it normal for everyone in K, we make it abnormal for no one. Last few seconds of my presentation here, and then I will answer any other questions that you have. Code.org, as y'all so graciously passed the resolution for the Computer Science Education Week, we are having discussions for an agency-wide Hour of Code event. So hopefully if we can get all of this facilitated, ADE employees will come together and all engage in the Hour of Code. We're working with the Commissioner's Office to see if we can get that to come to part. If that happens, I would encourage the board to, if you can, come visit and take part in that event. We would love to have you all up here, and we definitely will be sending out more information about that. Also, go back and encourage your schools to sign up for an Hour Code event at your schools, at your local schools. One Arkansas school will receive a $10,000 check from Code.org. That has been guaranteed. All they have to do is have an Hour Code event and provide a plan of how they're going to get 100% of their students within that school building to go through the Hour of Code. So though my wife will be upset for me advertising this more because she's already signed up and she's wanting that $10,000, my job is to promote computer science education across the state when I'm here and then keep her happy when I'm at home. So that said, I will entertain any questions that y'all have.
I think Dr. Barth has a question.
Yeah, just to actually connect the dots a little bit back to Ms. Pfeffer's report on equity. We know the importance of students having teachers who look like them in terms of feeling that they can be achievers, and what attention are we paying to the recruitment of female teachers in computer science? As we are getting ready to hire a new wave of teachers, it feels like an opportunity to really kind of begin to close that gender gap.
Dr. Barth, we're really looking at this at a comprehensive level. We know that and I didn't mention this, but the Computer Science Task Force initial recommendations to the governor were turned over him as of November 1st. We will be able to share that information with more of that information with y'all hopefully during the next board meeting as we decide as the governor's staff works with our leadership of what actions ADE needs to start undertaking. But regarding teacher licensure, the Computer Science Task Force, one of their recommendations is by the 2019 school year that we have one teacher within each district in the state of Arkansas that has the ADE computer science licensure. We know that there is no way that we can produce that many computer science teachers through traditional pre-service programs. It's just not going to happen, because if you take a person, you put them through a 4-year computer science degree, and they can go to private industry and make $70,000, or you tell them, here, you can come teach for $35,000, a lot of them are going to take that $70,000 route. So we know to fulfill that goal that not only do we have to reach out to those pre-service teachers that are dedicated educators, because there will be those, we have to look at dual preparation programs, such as teachers who want to gain preparation or licensure in both mathematics and computer science, or physics and computer science, which naturally go together. So we are working with post-secondary institutions to develop or have them develop those programs and submit those programs of study. But we know overwhelmingly our teacher pool for computer science has to come from within our ranks that are already out there. So our focus as a state moving forward not only has to be on attracting those new teachers to the field, but getting those teachers that are out there that have computer science prowess or want to gain computer science prowess to add on computer science licensures to their area, or that is an endorsement to their area. And that's why we're looking at releasing different amounts of that, of those computer science monies that the governor provided for scholarships, professional development. We're also working professional development through the agency. That's why we're reimbursing the first 200 teachers that pass the praxis and add it to their licensure, their praxis fee in computer science. So we are reimbursing that. So we are doing a lot of different things to try to attract teachers to become computer science educators. And to your point, if we are getting the teachers to move over that are already in the pool, then we have those teachers that the students are already familiar with, comfortable with, and then hopefully are encouraging them to engage in that work. But yes, I think that by far we do need teachers reflective of the student populations in our schools. So, long answer, I'm sorry.
Good answer.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Okay, next, the Priority School First Quarter Progress Report from Dr. Wild. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Richard Wild, Program Manager for School Improvement Unit. In your board packet, you received a document, if you run it, a copy of it front and back. It's about this size. This is our first report for the year. Because it is the first report, Ms. Barnes has asked me to go through it page by page.
That's not funny.
In truth, the report, as it was discussed earlier, is putting all of the priority schools into a same reporting format. And then our intent is to use this as a leading indicators document so that we're trying to get the schools to move to analyzing about every 3 weeks where they're at with things like staff attendance, student attendance, pre-test, post-test, and getting them into a system of self-analysis. Now, this was the first time, and actually the reports are not as detailed as we would like them to be. So in truth, we would have liked the notebook to have really been a little thicker. But the positive is that as we go through the year, they are a cumulative report so that we can look from quarter to quarter and see over the course of the year the story of the school. And what we're trying to do is to get the principals and the leadership team and the school district leadership team to view this as a story and them telling their story of the progress that they're making. And that said, it also, for those schools that are called before the board subcommittee for academic distress, then we will have the ability to update that at any point in time up through the 3-week period that they're coming before the committee. And there are some good stories about this already, and then there are some bad stories. We have Dollarway and Dermott coming up next month, so we will be pulling their reports out and separating them and just looking at those two, and they tell 2 different stories, but the stories become clearer as you do the update, and that's what we'll be reporting to the subcommittee, will be on the update of those reports. The negative side of that is, to do that, we're going out and doing site visits. And we have a model that we're encouraging districts to adopt, which is to have a school leadership team, to have instructional teams, and to have a community council. And that community council is made up primarily of parents and or community members to give parents voice. We have one district, we actually have several, but one in particular was Dollarway, who was put a parent on their leadership team, and with the intent that that would, instead of having 2 teams, they would have 1. Okay, and it just happened to be that Ms. Bryant was the parent that was on the leadership team, and when we did the review, the principal misunderstood and then notified Ms. Bryant that she could no longer be on the leadership team, but did not mention that we really needed to start this other team. So she is here. I just wanted to recognize that that we were aware in our communication we needed to be probably clearer about our model when we're saying how the system functions. So there's positive and negatives. We also have Ms. Singleton from the Dollarway School District, who's on the school board, and she's here just to see how we will be using this next month when they go before the academics subcommittee.
Okay.
So any questions about the 2,000 pages we sent you?
I think I'm particularly distressed about, obviously, thank you for your report, by the way, for any that are not meeting, even the ones who are saying ongoing, but there's no specific data. But when it talks specifically about the pre and post testing and then determining the use of the strategies and the districts, I mean, this is the heart, in my opinion, of what we're doing and what we should be doing. And when I look at those districts that aren't doing this, it becomes evident why they are in the position they are as a priority school or a school in academic distress. Are the principals and our superintendent and our board having trouble communicating and getting the teachers on board about this? Or, well, I'm not going to give you multiple choice. You tell me, is it varied district by district, or is there one or two types of things that are going on?
We would probably say that there are 2 or 3 dynamics afoot. And one is when you turn over your staff. From that standpoint, you're rebooting every year. And when you have a new principal coming in, and in particular, if that new principal is a brand new principal, then all of this stuff is foreign language to that person. The next scenario is the resistance, where teachers are resisting embracing the concept of every 3 weeks assessing students on what they just taught. And then the third scenario would be that the district and the principal are resisting getting that level of data. And so we'll be, to a degree, we'll be sorting through, but as we go through the year, you'll be able to tell who's embracing the process and who is not.
Right.
And this first report is just our baseline. And it's a big shift in thinking from where we were last year, where the buildings were picking things and just reporting on how they were doing. So we do see this as a substantial improvement, but it only is baseline information at this time.
Any other questions, Ms. Wright?
Thank you so much again, Dr. Wild. Congratulations on this. I remember seeing these forms last year, and to see it now implemented is truly astounding. I just want to understand a little bit more on the implementation of this, because I feel like in looking through the report, some of them may have been drafted by the schools themselves, and others look like it's your team. And I'm assuming when it comes to met, not met, it's your team that's discerning that, correct?
Well, in truth, what we do is the follow-up. We're now in the process of going and verifying. So the initial is their perception, and then the review is us going on site and saying, okay, now let's go through and you show us this. Some of the things are carryover from the way we were doing it last year.
Okay.
Okay, that part about people writing ongoing. Well, no, the intent is, what are you doing this quarter? What task are you completing this quarter? Not what are you doing throughout the entire year. Mm-hmm. So even if it's ongoing, you're still doing tasks such as creating agendas for your team meetings. You're still analyzing student data. Those are the tasks that we would like you to put in here and tell your story of how much work you're really doing, as opposed to just saying something like ongoing.
So it's the schools themselves that are putting in, but you all are validating met, not met.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Savers?
Great report. This is just like the most illuminating information in my 6.5 years on this board. I mean, it's seriously, thank you so much for doing what you've done. But with that comes the reality. And the percentage of students who are 3 years or larger below grade level is shocking.
Yes.
And my big question for you is, now we know the reality, which is in most of these schools, the majority of the kids are 3 years or more below grade level. I consider this a crisis. and an emergency? And is there anything that should we be thinking outside of the box for this? Because, we're getting ready to, all of these students are getting ready to graduate, will be graduating with virtually no skills.
Well, and part of what we're trying to do at this point is call the district's attention to the data and to be saying, look at your graduation rate. Statewide, what we see is the graduation rate is trending upward, but yet we're not seeing the skill level trending upward commensurately. So the idea here is that this really has to be a device that we're using to generate those discussions at the district level, as well as at the building level.
What if they don't have the capacity to grasp the reality and then implement the kind of change that needs to happen?
Then those are individual discussions where we would hope that the academic subcommittee for academic distress schools would also see that the kind of the prevention side of that are all the other priority schools. So if we were going to get into a preventative mode, then getting the committee to look at all of the priority schools, especially those that are not in their clarifications, are not clarifying how they're using the data to make changes in what they're doing. And that's why when in the principal's report, when you look at what are you going to do the next quarter, is a telltale indicator of, does the principal understand the problem? So you kind of have to put it all together, and then we're having individual discussions with individual schools and building and districts.
Well, is there, and I'm sure if there was, we'd be doing it, but is there something, some strategy in the world of education when you've got a desperate situation like this and you're hurtling down the path of, not educating students, the majority of the students in your school, where we can just stop and reset and say, this what we've been doing is not working, and it's going to take years. It's going to take 10 years. Is there anything?
Well, you've taken the first step in the report itself, because as soon as it goes down on paper and as soon as it comes before the state board, there is a higher level of attention being paid to this right now than there was when it was just an occasional principal coming before the state board and saying, we've got 50% of our kids are 3 grade levels below or more. And now the district has to own it because it is in writing and it has been identified, and the method of identification is now in the report itself. So that's acknowledgement of the problem is always the first step. And I think we're there, or we're getting there.
I'm ready for step 2.
Thank you. But it's also putting a process in place to do something about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Yeah, just want to make a clarification or make sure we are clear. Dr. Wild mentioned about Dollarway coming to the Academic Distress Committee. I think they're actually on the agenda for the full board. Okay. Just want to make sure we're all clear on that. All right, thank you.
There's Miss Dorothy Singleton has signed up a public comment on Report 7. Ms. Singleton.
Thank you all for allowing me to speak.
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, and I don't even need that because the movie that I want to see
Good.
started a few minutes ago. I signed up just in case I was needed to speak. I didn't really have anything to say because I know we will be back here next month, and I don't want my house burned down by something that I say when I go back into my area. So I just came to be present to see how the process worked, to see familiar faces and all of that. But we'll be back next month. And I really thought that I was going to be speaking on the 45-day plan, which is an area of opportunity for our community. And it is something that we are really introducing our parents to in the community, and we're coming together to talk about it, to get an understanding of it. So that was what I really wanted to talk about, and that's what I'm hopeful will be at least one of the things that will get us to where we need to be. We have fantastic students. They are ready to learn. They are ready for, what we as the adults bring to them, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chambers?
I just wonder if I could ask a quick question, and it can be to whoever would like to respond to it. It's really based on what Vicki was just talking about. The children in our schools that are in high school that are testing out reading 3 levels or more below their grade level. That's one issue. And I do think it is a crisis. And the cure for it, I just want to make sure that Dr. Wild, as we look at how schools will respond, I think a draconian response is in order. I mean, they're about to leave our care, and they don't have the skills that they need. And then it's an entirely different solution to prevent and to go back into pre-K and kindergarten and start to monitor those kids, to track them through. So as we look at these recommendations school by school, will they speak to both sides of the issue?
I think that's an answer from my perspective.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say not in the quantity that we would need to address it in. I don't want to use the word little too late, because I still have hope. But I do know that there needs to be a third choice on how we address those issues among our students. There needs to be something else put in place, that we don't just push them out there in the world and know that they are not properly prepared. I have been looking, since I've been back in Arkansas, I'm looking for a choice for those students. Now, I have to say this, that I'm from a family that we dealt with that. From back in the day, back in the 60s and the 70s. But there was a plan put in place during those days that did give the option that it was combined with your work duties. If you went to a company and you got a job, that company would pay you to take some time off to go and get some additional education. And that's what I dream about. That's what I'd like to see put in place. But, right now, it's just a dream. Thank you all so much. Do y'all have any other questions of me? I can talk all day about this, because it's something that's very special to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bryant is here. I don't know if you want to, I know you want to speak, Ms. Bryant. We're going to give you 3 minutes, but I don't know if it's specific to this, or you just want to save your comments for later. Dr. Wild, you want to answer that question? I'm sorry. Okay. I thought y'all were finished. Ms. Bryan, just have a seat and we'll be with you in just a minute. They're not finished with Dr. Wild yet.
As you take a look at the academic distress schools, the predominant number is secondary schools. It's getting the districts to look at the feeder patterns. And I think that as you listen to Mr. Curris over the last few months, he's talking about you have to look at the feeder patterns feeding into the high school. He understands that you have to address the problem before the symptom is showing up. So that's where we need to really go, is looking at the student data. And if we get into RTI in those feeder patterns, into the response to instruction model, then for the most part, that will address individual students. But we're just now kind of rolling out the response to instruction concept.
Ms. Ryan.
And I also just wanted to add as well, with the career education lens, that we are doing work in this state around the workforce centers, the adult education centers, the literacy councils. We don't hear about it in the ADE as much because that's housed within the Arkansas Career Education. And that's no excuse, right? We're not saying that we have these safety nets, and so let's not think through about the potential, but to say that there is some holistic strategies out there, and I do think our centers are doing some really exceptional things. And again, that's why I'm so excited for ACE to come in next month with me to have this conversation, because I think, again, sometimes because we're talking K through 12 here in our jurisdiction, sometimes we don't always get that bigger picture, and things are going on, just sometimes we don't hear necessarily reports on them. So.
Ms. Zucker.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at it practically. Okay, you have 10th, 11th, and 12th graders who are, some of the students are 3 years behind, and it's November. could we not require those districts to have extended day and Saturday, and maybe by the end of the year they would be a year and a half behind, or a year behind, or 2 years behind, but not 3? I mean, I understand this program long term, and I understand looking at the feeder patterns. I get all of that. But if it's my child, then I know that their life as far as getting a job, staying out of prison, being a good parent, the things that they will choose later, do we have the authority to require that if we have not intervened in the district?
And I'm sure that question is for the commissioner.
There is some authority as far as the direction of the utilization of NSLA dollars. It's limited in scope, and I was just, as you were asking that question, I was trying to furiously look it up in the statutes to see where it was. But it's pretty narrowly placed, but there is some, and it would just be a case-by-case evaluation. But that has always been avoided because we trust local control in Arkansas.
I understand.
With regards to the expenditure of dollars.
Also keep in mind that on the report form itself, we have the beginning of the year and the end of the year. And what we're doing now is beginning that guidance to say, let's analyze why you have students that are 3 years behind, and let's analyze what we're going to do to address that issue. And then we'll take another measurement at the end of the year to see if those interventions that they have attempted actually made a difference in the numbers of students that are 3 or more years behind, either in English language arts or in mathematics. So there is another report that they're aware that they will have to submit related to this first report, with the idea that we're looking at, again, did you make a difference with the things you did this year?
But if I'm a senior and you discover July 1st when you get the Aspire test back that you didn't make a difference, too bad.
Right.
I mean, I want to do something now. I want to think about it like Ms. Savers was talking about earlier. This is my child. And I don't know how to teach reading, or I don't know how to teach math, or I can't afford a tutor or those kind of things. What are we going to do for these children right now that we know works? I mean, like, the Marvel Elaine kind of program, or the things that we saw on the video. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I know you know how to teach reading, and so do I. But what I'm concerned that we need to act with more urgency on some of these and let the plan play out for others. And I don't want to put the commissioner or any of the staff on the spot right now, but I think if you could come back to us, someone, in December with a report of what can we do for these high school students in these districts that'll make a difference. It may not make 3 years worth of difference, but it might make a year and 2 months or 2 years. I mean, look what they did in Flippin with those kids just over the summer coming in 2 hours a day, 2 times a week. I mean, they saw huge growth. So let's think about these kids in one category and all of these districts in the future in a different category.
One more question, and Dr. Warren, I don't know if this is yours to answer, so you can point to the commissioner.
I have no problem doing that.
2 things that'll sound like they're contradictory. One is, I really applaud, even though we run the risk of drowning in data, I applaud disaggregating the data so we can actually get at it and get beyond the averages, because those can be so misleading. So being able to develop the kind of exception reports where you can look at lots and lots of baseline data, but see where you should be and where you're not, that will surely continue to help us. The other thing is connecting the dots on. We were talking about this on the phone last week. When you see graduation rates going up, but ability to read at the right grade level going the other direction. How do you start to take some of these different pieces of data and correlate them in a way that's meaningful? So on the one case, I'm definitely applauding more core raw data, but then how do you start to look at things and make some sense? We have all these discrete reports and analysis that we do, but in some cases we realize they're contradictory. And spotting those issues earlier so that we can do something about it would be really helpful. And I don't know whose area that falls in, but I think it would help us be a better support to the Department of Education and the schools.
We're having conversations on, we have data. Arkansas is recognized for its data capacity and what we collect, and where we have to get better is how we use that. And so we can draw those conclusions to drive and inform the interventions that either you have to make on a policy scale or, at most importantly, at that individual student level. We are having those conversations as a leadership group, and we'll keep working to identify how best we can help our districts know what to do with that information.
In the next few months, could that be a report that you come back and just talk? That doesn't necessarily mean it's complete, but what you're currently thinking? Because I think there's really something to that.
Yeah, we'd be glad to do that.
The one piece that we are working with the schools that are in priority status on is evaluating the efforts that they're making. If you go into any of those schools, they can give you a long list of things that they're doing. But evaluating whether or not it's accomplishing what you want is not occurring. And so what we're trying to do is move them to the understanding of when you put in an intervention, if you plan this and you think it might work and you're going to implement it, then how will you measure it? What data will you collect? Not only at the end of the year, but as you go through the year, that will tell if you really are making a difference. That concept, at least in our priority schools, is not alive and well. And that's what we're working on. And why our pattern is shifting to asking them to collect certain kinds of student data as a base to begin the analysis. And we've got to get them into analyzing their own efforts.
Well, and to your point, not to beat this poor dog, but you can take one data point and just knock it out of the park. But if you didn't triangulate it with 2 or 3 other things that have to balance out, you can be successful right over a cliff. The one other thing that was mentioned earlier today, and I agreed with it, but I would like to offer, there's a balance to that too. Just because something can be measured doesn't mean it was worth measuring.
That's true.
And so getting some clarity about what are the few things that matter most that actually do crossfoot different things that we're looking at will really, I think, it'll help the schools, of course, and help our support of them.
I think Mr. Harvey would like.
I think we're on the right track. Right now, and a very valid point, we collect a lot of data, but are we collecting the correct data or the data that will make a relevant difference where we want to go at the end? One of the pieces that Dr. Wild's team is working really hard on is, as you heard, the pre and post test. That's going to give us some very close preliminary data to start looking at. Are the students gaining the knowledge we expect them to gain from that period of study? If not, how are we going to go back and remediate them? That brings back another point Ms. Zook is making. I think that we have one tool that we need to be utilizing more in depth, and that's the AIP, the Academic Improvement Plan. We need to be looking at that closer at the high school level. And again, it goes back to your point with the data. What interventions are we putting in place? But as we put that intervention in place, let's think about the data we need to collect on that to evaluate, is it the most effective tool for this student? Because not every intervention is the correct intervention for all students. It's got to be customized to that student and to the resources the district has in place. So those are the pieces that we're looking at, and as we move forward in the high school, that's a piece that's not been as relevant there as it may have had been in elementary schools. And as RTI moves along, it really coincides greatly with the AIP concept and the process. So as we move RTI, and that's a system change that we'll move slowly up, but we already have that tool of the AIP to be used at the secondary level. And that's something we can explore. How can we start collecting the data related to that as we move forward? And that could give us a way to, not a very good term, but put a Band-Aid and assist those students before they get out into the job market. And I love the idea of getting release time for maybe employers to come back. And so those are some options that actually work with the community, that you actually build a community support level. And eventually you may not need that mechanism.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Ms. Bryant? You have 3 minutes.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Wow and the school board for realizing that this is a sense of, there should be a sense of urgency about what's going on, not only in the Dalloway School District, as well as the other districts that are in academic distress. As Dr. Wow had said that, that we had ran into a situation as far as the model that they were using with the school. There was a misunderstanding about how it should have been set up. And when I expressed my concern, he right away got on it. He explained it to me, and I fully understood what was going on. I think one of the issues that we have now with our moving forward in academic distress is that, particularly within our district, there's a reluctance to go back and ask questions and seek clarification. I'm not sure exactly why that's occurring, but sometimes information is put out, and if it's questioned or whatever, there's like a reluctance to go back and check it to make sure that's exactly the way it should be done or implemented or whatever. And so, and then the next thing that I'd like to say is, from being here today and listening to the Little Rock School District, the representative that spoke about how if the foundation basically is broken, that you really can't help it, like the high school that we have in academic distress right now, or in other school areas or whatever. And I would really strongly like to encourage, if possibly, like Dalloway could go and check out Pulaski School District, because when Dr. Mitchell got up here and talked about how they're working in the elementary and middle schools, and they're using that to make sure those students are getting those basic skills. So when they get to high school, you don't get a child who's reading on second, third, fourth grade level. And that's a preventive thing. But as far as right now, what's going on in the school, what I see, that I'm glad you're not forgetting about those kids that are on second, third, fourth reading level. And they're actually in the Wise Ways book that Dr. Wiles had provided. There's actually an indicator that talks about what can be done. It talks about Saturday. It talks Saturday schooling. It talks about remediating according to maybe changing up schedules, doing study halls, so those kids that are way behind, they can come in and they can work with teachers on literacy, on basic math skills but it's about being willing to go in and actually read it and actually go ahead and work on implementing it. But there are some things that we can't do, and Dr. Wild has provided the information. It's just how open we are and how much effort or work you want to put into it. And thank you.
And thank you. We remember you from, I think it was June. You were a little more animated then, but at the same time, we appreciated your spirit and appreciated what you were trying to say from a parental standpoint. And I think we encourage you then, as we do today, to stay involved and stay informed and help other parents understand and stay informed and realize that they have voice and that they have standing within the district as they have their children there. So you make some very salient points, and thank you so much for your energy. And we hope that you stay involved and keep that nudge going, because that's what it takes. So thank you very much, Ms. Bryan. Okay, we'll move on. Oh, we need a break, 5-minute break. We're ready. Okay, we're back to our reports. And the next report is report 2015 NAEP scores update. Hope Allen and Dr. Pamela Bird?
Yes, Pam.
Okay. We're ready to hear our look.
Thank you. I'm Pam Bird. I'm your NAEP State Coordinator. I'm going to be very quick today. These are the 2015 NAEP Mathematics and Reading results. And before we begin, I do want to say that NAEP results are rounded up or they're rounded down. And to remind you that they do have a p-value on them. They're less than 0.5. So just to let you know that NAEP is a sampling. NAEP stands for the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or commonly known as the NAEP Nation's Report Card. And it was authorized by Congress 46 years ago. And it was designed it was a reliable way. They wanted to find out how Arkansas, or the United States schools were doing in America, and so that's the reason why it was developed. You get results for the nation, for the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the DOD schools. The purpose of NAEP is to measure students' performance nationally in reports over time. It is probably the only assessment that you can actually get results from individual states and the nation. Policymakers and researchers use NAEP results to help them to evaluate current policies and consider policy changes. Please remember that in NAEP there are no Arkansas district, charter school, or student level results. And NAEP is always administered the last week of January through the first week of March. And last year in the nation, we had almost 269,000 fourth graders, about 264,000 eighth graders. A question that's always asked of me is about how many schools in Arkansas. We had around 230 schools, 4,300 fourth graders, and 4,600 eighth graders. The performance is reported in average scale scores from 0 to 500, which is a little different from the other achievement levels: basic, proficient, and advanced. Now we're going to our mathematics results. These are the 2015. In NAEP, in odd years we get state results. In even years we get national results. So these are from last year's results. Fourth grade mathematics, this was the only area where Arkansas went down significantly, declined from 240 scale score in 2013 to 235 in 2015. In Arkansas, our black students and white students score significantly lower than the public students in math, but our Hispanic students score about the same as the national public. Remember, there is standard error that surrounds these scores. So even though that this is 231 from Arkansas, the national public is 230. With the standard error, it's about the same. In eighth grade mathematics, we declined a little bit, but not enough to be significantly lower. Our black students and white students scored significantly lower than the national public black and white students in the country. And our Arkansas Hispanic students scored about the same as the. If you'll look in the center of the country, you'll notice that Arkansas is in blue. The states that are in green score significantly higher than our state. The states in the yellow score about the same as our state. And the states in the red score significantly lower than we do in fourth grade mathematics. This is eighth grade mathematics. Again, we're in the blue. Arkansas is the focal state against, this is Arkansas results against the other states' results. The states in green score significantly higher, yellow about the same, and the states in the red significantly lower than Arkansas. Now for the reading results. In fourth grade reading, our scores did decline a bit, but not significantly. Our fourth grade math black students scored significantly lower than the national black and white students in the country, and our Hispanic students scored about the same as the national public. When I talk about the national public, I'm talking about only the public schools. The national NAEP scores do include the private schools. These results do not. In 8th grade reading, our scores did decline a little, but not enough to be statistically significantly lower. Our black students and white students scored significantly lower than the national blacks and white students in reading, 8th grade reading. Our Hispanic students scored about the same as the national public. And I think you're beginning to see a little bit of a trend. We just want to give you just kind of a bird's eye look. These are 4th grade and 8th grade scores in 4th grade and 8th grade reading. You can look at the scores. Not changed since the 1990s for both 4th and 8th grade reading. So our gap has not widened or has not closed. Again, let's look at 4th grade reading scores. You look at Arkansas in the blue. The states in the green score significantly higher than Arkansas. The states in the yellow about the same as Arkansas. And the states in the red score significantly lower. This is 4th grade reading. In 8th grade reading, states in the green significantly higher, yellow about the same, and in red significantly lower. NAEP is only in 4th grade and in 8th grade. And in certain years, I was here with you a couple of years ago giving you 12th grade results, but that was, we've only done it twice and we will not be doing it again. Just want to give you a view of what's coming up in NAEP 16. We do national results in 2016 in even years. This year we're doing national results in the arts in grade 8. Arkansas is fortunate to have 3 schools. There are around 300 schools in the nation that will be doing this pilot, and we have 3 schools, not a pilot, and it's going to be actual results. And starting in 2017, all of NAEP assessments will be a new acronym, DBA, Digital-Based Assessments, on a computer. The technology will be the Dell Surface Pro 3s is what we are going to be using. NAEP brings these tablets, these computers to the school, and they bring everything. They bring the people to the school and the tablets and to the school. The school just provides the students. I call this a one-stop shop. Above, you will notice there's a link up above, and that's where you can go to get any of these results that I've just given you. The Data Explorer, it's a great site. If you would like to look at our state profile, you can go in the green, the third bullet from the bottom, the green. Or if you'd like to give yourself perhaps the NAEP assessment, you can test yourself. And if you'd like any other, if you have any questions or you have a call, please feel free to give me a call. It's my personal cell, so you don't need to call during business hours. I can take a phone call anytime. Thank you.
I know there's an article been written about encouraging people to apply, like if a state is significantly, like a large proportion in the poverty range, or a large proportion, or their diversity is not the same as another state, that they apply all this other information to get a more accurate score. Have y'all been contacted about that, or had that changed?
Perhaps you might be talking what we call full population estimates, and it is a score that they apply. They look at the students who have not taken the test for whatever reason. They can actually give, for example, in the state of New Jersey, they had schools that actually, several schools that opted out, but NAEP was able to give them a score based upon children, ethnicity, and the range of what school they were from. So the gentleman, Dr. Barth, talked about NAGB, I believe, earlier, and NAGB has they've come out the last few years, he probably knows about it, where all the states have to have most of the students, you cannot exclude students based upon they won't do well on a test. So is we have around 1 to 2% exclusion rate, which is about what the rest of the country has now.
When they pick the students from the school, do they pick and say, okay, Arkansas has I think it's 61% free and reduced lunch. They have what wages are for Hispanic, African American, white, other. Do they are they tested using that criteria, or do they just randomly go in and get 10 fourth graders?
The schools are selected in that manner. The schools are selected we try to get a sampling of the schools that are representative of the state of Arkansas. And then when we go to select the students, that sampling of students are literally just, it's like picking them out of a fishbowl, names of the students out of a fishbowl. But the schools themselves are selected in that manner. So the schools that are selected will reflect Arkansas. So in other words, we won't go take all the schools, you know, in the Delta and all the schools in Northwest Arkansas with different parts. But Arkansas is such that when we do have a full NAEP year, that we test quite a few schools. There are some states that will test every single school in the country. The new DBA assessments there will not be as many students selected to take the test. In this past year, around 90 students was the average for each assessment in 4th and 8th grade, and with the DBA, that will drop to around 50 students per school. Last year, we had reading, math, and science, and the science results will be released this spring. Now, I'll probably be the science results.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, Ms. Strang?
Thank you so much for your report. I guess what I'm trying to marry in my head, right, is I remember going through the Arkansas public school system when the saying used to be, "Thank God for Mississippi," right? 49th in the country, and obviously a lot of work ahead of us. And I've been proud to see the progress and hopefully be part a little bit of that in these last few years, and see Arkansas rise as much as we have in the rankings. And then on top of that, knowing that we made this commitment to Common Core with the idea, right, that we would get rid of these gaps and be able to say our students here in Arkansas are achieving what students in Massachusetts and everywhere across the country. So when you have the finding that the gap hasn't changed since the 90s, I worry. I worry whether we're doing as good as we're hoping that we're doing. And I just wondered if you might be able to give a little bit more context or explanation to that.
Is that something that...
Or what even is your interpretation? Maybe that's a better way to say it. Am I weak in being concerned by that finding, or how do you interpret that finding?
Debbie Jones, Assistant Commissioner for Learning Services. When she spoke of the gap, she was really speaking of the gap between minorities and white students. But when we talk about the progress made in the state over the decades, it has been steady and regular. And so you have seen the state make progress. We can offer a little bit of information regarding this year's drop. Nationwide, there was a drop in NAEP scores, and the NAEP Validity Committee they're issuing 3 studies, and the second of that study focused on our most significant drop, which was 4th grade math. And they said while the Common Core was, I will use my word, pretty well aligned with the NAEP, NAEP has not redone their frameworks in 10 years. And the most significant differences they found between the NAEP assessment test items and the Common Core was directly in 4th grade math, and that had to do with data analysis, probability, and what's the last one? Geometry. And where they had overall Overall, in 4th grade, they had 79% of the NAEP items matched Common Core standards, only 47% of data analysis, statistics, and probability match. So I think a lot of that significant drop that we saw in 4th grade math. And I do think that maintaining rigorous standards and continuing to teach those will be critical to showing improvement. Improving instruction, those typical things you see within the classroom will continue to improve as well. So we stay on this road, we continue to improve. I think we made a big step in the right direction when we shared the PARCC scores today. And although they were significantly lower, it is a measure of career readiness, and it's a national measure, and we will continue down that road.
But then there still then remains the concern that we're not helping our minority students catch up or be at par with their white cohorts. Is that correct? That maybe there's still work to be done in that area?
Absolutely. And I think the work, you hear RTI, and RTI is a system to address the weakest, regardless of nationality or race. Students are not performing, then they find themselves in the RTI system, and they will and have to receive direct intervention for their weaknesses.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Allen, the assessment update.
Thank you, Hope Allen, Director of Assessment for AD. Since your last state board meeting, the finalized contract with ACT for the ACT at a grade 11 and ACT Aspire assessments have been finalized. You were provided with a copy of those within your packet. My team, now we are working on training schools and getting them ready to administer the assessment. Currently, I have a team of 5 that are around the state daily throughout the month of November, working at co-ops to train and prepare our testing coordinators. And then we are also working as much as we can with AEA. I presented there. STEM centers, we're presenting at all them to get information out to teachers, resources that we have available for teachers to prepare for the assessment. Through all of this training, our message is consistent that even though our assessment has changed, we are teaching our standards and continue to encourage our states to teach their standards and teach them the alignment within the assessment. And so that's where we are right now. We also have finalized since the last meeting our ELPA 21 contract, which is our new assessment for our English language learners. That's a much better assessment than we had previous. It's not paper-based anymore, it is online, and we're actually able to get a better picture of learners and where they are and be able to assist them in the ESL program. I will entertain any questions you have.
I think Ms. Sook has a question.
Yes. Do you recall what the MOU says about the privacy data?
Within the contract, we worked with Research and Technology and provided ACT a copy of the MOU around data privacy that the department has adopted, and they adopted that as well within our contract. So all student level data is maintained securely, and the only reason that it is used for the ACT Aspire is to administer the assessment itself, and then all of that data comes back maintained.
Okay, and what justification did we use on sole source?
The sole source justification was because of the governor's directive to the state board and the approval of the state board to move forward with us entering into that sole source contract.
And is there any test that teachers get the information back and can use it in May?
Yeah, well, the interim assessments are available and they can be used throughout the year. Within the contract, the data from ACT Aspire, the end of year assessment, will be back on July 1. And the reason is because there are open response items. We want to maintain hand scoring of that, and so therefore there's a short delay in the scores, but July 1 is agreed in the contract.
Which does the child and the teacher no good, right?
And that's where we encourage schools to have an interim assessment program, even if it's ACT Aspire or otherwise, that allows them prior to that end of the year assessment.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
And the ACT Aspire, the interim assessments will be available on December 1.
That is correct. December 1 is when they'll be available for schools at no charge to schools as well.
And those results back when?
They come back immediately. There's no hand scoring portions of that assessment, and so they can get those scores immediately, identify weaknesses, and change instruction.
Ms. Wright?
And with the ELDA 21, what's going to be the timing of that test this year? I know when with the previous exam, concern was always that it fouled the benchmark exams and text exhaustion and whether we were setting up our kids to be able to do as well as possible on it.
Right, we purposely set our schedule so that the ELPA 21 assessment happens in February, then you have the ACT in March, and then you have the Aspire assessment in April. So we tried to spread it out to reduce test fatigue for our kids.
And is there written components?
There is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Report 10 is from Dr. Debbie Jones.
I wanted to add an additional note on the SoSource contract. It was in addition to the governor's action. Also, the ACT Aspire is the only one that offers the science assessment in grades 3 through 10 that also lead to an assessment for which most Arkansas students use for their college entry. And so that's important that we know that as well. And then I did submit this month's Learning Services report. Do you have any questions regarding that?
It's not.
I don't have any questions here, but I had another issue for the future. We've heard about, obviously, the Flippin case where the dyslexia law was very well implemented, and we've heard a lot about Dyslexia Day. Some advocates have reached out about some concerns with certain districts not implementing the law as intended. If in the next few meetings, if we can get some report on the implementation, I don't know at what level you can do it, but you know, it's just some concerns that there are certain districts where no kids are really being identified, and the implementation very late and maybe hasn't happened as fully. So I'm wondering if in the near future we can get an update, not just on what the law is, which I think Ms. Newton did a good job on today, but kind of how it's actually playing out.
Okay, I will follow up and look for information regarding that.
Okay.
I know that the superintendent signed a statement of assurance saying that they properly implement that law. And I don't know what additional information will be available, but I will look.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Dr. Jones, would you just briefly describe the standards revision documents that we have in here?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
And I was trying to be brief, but there is really a good update on the standards alignment process. And if you notice, you had multiple attachments. You have and updated, the public has all comments that were made, both general comments and grade-specific comments. All of those comments were shared. In fact, we're in the middle of 3 days of more standards alignment currently. All of those are still live streamed, and they're on our website. And those comments, the surveys, you saw the other list of documents that they study. They also look at the NAEP framework. They also study ACT. The expert reviews, which I thought were uploaded this time. I don't know if you got a chance to see those. If not, you will have them next month. The expert reviews, which is part of our process, was especially the math review was very strong because we saw a group that said, absolutely, you don't want to start from scratch. That would be ludicrous. But the Common Core standards are not perfect in themselves, and so they made several suggestions through the expert review. So as the teachers make decisions on the alignment, all of that information is considered, read, discussed for the first part of that process. It's a very thorough and good process.
Yes, I just thought it was interesting, and you know, the general comments, there's lots of ranting, but then at the specific level, there's actually lots of praise. And so there is this interesting disconnect between kind of this general angst about the Common Core, but then when you get more specific, lots of support for how it's actually being implemented at a more granular level. I just thought this was super fascinating.
It really is. And about 70% of the grade level comments were made by teachers. And so, the teacher feedback where they had concerns, so we shared it with the state, and to get good feedback, not just from your team, but from teachers who don't sit on those teams across the state, it really has been a good process. We've all learned something from this process.
And that was exactly my question, but the Arkansas General feedback, was that gleaned at the Lieutenant Governor's meetings that he held across the state? Is that where you got these comments, the general feedback?
No, all of the feedback came from the online survey. Okay. And all of that will be shared back with the Lieutenant Governor. I talked with Sarah today, and we'll share. It's all posted and open, but we will go back and share that specifically with him.
But yeah, I was fascinated.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Jones,
Thank
for your report. Okay, that brings us to the end of this meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Dr. Lackton, second by Mr.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, what?
And we can
Did I
put
miss
this off,
somebody?
but we have video to
Oh,
share.
okay.
This is West Memphis, and this is, you saw an earlier one of Warren School District. The purpose of these videos is certainly not just positive PR. It is to share innovative practices occurring throughout the state, mainly for educators, so that they will get ideas and say, I may not be able to do that, but I could really do this. And so this is West Memphis. We purposely started, this was our first one, in a high poverty, 100% poverty school district. You saw Warren, a very small school district, so that even the smallest of the schools can think of innovative practices to improve their systems. And so thank you again, Communications, for putting this together.
These high school students from the academies of West Memphis are on their way to classes at Arkansas State University Mid-South. They are on the road to preparing for life beyond high school graduation.
Our next door neighbor is one of the largest metroplexes in North America. The Mississippi River provides great water traffic and jobs up and down the Delta, and we've got a rail system that runs through here. So when you couple all those things together about what the 21st century job market will look like, it made sense to open up the career and technical focus for our students in this conversion charter partnership with ASU Mid-South.
So high school students from the academies of West Memphis and other high schools in our area participate in the Secondary Technical Center, which is a state-sponsored program here at ASU Mid-South, and they're provided college-level technical courses. These courses are all transcripted on a college transcript, so the students starting in the 10th grade are able to start earning credits toward a bachelor's degree. All of our programs are based around the economic demand for our region. We build what we call a career pathway model that starts in the Secondary Technical Center at the 10th grade and builds all the way to a bachelor's degree if that's as far as the student wants to go.
I know it's not the easiest thing, but it couldn't be the hardest thing either if you try. Now I will have a degree or, acquire, and these are, I can leave the high school and the ASU and go get me a job making $15,000 to $18,000 an hour with no problem.
Everywhere from Arkansas companies such as Riggs. You hear locally, Fred Smith has invested a lot of time, effort, and money on campus with the FedEx Airplane and Power Plant program. Students can come out of that program and they can make $61 an hour entry level.
Well, right now I'm taking aviation mechanics, and last year as a sophomore I was learning basic aviation, like the history behind aviation. I was learning blueprint reading, basic physics, basic aviation math. Well, it's impacting my plans because now it's giving me a goal in life. Because before aviation, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do after high school, but now I'm positive that I want to be an aviation mechanic.
The best way to break the cycle of poverty in places like Eastern Arkansas is to get our students skill sets that allow them to go to work and see the benefit of an education. We have a great opportunity in our region, certainly have a great opportunity in the state and even in the country to rethink how we educate folks and use those new models of economic development drivers.
It's very inventive in the sense that we're asking industry to tell us what we need in our area, what our kids need to be trained for. And I think that this is a model that is nationally successful. It is a model that we have endorsed, recognized in our state. So I'm very optimistic of where we're heading.
You know, as we move forward, you've just got to go with your heart, go with your gut, and if you put students first, everything else will take care of itself.
A conversion charter school, the Academies of West Memphis, is a program focused on investing in the future of a district, its students, and local community. Education, business, and policy leaders working together, preparing students for high-skilled, high-demand jobs in today's market.
Isn't that amazing?
That's great. Yeah.
I would be remiss if I didn't thank Cindy Hogue. She is the one having conversations, getting the interviews ready, traveling with the communications team, and doing great work. And I want to, these are the conversations we're having throughout the state with Monday morning, Arch Ford, 3 superintendents, and so we're in Northwest Arkansas, all those conversations you discussed. And we share this video and others every time we go to a co-op to share the good news so that they will from that and build.
Right. I think to use these in the those districts when they have the community groups like the priority schools have to so they can see what's possible.
We share them everywhere. We have a very specific communications plan. Today, all superintendents will get a link to this. It's posted on our website, social media. Randy Zook will get a link to this. It goes to all businesses, and Dr. Abernathy. Yeah. And so
he got it. He has shared it. He told me to thank you all and Ms. Kaufman in particular for sending it to him. He appreciated it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good work. That's the end. I think we voted to leave. Let's even go to another, actually, because our work session starts 30 seconds ago.
So we are having that work session.
Or it's dinner.
The food is here.
Oh, okay.